course, for Aspas, he's also going to have incredible support there with Kama, you just saw in that clip, who really has found himself yet again. This is a guy who constantly is really like, I feel like battling his own demons from time to time, where he's trying to find that groove, he finds that groove, and once he does, Mimi, it becomes very difficult to stop this guy in the server.
He had some really bad games in Americas, but here at Champions, he has stepped up big time, and he is playing like he deserves to win another trophy. It's back to the heroics from Champs last year when he did win, when he was named a champion, winning individual clutches, consistent supportive utility, and I also think really importantly for this team, just being a positive vibes guy who brings the mental for his squad.
Yeah. Every single player at some point in the year they peak, right? There are teams that as a whole they peak at some moment, but of course that goes also into the individual performance. If you're peaking right now here at Champs and you keep, you know, if you maintain it, that is how you get trophies. He did it last year, he knows how he can do it this year as well.
If you boil it down, Valorant is a very simple game. Just peak at the right time, find your best form when it matters most, and that seems like Com's doing that.
You said it very, very easily, but it's very complicated to actually peak at the right time because there's a lot of pressure.
You can't just choose to peak.
No,
It's true. All right,
Why are these players not just peaking?
Exactly,
What's wrong with them?
Let's go ahead, though, and check out our MasterCard fan poll, because earlier we asked you which Aspas squad you wanted to run. Results are in, and thank you.
Right.
You all passed the assignment. 1 Aspas, 4 cats, because we all get to take the cats home.
Can we maybe look into those replies? I want to see. I want some sort of explanation on the people that voted for the roster of 5 blindfolded Aspas.
You know, shout out to MasterCard for, you know, just putting it out there. No context. I mean, great stuff. Well done, everyone. All right, now we're getting down to the wire. We're about to bring out our teams, I think, in about a minute here. I want to see the predictions for the rest of the talent squad and see what everyone was predicting. What?
Wow, we just
Bro, I thought I was the only one.
Wait, both
what?
Fnatic?
G2 guarantee is so criminal.
I did not expect that.
Also 6-2 for Team Heretics. I thought I was going to be out on my own, la-di-da.
I really, wow, I did not.
We just cursed.
You know, they kept saying, stop underrating G2.
Yeah.
Took it too far.
Yeah.
Took it a little too far there.
Oh, boy. Oh, I mean, yeah, but also everyone going for Heretics over Fnatic.
My point with Heretics is that at some point they need to start surprising us. Like, to me, everything that they've achieved this year so far has been so much that at some point it has to go down. And, you know, in the past, every single time that
hello, everybody.
It could very well, but I did not expect the G2 sweep at all.
Selamat.
I mean, they won in the finals for a reason. G2's form has been good. The question, if it's good enough.
I think we're going to be so wrong.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get this show started, shall we? You got G2 Esports versus Leviathan. Team Heretics going up against Fnatic. You got day 11 of Champions Seoul starting right now.
Starting right now. Rawr. Udah kayak belum kuncinya, Bang? Jok.
Nah.
Oh, udah ekstrak. Selamat sore pemuda Pancasila, selamat sore. Kalian tau lah kenapa gue pakai baju ini ya? Karena ada Fnatic nanti main, guys. Halo Yuni, DRX sekarang lawan Sentinel, tahu kok gue. Kemarin gue nonton. Meskipun gue cuma nonton 1 game, gue kayak, oh wow.
Bombing out, not getting a single win. I just felt so disappointed, so ashamed, embarrassed. And I just remember, I just sobbed. When it came to this event, I didn't want the fate of this tournament to be in the hands of a boaster that isn't ready.
The final bow from Heretics. The crowd has been silenced, but the Valorant gods have not.
After we lost in Shanghai, I just walked down the ramp. I looked behind me. I saw they were lifting the trophy. It was worth feeling ever.
Iya Bang G2 siap.
We're gonna show what we learned in Shanghai. It's like last exam of the year, and we're gonna pass it.
Habis dari kondangan mana? Habis dari kondangan RT sebelah.
It hasn't been the best year, but to be able to go out on stage and qualify for playoffs, I'm really proud of the boys to be able to bounce back, and I'm just really looking forward to whoever we get to face in playoffs.
I don't want to lose any match
I don't wanna lose.
upper brackets and win in the grand final.
I don't wanna lose.
Crinacle, Althea, and Hero. That's the team I'd like to lift the trophy with, and I'll do whatever it takes.
I'll never forget the feeling I had lifting the trophy last year. I'll do anything to lift it again. Of the 40 VCT teams, we're top 8 in the world now. No one can say any other way.
We got second in split 1, third in Shanghai, second in split 2.
Leviathan.
Now we're top 8 in champions, so I just
Hai,
think
oke.
we're right there.
Prediksi G2 dan Leviathan, gue lebih pilih Leviathan sih.
My personal goal is to just give it 100% every day, every game, every
Gue
round.
dukung Leviathan karena gue kenalnya orang-orang Leviathan. G2 tuh gue nggak kenal bro, baru kenal sekarang.
G2, we beat them in America's Grand Finals. We're at 2-2 now in our series against each other this year. So it could be a big deal to seal off who is really the best team at the end of this year.
All of you, you got some work to do because we're hard to beat.
Siap bang, hard to beat. Kayaknya masih agak delay dikit ya, biar nggak terlalu live amat. Leviathan, King Aspas. Guys, kalian mau betting nggak guys? Kita berjudai, mau nggak?
And for the 5th time this year, these two teams will
Lihat
take
kayak masih ada Aspas sama Kom yang udah terkenal, betul.
But this time the stakes couldn't be any higher. Last time they met, it was for a trophy in the Americas region, but this time it's an opportunity for them to continue their journey to lift the biggest trophy at all in Valorant.
And to settle the score on the year, 2-2 on series, 7-7 on the maps. These teams have been inseparable. And as we look at the veto, they both get their
Udah check out jersey Sentinel belum? Belum lah. Kan belum juara. Kalau juara baru gue check out.
It's so important that first map, that Icebox.
Silakan. Yang mau betting ya. Minimal 500. Kalau belum ada uang, jangan ikutan. Udah baik. Icebox Abyss Heaven. Weh, nggak ada bind, hore.
I want to say that they're both
I want it. Aduh, pesen makanan lah. Pesen apa ya? Pesen apa, Jok? Tuh bosen anjing. 5 monkeys. Tau nggak lu?
Apa?
5 monkeys.
Gue taunya T-Wise Monkey.
Beda, itu kan sushi. 5 monkeys burger. Saingannya lolos, bro.
Icebox. You Americans love the harbor.
We do. We do. And really, it's Leviathan. It's Mazzino that loves the harbor so much.
It's true. But man, I gotta say though, this G2 team, you know, they know that this Lev squad has always brought the fire to them each and every time they play. They lost out on a big matchup to get that first seed here at Champions. So this is an opportunity for G2 kind of right the wrong of before, and no shocker here. We're not seeing much in the way of changes across the board. Both teams love running that Harbor Viper. The only difference is Icy's going to be on that Gecko, and you're not really going to have that duelist for G2 to take advantage of here.
Yeah, exactly. The Harbor versus Harbor, that of course we have seen a lot in the past. I like the fact for G2 that they're starting off on the attack. I think that that's going to give them a lot of leverage. They have to start very, very strong if they want to take Leviathan's pick.
But against EDG, they struggled on their attack. They were getting disrupted. EDG was fighting forward and really getting ahead of
menang champs kayaknya dari Eropa. Dari mana kamu?
And improve because this is one of Leviathan's best maps to start the series.
Well, let's go ahead and get map 1 underway. Send it over to your casters. Two guys who are pretty familiar with this matchup. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Yeah, we've talked about G2, we've talked about Lev, and I think one of the big things, Stray, as we think about this Leviathan squad is Icebox. They're insane at it, right? 12-3 across the entire year. They dominate this map. The kicker, 2 of those 3 losses on this map we're against G2.
Yeah, and the G2 game plan is deny Aspas opping angles, especially when Aspas gets it up on the defensive side. We saw the
kapan ada war sama tupai anjir. Mari kita lihat. Ini mapiknya Leviathan. Com dengan sofanya. Nah, kalau com pakai sofa tuh trusted anjir. Forsaken pakai sofa. Kacau. Kerex udah pulang aja masih kena guys ya. Oh! Gak ada yang ngecek dalam. Kacau banget G2. Kacau banget Leviathan. Silakan betting.
It couldn't have gone any worse. You think about trying to create a little bit of chaos at the beginning of the round to catch your opposition.
Kacau ini kata gue nih. Wah, gak ngecek lagi.
This is not what they imagined. It's not how they drew it up. And now Jonah P swinging out.
Wah, kacau.
Valent dropped from the top rope. G2 get the pistol. What a good
start. Woi, Leviathan yang kadang-kadang aja lu. Kacau lu.
All that prep work. They know that Aspas and King like to be very aggressive in B main. So the pistol approach, it was
wih, Nat ngedukung G2, Nat. Gak ngedukung Aspas. King Aspas, God Aspas.
He was somebody that was pivotal for G2 in the win last time
round.
The G2 boys are already vibing. But yeah, Jonah P, he was a big
Emang dia line up?
Took out Lev the last time around on Icebox.
Emang dia suka line up?
Enggak, bukan.
Itu mah Everest Jonas, coy.
Tahu aja Jonas.
Oh. It's back-to-back rounds showing the same look and full utility.
Gua masih ini dia.
All stops covered.
Sama Jordan.
Kan.
Jonah and Jordan.
We even got squiggly walls coming out from the harbor.
Yep.
But G2 should be able to and will get the spike down. They've got the Phantom investment into Jonah P as well. They've thrown a lot of
asal aja nggak tahu mau dukung siapa. Nah, bingung kan? Siapa sangka guys, Sentinel. Gila. Ini siapapun yang menang lawan Sentinel loh. Ngeri banget.
At this point, anything that they can get there, maybe a little bit of action across the middle. Oh! Aspas was there to respond in kind this time around.
Ayo lo kom. Ayo lo kom.
Looks like it was just a little bit deep. So Com can hold on this for just a little bit.
Oh, mau mati sama ini.
Ini dulu. Saya player.
Agak lama ya. Research ya kamu ya.
Lupa.
Some damage done. I think the big takeaway here. Jonah P keeps his rifle. IC does as well.
Yeah.
Dulu di guard ya.
All the big guns in the arsenal for G2 are kept. Only a stinger lost and what, a ghost from Leaf. So that allows him to invest fully into.
Dukung siapa aja deh, Ginji sama Peprex sudah pulang.
Back-to-back 4-1s towards A site heavy.
Umel seneng nih, IDG lolos.
We saw in the interview, it was said by King, it's going to be a
IDG kemarin kalah ya? Enggak ada, IDG lolos bener. Oh, IDG lawan Sentinel anjir, bener juga loh. Hari ini siapapun yang menang, maju. Oh iya bener, IDG lawan Sentinel. Wah, seru tuh. Belum pernah tuh IDG ketemu Sentinel tuh. Masih Aspas and Friend kah ini? Nah, nggak tahu nih. Apakah akan bernasib sama seperti Texture and Friends?
And so you try to shut down Aspas as best as you can, but finding value elsewhere is really where things turn around. Tex really struggled the last time they played. He's had a quiet start.
Leviathan nih, baru gua bilang timing banget tuh. Leviathan ini mana ya? Feeling gue gak enak loh. Moga aja dah kagak Aspas and Friend. Reload dulu bang.
Hang on to the defuse. He's probably sick the whole way. There's nothing really to stop him. If you swing out, you're facing all three. He will
lurus banget tuh anjir aiming. Ngeri banget.
Only two carried over for Lev.
That was a fast pace again from G2. A fast mid to B. This time around, just getting caught looking at the wrong angles in clearing the actual site.
Kenapa dia nggak YOLO masuk ke dalam aja ya?
Right there, yeah.
Dalam semok daripada ngepick gitu.
And yeah, it's all crumbled apart. But the start of the round was very
Gila itu.
impressive.
Lurus banget anjir, hampir mati Aspas.
Change of a look from G2.
Kalau Aspas nge-wave mati itu sama Spectre.
From the first couple of rounds, and it's going to be an A default.
And this is where I think the game really starts. Across this entire tournament, these two teams have the best gun round win rate. This is where the series will be decided. Leaf lighting up the kill feed already.
Back-to-back entries from Leaf. Another one. The head-to-head IGL v IGL. Valen, he comes out on top.
That's where the mind games will play themselves out as Leaf is getting another. Dude, this is insane form for Leaf this early in the series.
It's something he struggled with.
Oh, diculik Tren habis nge-shock dart.
When he gets heated up,
4v2.
so difficult to play against.
Tiba-tiba udah 4v2 aja.
All year long. He really has been that guy that gets a lot of the first bloods.
He's been so consistent, and then you put him on defense.
Push.
Think about all the clips he's hit with, like the Outlaw, for example, posted up back A. He's just been so steady for this squad.
Ya kagak mungkin ada yang di kanan dong, Tex. Kan udah planted, lu ngeliat satu di koridor, masih nengok kanan. The fuck? Kacau. Bisa membuat mati itu tadi tuh.
And so the first gun round will go the way of G2. And Lev, I mean, at best, they're just trying to clutch onto these two rifles that they have left. Try to carry them over, and I think when we start to like branch out on the trajectory and forecast for the rest of it. Leaf who has his ult online, Valen has his ult online as well. Jonah P's just a couple of points away from having to pit.
Ayo lu diburu
as well. He's close to Thrash, and we saw how crazy Thrash can be on this map.
Lev is in a really dangerous spot early on Icebox here. Yes, I know it's early, and yes, I know they have Aspas, and yes, all these things, but again,
apakah adik-adik Amerika number 1 akan kalah dengan Amerika number 2? Ataukah Amerika number 1 akan memberitahu kenapa mereka bisa jadi Amerika number 1? Anjay.
But
I'm almost concerned that means he doesn't have an 8.
G2 are 7-9 on Xbox this year. It hasn't been one of their shining lights of their map pool.
You're right.
But the 2 wins they have against Lev are 13-8s. And the only loss they have was a 16-14 or something OT.
Yeah. I gotta play them really well on this map, and we're seeing
no info.
And another good read. Nobody really here to reciprocate from the side of Leviathan. It's a free site. Harbor Ultimate's invested just in case.
I mean, he just got his ult online. Does he invested in this round?
They haven't planted the spike yet. This is very late.
Yeah, just make
free plan.
Clear. No stone left unturned. The timing on this two-man flank is going to be interesting. The problem is, it's always been Tex and it's always been Aspas.
Gila, mereka ngeliatin flank semua lo anjir. 4 orang nungguin flank lo. Keren.
And even through how the map has been played. It seems like they're going to try. If there's a dart tag, he's in a position. Go ahead and pop the ult. That's exactly what he does. The first splits to upright.
Waduh, Jonah, kamu greedy sekali, Jonah.
A little bit of value. So not much more than that. Meanwhile, the thrash was dropped in the midst of all of that.
Wow.
Spike has been taken for a little while as Trent is dead. Icy doing his best to hold the
line.
Nice. The double swing. How much more can it be? Not able to settle the shot.
Tidak dapat tapi mati, hancur. Dua-duanya gila. Nice value banget gitu. Big. Big win for Leviathan. Big win for G2 salah.
And it was a good play from them not to actually commit to that, because they would have been met by 4 members. Oh, that wall just came up right in time. Jonah P got a little antsy, and some of the shots couldn't settle to the side of G2.
That's not much. Very nice damage. Beautiful. 5 weapons and
no time. Who cares, bro?
Who cares, bro?
Yeah. Think about this war play out between these two squads. Yeah, I mean, you've already heard it from the side of G2. They're willing to give up
jangan lupa daftar.
If it means the greater victory. And so far, that's what we've got.
Text just got deleted, Doug. Absolutely deleted. But you were speaking about war, and you're absolutely right. This is a war of attrition. Both these teams grind out rounds back and forth, especially in this matchup. And right now, G2 are 2 steps ahead. That Harbor ultimate was committed by Mizzino, but nobody is there at A site, and the spike is being planted at B. You want to talk about master classes in IGLing right now. Valen is calling a sick.
Welcome to my world.
This gun round is probably over. At this point, think about how long the spike has been down. Like you said, they've got the pit that they're going to have to navigate through. They don't really have any tools to get around it. They've got Tom's drone.
Ow.
Sure. But is that going to be enough?
How do you break through this post-plant defense? You can wrap around yellow, but it's so strong.
That's what they're trying to do.
Scan.
You've got Trent who's playing in Cubby. Hold them back, and then you've got Leaf who's in the fray.
Dah menang G2.
There's no way in for Lev.
No, an absolute
It's
firing
over.
squad met as soon as that harbor wall goes down.
Gila.
They invested.
Ngeri lo guys, G2 guys.
Imagine how valuable that tool would have been to clear out the pit.
Gokil G2.
What a play from G2 so far, and we got to see a timeout from the side of Leviathan.
Leviathan time up sih, bener time out.
Because it's getting out of hand very fast. What a shot.
Halo Edward, selamat sore.
What was the cue there? Just intuition. He just flicks down right at head level there.
You talk about a guy who's been on the receiving end.
Running circles around him, Jake.
Yep. That's facts.
Yeah, that's how it's played out.
Pede banget nih G2 ini nih. Kayak formal abis kayak timnya deh. Nggak ada bercanda-bercanda ya lu, serius banget lu.
Let's keep it a buck, right?
Yeah.
Aduh Bang Aspas, bobo mulu Bang Aspas.
Is he going to be the right answer? Is this going to be enough? And yes, he's not always topping the kill feed. He's not always popping off. He's not always putting up highlight moments. But the value he's been able to deliver for his squad has been so impressive. And it's event over event, right? Like, he's stepped up for G2 when they need him to. And that's exactly what you need.
Buset, makan permen karet lagi anjir.
Especially in the pressure of being on a team like G2, who have, honestly, for their entire careers, you think back to the Guard, dominated. They've won so many events, winning into the league. For him to step in and just be the
G2 tahun ini bener-bener ngeri. Iya loh, G2 ngeri loh. Waktu G2 ngalahin PRX aja gue ngeliat G2 mainnya rapi banget, gila.
In many different moments.
And then step up when he needs to. Yeah. You talk about selfless. That just feels like the DNA for G2, man. That feels like the structure and the game plan that Josh implemented into these guys from the very beginning. And it goes all the way.
Baru gak lihat, enggak, karena kemarin gue masih record. Terus gue selesai record, kita cucurutut ngobrolin dulu buat anniversary kita yang agak terlambat, sebulan. Kita ngomongin rencananya mau ngapain aja, gitu. Jadi kemarin kelar selesai meeting, kita ngantuk, gue tidur.
They're running circles around Leviathan right now. And the game plan, it's so similar to last time these two teams played. Find Aspas, go the other way, or find Aspas and util bomb him. And he hasn't got an operator up yet. Hopefully next round he can get that up. He still has knives, and there is the lockdown for tech, so if anybody on the A site gets a pick, you see Calm with the Vandal, maybe you invest it. We've definitely seen so far that Leviathan aren't shy to invest ultimates in their eco rounds.
Masih menunggu kabar merch, nggak ada kayak merchnya. Belum tahu. Kayaknya nggak jadi deh tahun ini dah. Oh, dekat sekali bro. Oh, nice com.
One for one. And that's already a big win out for Lev. I mean, if you can keep this close, given the lighter weaponry that you have.
Sore Sachi. Halo Alga.
Sure.
And just a freeze to the round, waiting for any more type of peak. Movement being heard now. Tex, he gets an upgrade, so there's a chance for Leviathan to bring this.
Hampir.
So much. Tex was already on the rotate out, but now as the wall goes up, as the kill goes down for Com, he rotates.
Ayo, Com udah bunuh 2, udah bagus banget itu.
Aspas has joined. 13 seconds left. The blades online and available.
Nice.
That's big from Tex.
Aduh, tidak nice.
Left alone in a 1v3. Aspas's blade still in play. He spotted a shoulder. Can he settle the shots? Dropping down, buying time as the spike ticks away. That's a snappy shot on the King, but you still got the raid boss on the other side. And he delivers again.
Gila. Valen ngeri banget aimingnya.
It's not just that he delivers, it's who he just delivered against. That was Aspas in a 1v1 who had a rifle.
Pas. Gimana nih pas?
The jiggling, the movement back and forth at top nest from Valen. It was so clean. Aspas, he had the knives. You can't just.
Gimana nih adik Aspas nih adik-adik?
It's so hard to hit.
Mainnya begini nih King Aspas.
And that shot on
ngeri banget lo Valen lo. Valen ngeri banget aimingnya. Cul pala dikit mati ya. Pala dikit mati. Takut. Nonton di 144p berasa crisp banget. 1440 maksudnya. Kalau 144p mah nonton ini jir. Bukan nonton itu mah, dengerin audio doang. Bang Aspas kenapa nih? Makanya nih. Kacau nih Bang Aspas nih. Tapi bisa menang loh tadi loh.
It was against Lev. You know they want that revenge arc. A-Site has been
Udah dengar berita gempa, udah yang kita bisa gempa gede itu kan.
avoiding the operator once again, but they're running into a
Masa Amerika lagi championnya nih lah? Ya gimana bro, kalau yang lainnya kagak bisa menang mah? Oh.
Well, Tex doesn't have it anymore. Or he's not going to be using it this round anyway.
He's playing so aggressive in backside. That's back-to-back rounds he's done that.
I love this cascade.
Oh, 3v as well. We'll take that any day. Calm, he answers back.
3v3.
And the money for Lev is not great. I don't think they can really, unless it's a lot of kills out
3v2
from Calm and from King. Aspas has
Oh,
to be
Liv
careful.
nge-flank.
An investment of the op being lost here.
Aduh, kacau.
King 12, HP.
Oh,
that's
nice.
The first one. That's
Oh,
the weak
GG.
one.
Nice one.
But Calm's 3 kills
Nice,
on the
nice,
round
nice.
gets Lev
Rapi,
their
rapi,
second,
rapi.
and the op
Nice
is
snake
kept
bite,
from
nice
Aspas.
snake bite.
The desk
Let's go PRX enggak dong.
Stepping up huge.
Turun tadi 144p, anjir itu mah burik, Cak.
It was looking dire. He stepped up once more and he has another.
Bang, setelah ini live game apa nih? Kira-kira apa guys habis ini guys live gamenya guys?
Entries were great from the side of G2.
Bisa ditebak gak adik-adik?
The trading, the utility that Calm was using. 3 players scanned in that moment and the shots that he's hitting. He's looking on point in this game so far. Back-to-back rounds that he's had big impact and given his team a chance.
Top fragging for Leviathan. You mentioned the Hunter's Fury back online. Couple volts on the other side to meet. And there's a lot of presence towards A here. Really from both squads. It seems like both have just agreed to ignore the other side of the map.
We've seen this a lot in this tournament specifically. It's just an A fight after A fight.
I mean, we saw it with Lev and Vitality just a little bit ago.
Yep.
A much faster pace. Aspas with the miss. Has to dash out. The Reckoning dropped as well. A litany of ultimates invested. Trent will be the first to fall. Icy swinging a little bit further. He probably should have. But they've managed to get the spike down now. Tex has a really big ult that he can try to flush the side out with.
And he should do just that, especially when this drone gets so much info.
He has to take a step back. Caught by it. They don't really need to invest the lockdown anymore. It's just Jonah P left on the site. And with too many angles to clear, too many things to consider.
Lalu
ditangkap. It's another defuse coming through for Calm, who just had a Hunter's Fury.
Apa sih bro? Kita bobat bro hari ini bro.
Lu ngapain lagi? Lu main lagi?
Enggak.
The Hunter's Fury, Trent couldn't get value, but he can.
Terus saya juga dapat kunci kebunuh sama shotgun bro.
He could have gotten swarmed at any moment. There you go. And we heard something in the last match with Leviathan, you know, the coaching staff saying, now you're finally playing aggressive. That's what we just witnessed. They're taking the fight back to G2. They're not just conceding A-Site in its entirety. They know how good G2 are in the post-plant scenarios. You have to disrupt.
I love this pit at the beginning. Think about how many times they've leaned towards A on the attacking side.
Yeah. It's about time for a change of pace, so a good read.
Main FIFA dulu kali ya.
Main TFT sih banget aku.
Hah?
Mumpung udah patch. The patch udah bukan Syndra.
Oh iya.
Iya.
Jadi siapa?
Wah anjing. Nice banget. Jadi siapa? Main Blaster. OMNI. Gila.
Ini nomor 20 dulu dia lu.
Comeback anjing. Bagus.
I've never seen something like that.
Gue belum main juga patch barunya. Tapi udah di...
Moral teman gue jauh.
Tenang, Agera masih platinum. Dia habis kalah 6 kali berturut-turut.
But you did not expect him to go this way with the shorty. That's how he closes it out.
Nice banget King.
That's unreal.
What a play from King. We talk about Aspas and we talk about IC and whether or not he can match it, and then, you know, we've got to talk about obviously Leaf and Ted. So my eyes go towards King and Valen.
Huge win by Valovin. Ntar ya guys. Hari Sabtu ini bakal ada voting kapitalis lagi.
Lu nonton Ascension nggak?
Nonton lah bro. Oh my god. Belum ada penjelasannya tapi beli tiketnya di mana. Masih nonton gua. Adera pun mau nonton katanya. Kalau bisa.
Reckoning and lockdown. The combo. G2 they have to leave all of A side.
Kalau di Indonesia Arena gimana, Jok?
Well, the thing is though, you've got so much time left in the round. You have to have presence A to ensure that they're not just re-clearing.
Karena ini Ascension dan Pacific. Kalau VCT Pacific mungkin. Ascension biasanya di hotel. Di ice kali ya?
Mungkin.
Waduh, nge-wave.
Dulu Dota kan di ice.
Malam Abi lagi kah? Yes, malam Abi lagi. Gila. Pada tradingnya
2v2 situation.
2v1 situation. Ini Liv ngeri juga loh OMP-nya loh.
Brutal savage.
Aspas, that one whiff was the difference between
Damn.
G2 winning the round and losing the round.
Duh, itu kalau Kom gak nge-whiff ya itu.
All of a sudden, if Aspas gets that
Nice
kill,
try
he's
dah.
able to get back, or even if he just survives in this moment. But what a shot hit by Trent in that moment. It gives
Ini si Liv ngeri banget, bro.
to an operator, and we've seen him off many times. Remember, this guy used to be a main duelist for all of his teams.
Welcome to my world.
Welcome to my
Oh
world.
yeah. Skal, main apa jadinya?
A lot of ults here to play around.
FIFA?
Trent has his
Oh,
ult,
in
Leaf has his
FIFA.
ult too. Nothing to speak of on the side of the defense.
That was a very
Welcome
far
to
drone.
my
It's all to find out.
Oh.
Aspas is opping anywhere
Yeah.
toward the
Like.
side. He's not either. He's using a rifle of his
FIFA
own.
25 jadi beli gak?
Lockdown will be invested. Trent still has the Hunter's Fury.
Bro, makanya ini
It seems like they're pretty intent on sticking this one.
yang lain-lain ini yang dajal gitu. D6 masuk dajal menurut saya.
Mana ya?
Menurut saya semakin menipis aja adik-adik ya.
A little bit of a flood coming out, at least into back sight, but G2, they can just play post plant right now with that Harbor Ultimate and Hunter's Fury.
They have so many tools at their disposal.
Ya gue juga ambilnya yang green D6 ya. Atau nggak, kalau nggak green orange paling belakang.
But now the reckoning.
Yang number sitting aja, jangan free sitting.
Free sitting green tuh, number sitting orange.
There's nowhere to go, and even if Icy gets a little bit of damage, he gets a little bit of info, he can buy his time.
Udah.
They've left Aspas in a
8-4
1v4.
guys.
A tap of the spike is just a threat, surely. There's way too much to confirm that that's all it is. A second tap down. Trent will fall. 70 HP. As the clock ticks away, he's going to get his damage dealt, but G2 will get to 8. What a half.
Just icing
Nice
Aspas
try,
the
bro.
entire half.
Nice try, nice try.
The game for G2. It's what happened last time around.
Post lane-nya bagus banget tuh G2 lu jaga-jaganya lu. Mereka juga plan-nya cepet banget. Kayak masuk side plan gitu. Biasanya kan kalau Amerika kan
No babi bu.
Iya, Amerika kan biasanya clearing dulu ya. Kacau. Bagus. Harbornya juga bagus loh di Icebox. Lingkerinnya, wallnya, bulletproof smoke-nya. Gila. Bagus. G2 sih rapi aja. Kemarin waktu itu G2 ngalahin siapa guys ya? Ngalahin PRX sama siapa ya dia ya? Tim Heretics ya? Bukan deh.
Katanya menang, mana EDG kalah ya?
EDG menang.
Apa menang?
Menang 2-0.
Karena tahun ini yang juara EDG bang, nggak mungkin ya?
Amin bang. Amin aku mah. EDG ya? Oh iya, G2 lawan PRX sama Sentinel. Sama Sentinel sama PDG, iya. Dua-duanya 2-0 kan? Apa 2-1 ya? EDG kemarin kalah. Hah? EDG kemarin kalah? Lawan Trash Esport kalah.
Bukannya Maf 1 menang ya?
Serius lu?
Apa 2-0 nggak tahu gua.
Kagak cowok 2-0. Lu jangan bohongin gua. EDG menang 2-0 lawan Trash Esport. Oh, maksudnya kalah lawan G2 21, ya kalau itu iya. Ya bohongin gue ya, yang EDG kemarin kalah ya.
Nggak usah kasih obat kan, emang nggak usah kasih obat.
Fnatic, tim Hertik, G2, Leviathan.
Jangan biarin aja.
Fnatic lawan tim Hertik juga seru nih. Sentinel lawan EDG besok. Oh abis ini break 2 hari, hari Sabtu ya. Fuck, gue gak bisa nonton yang hari. Oh enggak, nih gak break, lower. Besok lower DRX lawan Trace. Wah besok ada yang pulang nih. Kacu. Sentinel kaget tuh gue guys, 2-0 loh kemarin loh. Mengerikan sekali loh. Ini bau-baunya juga 2-0 nih. Kayaknya upper bracket 2-0 semua nih.
Look at the turret. The turret's so far back in spawn. You've got the alarm bot on A with an nano on top, but everyone else.
Oh iya, kalau di group stage ya, benar. 2-0 PRX, 2-1 EDG. PRX bisa lah naik dari lower, bisa gila. Wallnya buat nutupin window.
On the other end, Leviathan don't even know that they saw anything like that.
Yeah, the problem is.
Kita lihat guys.
Itu merah lah Sid.
Wah.
Kita lihat. Absen dah. Itu dah.
Waduh. So weak. Tex is gonna have to do it on his own. 1v2 and they're both.
Mana caranya?
So fragile. Made of porcelain.
Ayo Tex.
Deliver the shots. 4 bullets left. 2 targets to be found. 1 left.
Gak kelihatan. Oh, kirain gak kelihatan anjir. Nice left. Kirain gak kelihatan.
What a round from Leviathan. That
NTT.
Viper wall from G2. It's nothing like we've ever seen before. It cuts the sight in half for the retake. And the start of the retake was so good.
Tapi Sen sama DRX pas sunset tipis skornya. Ya either way 2-0 intinya mah bro.
Sticking that spike. Another day in the office for him as well. And he's sitting at 13 and 10. Leviathan needed that, and they needed that bad.
A Marshall in the hands of
Leaf. Oh, gila di shock dart di Vipers. Snake speed. Oh.
All of them lit up and balanced in such a good spot, but I mean with effectively a clay pot, how do you fight back?
Yeah, that's a tough one. You almost found a timing amongst all that chaos of utility on the actual nest area of A, but
apakah G2 akan melempem di defense dan Leviathan akan comeback adik-adik? Bisa jadi real. FIFA 25 kapan sih, Jok?
September biasa, September akhir.
Oke.
Still seeing innovation on the map.
Si lama.
Waduh.
Waduh.
Yeah, Texas,
he's heating up. Yep. Yeah. He's definitely heating up.
Comeback adik-adik.
First half. He has turned a page.
And a lot of good weaponry saved as well for Leviathan. Looking very similar to the start that G2 had. Albeit not winning the macro game, I would say, but the micro. It's kind of what you expect from Leviathan in this matchup. You expect them to be the ones that pop up individually against G2, and G2 to be the ones that take the more coordinated team approach. Another A default this time around. Leviathan opting to
begitu.
Towards that B site. Prodding up.
Again, look at how active Valen is getting. The wall's going to go down. He's going to find the timing.
Oh my goodness.
He slipped the net. Oh, and he's watching Flushes the shots, so not able to clean him up. A little bit of damage dealt, but the cost was his life.
Yeah, and the cost was all that B space as well. All of B gathered right now. Text deposited.
Lev have so
bonus round nih G2.
They can rotate him back B and fill in with Tex. They can just leave him there and have him hit a late flank as they try to end A. I mean, the map is their oyster.
It's going to be a fake B hit, though. And G2 aren't reading into it at all.
Well, as soon as that harbor wall went up, Leaf popped his mollies.
G2 knows something's amuck. Yeah. They're holding their ground. With no tap.
Udah jatah makanan dari kawan mana aja. Lagi pesen nih jatah makanan sore hari ini.
Leaf might get timing here. Mizzino.
He's gone exploring.
Untung gak ke-wave.
Finds Leaf as he tried to exit.
Nanya gue makan gue lagi nggak jajan Gojek soalnya bro.
This double triple pump fake seems to be working out for Lev.
Jadi bingung bro ngasih taunya bro.
Kencana.
At that point, and now Aspas, he turns into a lurk. He's gonna be met by Joe B, and he deletes him.
Nice.
It's just such good timing out from Lev right now. This round has been gorgeous to watch.
Yeah, you want to talk about running circles?
Aspas
That was
mengamuk.
the circle right there.
And
Aspas, he's not slowing down right now.
Tries to lay the shots on Icy. Not able to best him, but the damage has been dealt.
Samperin semuanya, ayo
A
greedy.
little bit of value at the end, a parting gift.
But look at Mizzino. He's already ahead of this. He was the one that got the entry at B, and he's all the way here to meet Icy. But Icy, standing tall.
He's going to get a little bit closer to having the thrash up. But again, I mean, for as much as Icy's doing really cool things.
Yo, depende nonton D6 guys.
Lev's calling this round was beautiful.
Pokok pesen kan tinggal malak. Udah privilege jersey, anjay. Tuh guys, ada nonton D6 gak guys? Temen gue nyari temen. Temen lu nonton aja dia.
Nonton tapi bukan si Jul kak, Jul nggak nonton. Anak-anak Acep.
Right, everything had a okay. If this doesn't work, then we still have this. There were layers to their
Beautiful
approach.
call there, boys.
Yep. A good contingency plan for sure.
Aduh guys, gak kuat gua harus merem bentar.
He needs the info from Aspas to formulate that plan. And pick the right site.
That's why you hear him there saying like,
exactly.
Good call, boys, yeah.
Exactly. Had to point that one out. So G2, their economy, it's not looking too hot right now. Icy with the only rifle, he saved it from the previous round.
Yeah, and he's so close again to having the thrash. But this is danger.
This Viper wall is still so interesting, but it looks like Leviathan have a good read on how to deal with it. Just bait it out, understanding that G2 like to play on the right side of it for the most part.
I mean, they're just doing such a good job at creating all these acute angles. Given the walls that they have, the Cascade, the Viper wall, the other Harbor wall.
They baited out almost every single piece of Harbor utility. All that's left is the Cove. Oh, that dart's gonna get so much info.
Two found, a third there.
Good shock dart chip damage as well from Shen.
Again, Harbor's utility goes up. And this time, they're done playing games. They're fully committing out onto the hit. Remember, they didn't have much of a buy on the side of G2, and that rifle is still in play. They've burned the clock down so low, but is it going to be enough? Icy now has his thrash online. Does he drop a weapon and try to invest it? No, he's just sticking it out. He's got to be careful here. There's so much danger, but very nicely handled with the ult. The thrifty round win for G2.
Wow. G2 with the MasterCard thrifty. And the way that they've just done it, that was insane. Cycling the utility. And Icy with the entry on the top against Tex. That's the cue to start investing more layers of utility. Aspas, he just gets caught. That wall goes down at any time. It's so unique, it's so odd. You're not used to playing against something like this, so you don't know all the looks.
Good job. And the looks are working out. Now 2 rounds between these two. The first thrifty of the series going the way of G2. And back to their old ways they go. This is for all intents and purposes a rifle round for Lev. Aspas popping his blades.
He's put in work with the blades, especially entering towards the A site, so I'm expecting big things out of him this round.
He's got the drone to pave the way, but he does not follow the red carpet.
B-space gathered again. Last time around, that's what allowed Leviathan to just finesse around the map.
Yeah, but it was off of insertions from everyone.
Yep.
This time there's nobody that's been inserted towards A.
And the re-clear of Trench Drone, nobody on Leviathan is here to see that or hear that he did that. So it's going to be a full lean. It's going to be a 5v5 towards this B site.
Keep an eye on Valent's position and his ult. If they're ahead of this,
it's the flood.
Really good spot to be in.
The thing is, that ult cannot hit an updrafting Jet. So the Jet knives Aspas. He gets tagged down a little bit. Doesn't get value.
First the wall. Now the Reckoning at the ready. Off of the tap, he fully commits to it. Icy's going to dump all of his utilities. They try to fight back sight. The flood in full effect. But Leviathan are the damn! 4 found! G2 kept back. Trent left in a 1v3. On the swing is Mizzino, make that 3. As Lev get to 8. What a response, man.
Yeah, and what a massive round from Mizzino. In the face of the Harbor ultimate, he drops a Cove on himself. Plays around it on a knife's edge. Gets a 3K at the end. That's why you see him with the thumbs up right there. His team is dabbing him up. They understand the timing that he made himself. Cove was perfect. Nobody aware. The trade just couldn't get there for G2. A quick answer back from Leviathan, and now G2 taking their first time out of Icebox. What a close game.
Remember the response that Leviathan were able to put together on the other side of their timeout in the first half, where it seemed like they were starting to find some momentum. They put together, I believe, 3 rounds in a row on the other side of that. Now we're going to see if G2 can do a bit of the same.
G2 just haven't really had an answer for the actual A fight that they're taking. I think they're expecting Leviathan to commit into an A execute, but they don't need to. They're baiting, Leviathan are doing a good job of baiting out utility sets and then ending B in massive rounds. Rounds where the implications are dire for G2. And now Lev, they're sitting pretty on 2 ultimates of their own. They can get a 3rd, which is the Reckoning. They have the Hunter's Fury and Lockdown. This is all a recipe for success towards that A side of the map. And this time, G2, their approach, okay. Our game plan of playing behind this A wall and delaying the inevitable.
Placing swarm grenade.
We're gonna go for more mid control.
Yeah, concerned with what's happening across that area of the map. That drone spotting 2.
Right here.
What's a response from G2 here? Yeah, look at this focus across mid. This is such a different look.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to play just a full retake style this time around. They play more by the book. And Leviathan are reading into this. They understand no one's bet here.
Well, it's interesting though because they don't have the Reckoning for a retake attempt. They don't have the Thrash for the retake attempt to flood behind it.
Yeah.
So consistent with that ult, man, and he hits it again.
And he hits Trent, who had a Hunter's Fury of his own. And so now, so now the lockdown, it gets so much value. It's such a deep lockdown as well. Everyone has to play so far back. No real chance of a flood.
They flush out the side, and Aspas fills in on the space behind it. Now they have a Reckoning of their own that will only continue to cause chaos into the situation. Aspas with a little bit of friendly fire will finally go down as Tex fills in behind it. Numbers away the attack, a goop in his face, and Tex cannot settle shots. Icy's been really good. He's going to have to 1v2 to win this round, though. Mizzino weak. Comms on the flank. As is typical for him, but he doesn't even get in on the action. Mizzino cleans him up.
Whoa, comeback, bro.
So well played from Leviathan. Calm with that random Hunter's Fury. He picked the perfect spot, the perfect opportunity to use it.
They come back.
It takes out Trent of all players. The only guy that could have countered the lockdown.
Yeah, low-key unlucky.
Yeah. Like, hey, unlucky, bro.
What can you do?
Leviathan comeback
I
adik-adik.
mentioned at the beginning of the map that at the beginning of the series that these 2 teams are the best gun round teams in the tournament. Both at something like 60% and 58%, something like that. But they're topping the charts. Currently, they're sitting at 5-4 the way of Lev. So these 2 strengths that we expected coming into this series for these 2 teams has delivered.
Bangun nggak langsung ngumpulin nyawa gitu, Bang.
That's why the score is 9-9.
Biar seger, bro.
Fighting tooth and nail.
Tadi buat first match apa gimana, Bang? Buat first match doang. First map. Ntar second map beda lagi ya. Terang aja buat yang belum betting, ntar ada betting lagi.
That being said, it's the only round
Asik comeback. Aku mau G2 kalah. Emang lu ikutan betting, Jos?
Dark going back site. Mizzino's Cove. Ooh, not able to clear that out. So that will throw a wrinkle into their plans. Can they iron this out?
Weapons just aren't there for G2. We saw what they could do last time around, but this site, B site.
Kelamaan plantingnya.
Again.
Halo Hendro.
Mentioned it a few moments ago. They've had a thrifty round win already.
Join telat Om. Oke.
Surely Leviathan know that there's so many members of G2 here, but they have no space on the other side of the map.
And it's the same approach. Remember a couple of rounds ago they called a freeze. G2 didn't move. They're doing it again.
And Trent has the entire mid line, so he doesn't need to. Now he's just going to lean over. He has his own Hunter's Fury if he wants to invest it.
There's more danger in this too. Previously it was just a Vandal. This time it's a Stinger and a Bulldog.
The time, Doug. The time's running too low. Calm, he wanted to double back, but they realized the time is too low. They have to commit. The Hunter's Fury is taken out.
Wah, tidak mati, Bung. Ente. Nice try, nice try.
Leviathan to take that round away.
Coba kalau kemarin live, iya gue nggak live kemarin, bro. Ngantuk, bro. Ini aja gue ngantuk, bro. Eta.
Udah ngantuk berarti lah ya, hilang banyak.
6 of the last 7 the way of Lev, and yeah, that one was probably the closest we've seen so far.
Down to the
Sorry dah, bro.
And yeah, Trent falls,
Apa, bro?
it was the
Nggak dapat aja
gunfight
chemistry kita, bro.
where everything just went into chaos.
Oh man.
Trent falling there certainly doesn't help, but those fights right there on the other side of the cove, that's where the real trouble lied.
Nah, lo diomelin dia lemah coach Josh.
I just said, why are we peeking?
Ditinggal bentar tiba-tiba skornya begini, makanya. Berarti tadi emang attacker sided.
First time in this series.
Enggak sih sebenarnya ini map defender sided, tapi kenapa attacker lebih dominan ya? Entahlah.
Yep.
They've got the turret. Yeah, they've got the turret a little bit further back to cover. But all of Lev are back towards B.
Text got deposited by King. King is going to go back A, but he's going to be met by...
Aku mau di Arex nggak jadi pulang, bisa nggak bang? Bisa. Di Arex on EDG kok. Aman aja. Di Arex on EDG. Di Arex on Tires eSport kok. Aman aja. Cuma perjalanannya EDG jadi panjang aja guys. Woi bengong gitu, I see anjir. Nengoknya kemana? Oh,
I see, drama I see.
I see, di mana I see.
Doesn't matter anyway.
Ois, it's. Mau ngapain itu? Kacau.
Really pushing the matter here as G2 are starting to crumble. Where's the response? What's the spark? I don't think there's one this round. He's got to try to save the op, but
he's hunted.
I mean, he's surrounded. And yeah, they're trying to find him. That's a nice shot.
Bang Jonah.
Waiting on the other side. Can he try to hang on to this? White knuckling his way to keeping the op in hand, and it will slip from his grasps.
Map Asbok middle Vin, lu untungin di attack karena killjoy turret kalau defender ke sofa. Ah. Berarti cukup balance itu ya. Oh, makanan gue datang. Bentar guys ya.
See the replay of that right here, yeah. Caught Lack and thought that he was a little bit deeper, and that from Leaf just jumping down, not expecting somebody to be close sight. Why would a Sova be there is probably what he's saying to himself. But you got to be ready for everything.
That's the
he's laughing, yeah.
That's the maniacal giggle of a Sova who's playing in Cubby under hell.
Yeah.
He knows what he's gotten away with.
Absolute madman. Leaf is actually lucky that that ultimate wasn't committed into that round. So he will carry that on in the future rounds, but that's the second timeout blown for G2. No answer back for Leviathan. The only round they won again was a thrifty with one Vandal and a bunch of Sheriffs.
The thing is, they've got the potential of another thrifty round coming up, and there are a lot of ults that G2 should be able to speak of here. And we'll see those in just a few moments.
And it's so hard to get a thrifty against a Reckoning, even if you're stacked on that site. You can't just stand still with a Sheriff. I mean, we've heard of cosmetic stuns, but it would have to be cosmetic stuns on an entirely different level.
G2 have a really difficult question to answer here, and I think it's what the timeout was around. They find themselves one round away from that point. They have 4 ults, and they're 1 pip away from having their 5th, and it's on this light eco. So, I mean, you have a lot of things you have to answer here. Do you fully invest into everything and kind of empty the cupboards, throw everything at them and kind of see what happens? Do you hang on to all of them and play Fro-T? This is a really difficult spot for G2.
Yeah, and even if you get a couple kills into the round and you invest a couple ultimates, there's still a chance you don't win. What a Molly lineup. That's disgusting work.
Is that Tex?
Yep. Disgusting work. And look at the shift because of that.
You have to.
A drone is used in mid. They're so worried that a fast timing was taken.
The call on this is gorgeous because you're right. They have to consider what could be happening mid. Meanwhile,
Head 1, map 1 masih aman lah,
And who did they see in 2 last round? It was Tex pushed all the way up.
Leviathan ini butuh pemanasan aja, guys.
IC was the only one playing back A.
Oh my good, what a call from King.
But the question is now, do they invest their ults? G2 at 5, they have everything they could want. Jonah P falls, and you imagine that decision is only getting harder with every passing
udah mulai
moment.
panas.
The kill feed heavily going the way of
Woi, gimana sih? Walau,
There's no way they get away with this. There's no way they do it again.
The spikes in
Masa thrifty anjir. Wah,
There's
kacau.
so many things. You're gonna get faced into 2 as soon as you swing through this door. What can King do?
He can isolate 1v1.
They're both so weak. You've got to be careful playing this on the knife's edge. Can King stabilize?
Wah,
One big
kacau.
step done. They've invested one of the ults, but it's a bait. King's repositioning, 13 seconds left. Does he take the fight or does he go for the plant? Waits out the ult and now committing. First bit of utility through, and it's not going to tag him. He's got to know that he's there, but he's so weak. Another thrifty the way of G2.
Too overconfident was Leviathan in this round. The first 2 kills from Calm were enough. That's it. Just chill out. Another MasterCard thrifty. When you push
Facebook
that
mapiknya siapa? Leviathan.
G2 are gonna take
Terlalu
that
greedy nih.
any day of the week.
Leviathan mainnya nafsu.
This was that nerdy lineup that we saw at the beginning to clear the turret, and that's really what set this whole thing in motion. That's what led to the full focus mid. That's what led to the full A take for nothing, and that's what led to this disaster that happened out towards spawn.
What an
Greedy.
overextension.
Semuanya keluar anjir.
Leviathan have effectively
Coach, omelin,
given
coach.
G2 an in once again.
And I mean, it's not just an in. It's not like the window's been cracked. They kicked the damn door down.
Yeah,
they have
because
4 ults.
the ultimates, exactly.
What a mess of a situation. First one used. Can Calm find a kill? Again, so good with it. He's going to get a couple of tags.
Oh, a step made from Leaf.
Not finding lethality. He's quietly tucked across the middle of the map. This is really deep. I don't know that they're expecting this. Trent gets caught asleep at the wheel. And now everything starts to come through. They don't know there's a second one! And Tex is on the punish! Oh, what a mess!
3v2.
Numbers the way of the attack. The spike will get planted. Now the reckoning out from Valen. If they try to flood behind this, it would be ideal, but forget about the flood. Valen gets spammed through the utility.
Very nice, bro.
I thought the door had been kicked down. But on the contrary, it's been slammed shut. Leviathan, what a massive swing. Leaf realizing he has so many targets he has to deal with, so many angles to consider.
Dimainin dalam 2 orang lu.
Now tagged by the dart. No real time to speak of.
Yeah.
And now a shock in his face. As he tries to create a little bit of space, but he cannot. What a response from Lev. That's
Gitu
now
dong, Mas
7-4
Lev.
the way of gun
Coba tadi
for
menang.
Leviathan. They've run away with it.
Good mental fortitude from Leviathan to win that round back after how they lost the previous. A lot of teams can crumble in that moment. Maybe even lose out the map, but this double lurk play, catching G2 off guard again. And what is that? I mean, that's just, what can you do? Mazino's just spamming off of
Bro, I was begging you to bait me, bro.
What a beautiful call, man. The double insertion mid, right into the next round we go. Leviathan on map point. King has a pit. Tex one away from his ult. And the buy for G2 is not great. It's spotty.
Yeah, the fighting squad of Leviathan is geared up.
Burger apa? 5 monkeys guys, enak banget.
Of King and Tex.
Apa sih 5 monkeys?
Holding the A space.
Burger 5 monkeys enak banget.
Oh, burger.
Good
Males
shock
ya,
dart
burger.
damage. No utility being
Males
broken
burger.
yet.
G2 have been this super team's kryptonite on Icebox. But Lev seem to have figured something out. They seem to have
Gua nih burger lebih enak daripada lolos.
Early pit out from Jonah P towards A.
Nggak semahal lolos, Q. Lolos lebih mahal lagi anjir.
Should know here very soon that that's where all of it is. An alarm bot clear towards B.
Sini nggak ada apa ya?
That causes 2 players
Saya nggak ada
to
deh.
shift over. But the hit is actually coming towards A site.
It's interesting. I don't think they're convinced of this. The 2 nanos are still up. They haven't heard a tap of the spike. And Leaf is starting to creep towards mid.
Mentang main Shamar belinya burger, nggak gitu Jos. Emang kebetulan aja ini mah.
Mazino's
Mazino
perched up above it.
Huh?
The cove instantly cleared.
Wow.
And that's a spike
BSD.
dropped.
BXC.
They're gonna have to deal with a bit of their
jauh
own
dong.
though. How do they get past all the green? 10 seconds left. They haven't committed onto this yet. They haven't found enough breathing room. They haven't found enough space. They've got to navigate the pit. They've got to navigate the lockdown.
Smoke belly burger.
And the clock is burned.
Double Wagyu.
But they managed to get it down. Numbers the way of the defense with the lighter weaponry.
Banget bro.
Can they respond? That was a massive one. And King is detained. Can they find him?
Shot.
Can they hunt him down? Yes, they can. G2 will get to 11.
I thought for a second King may have gone unnoticed, but the Professor, he's not falling for that one.
Bisa menang padahal.
This is such a crazy match that we're witnessing so far. This back and forth, it's got to be one of the best. What a lockdown as well from Leaf. Super unconventional.
They just did so.
Yeah, we are. They have killed.
They did such a good job of making the site feel so crowded, of making it feel so tight, so claustrophobic.
But Stingers benefit in that moment. So it kind of worked against them.
Oh, it's a fight. It's a brawl. This again decides OT, or we're headed to a bid.
Overtime dah.
The line. But Aspas tries to respond. He cannot. Barring a miracle from King.
One veto guys, sama mudah bro.
We're going to be gifted with free Valorant. Can he pull this off?
He has so much time to work with.
Ayo King, kalau lu menang, keren lo.
Nggak, gue kira kalau lu menang gue mau di giveaway FIFA.
Doubling up.
Wow.
They realize that fear lies in the fact that they don't know where he is.
Untungnya buat saya apa ya, Pak? Untungnya buat saya apa ya?
Kurang tahu.
Notice the spacing too. Trent kind of baiting Leaf in a way.
Yeah.
Worried that King might be in some weird off angle, some weird corner.
Meanwhile, King can walk in to be unmolested.
He breaks alarm bot and the first molly, so G2 are aware now. But King can still play anywhere.
Oh!
He's still biding his time.
He could flip the map back. Spotting one, and now position given away. A spit at their feet.
30 seconds left.
Buys enough time to get the spike down.
Mantap. Enak.
Looking for a little bit of safety. Looking for a little bit of space. As the wall goes down, the first shot goes through a dink. But no kill found yet. Off the tap. He has to swing. And Trent's there to greet him. Overtime, baby.
What a shot from Trent. Sitting King down. King, he played that really, really well. Walking all the way towards B site, but it just wasn't enough. The pre-far on Leaf, the Phantom, it doesn't one-shot. And finally, the A aggression. All together, it works in the last round that they needed to bring this to OT. That's the whole purpose of this Viper Wall. There's multi-use for it. Yeah, you can use it to cut the site in half for the retake, but you can also push with it. We finally see the value.
And again, we've got to give Valen his flowers, man. 23 and 19. That's a hell of a performance from him.
Smoker anjir yang top rank.
And this is the first round, Doug, that G2 have used. Oh,
Aspas turu, guys.
I'm getting my teams mixed up right now. I was going to say they used a normal Viper Wall for once.
Overtime resetting the situation. G2 on the attack side. You've got Aspas and you've got King here. The only two close by. That Spit's going to buy some time. He's got the dash. Up. Blue whizzing by. But no kill found.
No kill found, but so much info found. Mazino, he's here quickly on the rotate.
Yeah, able to move the line of scrimmage, yes, but it's a little bit further and it's still set up. Just when they think they have that part solved, another wall goes up. That was really nicely done by Com. He took all of that space A to confirm that there was nothing else coming around, realizing that they aren't committing to the hit B, takes a step back.
And now he's back in heaven. A new angle, but he can't connect. Oh no! It's disaster for Com.
Not able to contain. Not able to be the safety valve that Leviathan needed in that instance. And so they're going to turn back towards B. 35 seconds left of the round. The pressure could not be greater.
With that one way being up, Aspas is repositioning to
30
yellow.
seconds
He
left.
might be able to find this window of opportunity as the exec is coming through.
Remember, this was where he tried finding a kill at the very beginning of the round, and he wasn't able to do so. Can he succeed the second time
Ow!
around? Icy into the swing! Icy into the kill!
Waduh. Waduh.
It's high time! People
Waduh.
start respecting G2, man. A flawless round.
Wow. Leviathan, it looked like they had a read on what was going on, but sometimes it just doesn't even matter. Calm. I loved his play. He peaked from lower.
Yeah, it was great.
And then he went heaven, but he just couldn't connect when he needed to. The pressure, unsurmountable. And then it was just easy pick'ems on the actual site. Not a single gunfight going the way of Leviathan.
Swarm grenade.
G2 getting a little bit aggressive again, getting in the mix of things at A. Four members here.
And Leviathan doing their best to make a stand. This is their home turf. 12-3 in 2024 on this map. It's their playground.
And Aspas, he's been the king of Icebox. Unmatched.
Yeah,
but Tex, oh my gosh, what a timing.
Can he find value here again? Can he get away with it one more time? Returning to the scene of the crime, but this time dealt with. The spike out towards B, the alarm bot's still up. Position given away.
Aduh, nih burger nggak bisa gue makan lagi apa ya?
Left Mizuno across the middle of the map.
Kayak pakai alat Doraemon, masukin ada lagi, masukin ada lagi.
The discipline out from G2, man. They're not giving him a single fight.
Terendut kayak gua.
Patience as Leaf almost gets punished. Pepper through,
Banget
but
bro,
responding.
anjir.
And now Mizuno
Hidden
on
gem
the
ini.
prowl.
Just be careful, that turret's gonna sniff him out.
Tricky little thing, but Mizuno was able to find safe passage, able to get across, and he has to be dealt with here. You cannot forget him.
Ini low bracket, mata bapak kau low bracket. Ini masih upper anjir.
Leaving just the slivers.
Low bracket besok.
Trent, only two left standing. Trent down to 0 health.
Wah,
Fallon.
dibikin OT lagi nih.
On low time in a 1v4, there's no shot. One round of OT was not enough to settle us. We go again.
Mizuno played that beautifully.
OT lagi nih adik-adik.
Playing to his advantages, understanding that once he lives in that moment, G2 have to deal with him. And the wall to isolate, but that beginning entry from Tex to spread the defense thin.
Defendernya susah ini.
What a play to make in a match. So risky. That was so well played from Mizuno, living in that
Nice
moment,
lurk, Ian.
putting his own wall up, using that Phantom as a spam. The only Phantom player on the side of Leviathan, on this map at least.
And so into the second round we go. G2 back on attack. A really aggressive spot here for Aspas. That's danger.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Able to get away. Fleeing.
Siapapun yang menang defend.
Forget it.
Wah, siapapun yang menang defend menang nih.
Flushed out. And again, G2 get what they want. They reset the map.
And how many times have G2 gotten the first blood on this attacking side?
Pakai alat pengganda, iya nih. Kalian tahu kan di Doraemon ada alat yang kalau makanan udah habis masukin ke situ, ada lagi, habis ada lagi. Udah kayak Tuhan Yesus nih.
Just feels like G2 have gotten so many of them.
Pengen gua burgernya ada lagi sampai mabok.
Taking the right approach.
Atau nggak usah makanan ada lagi deh. Bisa mundurin waktu aja, gue mundurin nih. 15 menit yang lalu makan lagi. Cuma beli satu. Iya bro, mahal bro anjir. Satunya 80.000. Meskipun nggak semahal Lawless tapi tetap mahal, 80.000. Gue beli kentangnya 30.000. Sama ongkos kirim 130.000.
And all the mollies aren't here.
They're a step behind the play, and Tex was way too far up. Now the spike planted, the pit invested.
Right here.
And they don't, I mean, they don't have a
kayak
drone.
Squidward ketagihan Krabby Patty ini. Enak banget guys. Kalian kalau ada uang lebih bisa sih cobain.
Yep.
Valen up close. Crosshair drained. But Trent over the top to suppress the fire helps out. King's left alone.
Di Free Fire gitu anjir.
On map point.
Clean shots from Trent to close out that round, but the setup of G2 using utility to flush out
Buat self
Messina.
reward, iya enak banget. Tapi khusus buat yang Jakarta Tangerang ya, kalau di luar kayak di Bandung gitu kayak nggak ada deh. Belum sebanyak itu cabangnya. Hidden gem Jakarta bro.
Barely see Trent in that moment. That last shot.
Hijem.
Too easy for
Hijem. Menu burger yang recommendednya apa? Ini gue makan tadi, double wagyu beef burger.
113.000 harganya di Gojek.
Right, biggest tournament of the
Ya
year.
segitu.
High pressure OT. That one.
Yep. It will be a timeout for G2 though. Trying
Banget.
to close this
Kayak
one out.
dia tuh nggak kalau lolos kan tipikal yang kayak buset. Sampai tumpe-tumpe gitu kan. Kalau ini enggak guys. Five Monkeys tuh lebih ke arah yang cukup, tapi porsinya tuh pas gitu. Kayak lu makan satu tuh kenyang gitu. Gue makan tangnya sih biar makin kenyang ya, kenyang gitu.
Bukan dua bang, lu katanya pengen dua lo bang. Dua kenyang gitu nggak?
Wow. Di kotaku ada kok 4 monyet. 5 bukan 4. 5 monyet, 5 monkeys. Nih, brandingnya kayak gini.
You mentioned feeling like they're under the biggest of scopes. I mean, everything gets exposed in situations like this. The tiniest of weaknesses.
Suka roti-rotian kah? Suka gue roti. Burger, sandwich, hotdog, Subway itu, Red Talk gitu-gitu juga gue suka. Nanti main malamnya selesai nonton VCT kayak biasanya nggak bang? Iya, tapi bukan TFT ya. Kita mainnya Abi ntar malam. Cok, jangan lupa registrasi konten kreator tuh, lumayan.
Kalau misalkan di approve dapat apa sih?
Koin atau duit kalau hoki. Ya pokoknya cuma perlu ngasih link in live streaming doang. Udah. Tapi lu mesti daftar dulu.
This time sitting around there waiting to see if it was a Molly lineup. Indeed it was. So he gets the info.
Gue pengen double sama large potato, buset. Itu lanjut nasi goreng, buset karbo semua tuh. Roti, kentang, nasi, mantep. Heart attack combo. Enggak lah, kas kayak sekali. Gue makan burger kapan terakhir? Bulan lalu kali. Jarang-jarang aku makan burger. Sekarang gue belinya Five Monkeys aja guys. Dulu gue sering beli burger sebulan 2-3 kali kali. Sekarang sebulan sekali. Kalau lagi craving aja, kalau nggak mah ya udah. Berarti nggak jam 7 tank? Pasti enggak lah. Pokoknya sekelarnya aja ntar Fnatic.
Texas Nano back towards B long, but nothing is found. They have gotten out onto A though, with very little resistance. A deep alarm bot out. Remember how heroic Valen was.
Kebab jarang. Kebab juga makan, tapi kebab tuh gua enek. Kebab lagi waktu itu sering banget gua beli. Lama banget nih.
That ult's gonna be brutal. The spam coming through the wall.
Dor.
1 for 1 found. Both Killjoy sitting on the sideline for the rest of the
Red
round.
lagi.
Equalize back and forth, tit for tat. The kill feed will not decide. Leaves left in a 1v2, now one. But he's so weak.
Lama banget.
He had no idea. Leviathan keep us again.
10 HP and a dream. Calm, he's been so good all map long. He stays controlled in that moment.
Overtime.
Takes out Leaf, who's completely unaware. There's no way for you to know Sova's.
Tapi kentang nggak berasa karbonya. Woi, kata siapa anjir? Lo tau nggak kentang apa yang pengen gua makan? Menu kentang apa? Baked potato. Gara-gara TikTok gue isinya Spatman mulu anjir. Kayaknya enak dah. Makan baked potato pakai garam, lada, keju, butter sama red bean gitu. Kayaknya enak dah. Di Indonesia mulai banyak yang jual, cuma jauh-jauh.
Trent, if he doesn't jump out in that moment with a knife out, maybe he doesn't give a freebie away to Mazzino. maybe they now have the advantage or at least
food truck itu kah? Iya ya, yang di food truck. Tapi itu buset guys. Kayak bener dia. Yang orang luar betul. Penasaran gue sama makan McBake. Karena gue tuh suka kentang goreng, kentang rebus, kentang mashed potato, kentang
bocah kentang.
Wow. Lo tau gak sih yang kayak apa sih yang kayak di Marche yang kentangnya tuh di
hash brown.
Bukan ya, hash brown suka apa namanya? Lo tau Marche nggak?
Apa tuh?
Restoran Marche. Aduh, apa ya guys namanya ya? Yang kentangnya diiris-iris panjang-panjang terus kayak dipanggang gitu loh. Jadi lebar. Kayak pancake. Apa ya namanya ya? Lupa lagi gue namanya guys. Rosti, ya Rosti. Tahu gak lu Rosti? Wah, Rosti enak banget aja.
Fotonya Rosti.
Wah itu tiap minggu saya bang.
From so close to so far.
Nggak, potato wedges itu kan digoreng. Kalau ini tuh dipanggang. Jadi kentang dipotong iris-iris panjang gitu, terus dipanggang. Apa?
Cewek dipanggang.
Waduh. Gue pikir mau ngomong apa. Iya, Rosti bener Rosti. Enak banget Rosti. Rostinya pakai telur.
Mungkin gue tahu, cuman nggak tahu namanya bang.
Iya. Marche itu yang lu makan terus kayak lu ketik deh di Google, pasti lu tahu Marche. Kayak pernah lihat lah pasti. Berumah pertama, iya ini aja berumah pertama makanya gue kayak.
Trent responding and they know that Mazino's there.
Gue pengen nonton Fnatic bro, kenapa gak Fnatic dulu aja sih?
But you're right, Calm over the top. Can he get there in time? No. A 3v3 is... Things slow down. Spam coming through, 2 HP left for Leaf.
Timing.
Leaf is so damn snappy.
Oh, timing juga. Dua-duanya kena timing aja loh.
2 HP refusing to die. And it's gonna have to fall onto him again against Aspas. The one-way smoke. It's a jump spot. Aspas.
Oh, menang. Dah. Nice. Akhirnya siapapun yang menang, Divine menang udah.
It's absolute madness in here.
Siapapun yang menang Divine menang. Dah, yuk. Leviathan.
We're witnessing Leaf coming up huge. But Aspas, the guy that I was talking about in the beginning of that actual mid to be. Yeah, that's a feels bad man moment. But
feels bad man.
He main the entire way through. He reconciled with his team, goes all the way back and wins the 1v1 like that. And no emotion. Completely void.
Emang goat.
That's what you need in times like these. It's so intense.
That's the Aspas way.
Dar. Yo, Leviathan yuk. Leviathan ini match makin lama makin panas guys, hati-hati guys.
Just to tie it back up and give another crack at it. Tex.
Remember all these tiny mind games.
Kenapa jadi main DBD anjir, nggak mau gua. Cukup main DBD-nya guys. Hidup Abi.
Well, I also think there's just been so much focus around the utility. That they've got to understand something is there. The orb goes up and
timing smoke-nya keluar tuh. Kalau nggak dibunuh masih Tex tuh.
Tex needs to get out of there. His turret's gone. Comes back with his team. Jonah P, he's a lone warrior in Snowman. Nobody to help him. That dart's gonna sniff him out.
He's by himself. You're absolutely right. Like a stalk severed from a plan and left to wither.
Buset, di-TB-in banget tuh granat tuh.
Now he's got help. The spike has been planted. And again, this harbor utility will buy time. The one benefit, though, is that Leaf is ahead of it just a little bit. And they have utility of their own.
There's still a Molly for King, and there's still a Shock Dart for Calm.
Previously divided, now reunited. A 5v5, potentially for the map. This would be ridiculous. King is going to be on this late flank. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Valen pushing forward. Trying to forge his way through. Only one kill
menang ini. Leviathan menang. Dapat angle-nya enak.
That could be the most dangerous. It did
Dah,
get to
GG.
half. But he's got to do it by himself.
Dah.
And again, position given away.
GG, Leviathan menang. Udah gue bilang, siapapun yang menang defense, dia menang. I told you, bro.
Strong and they take Icebox.
What a flank from King in that moment. He took out the wingman. He mollies the spike. It forces G2 to just swing randomly, hoping, praying for anything.
What a map. That was just map 1. Folks, stay tuned. We've got plenty more to come. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pem. Yang menang Leviathan. Congratulations. Yang voting Leviathan, kamu menang. Oh, gue nggak mau sih nge-pick winner-nya. Hah? Oh, udah. Lanjut, guys. Betting kedua. Siapa yang akan menang map 2? Lanjut. Gasken. Ding. Gila, box main TFT 10 jam aja anjir. Kenapa tim yang lolos dari winners match malah ampas, malah lebih gacor tim yang lolos dari decider? Gimana maksudnya? Contohnya? Kemi main TFT nggak ngotak bikin meta sendiri tapi komitmen master. Ya Kemi juga jago sih. Kemi TFT. Kemi adalah konten kreator TFT ku di TikTok.
YouTube ya?
Gue di TikTok.
Oh iya, terus muncul, cuman maksudnya dia kalau live di YouTube bukan?
Iya, dia live di YouTube ya. Cuma konten di TikToknya selalu muncul di FYP gue.
You can't ask for a better start than that one on Icebox. I'm now joined by Leviathan's head coach Itapata. Now, it felt like both of your teams had to make very big adaptations, adjustments throughout the game in order to try and close this one out. It was you guys that closed out in the end. So what kind of adjustments do you feel like your team made to be able to help you to take map one?
Sakit gak ya ditarik gitu, dilurus itu anjir.
The biggest adaptation that we did was not give them B main because they're a really good team. Once they take B main, it's really hard to stop how they're playing the round. Even if they go back to A, it's still really hard. If they go plan B, it's impossible to retake. So us controlling B main towards the end, it was like super key for us.
It was a beautiful game of Valorant. Thank you very much and best of luck on map 2.
Couldn't agree more with that one, Yinsu. What a clash we just witnessed on Icebox. Going to OT, it felt like no one was going to buckle, but finally G2 broke and Leviathan picked up the win. But Mimi, I mean, this whole series,
kayaknya itu gara-gara ini deh guys. Gara-gara matchmakingnya tuh kaget gitu.
They were in control of this game in the first half, but Lev took over in the second. I think a key part of this was on this A site. G2 throw a Viper wall that's different than the standard one, which means they're committed to either going for these forward plays off the wall or playing instead into the set retake rounds.
Berarti skill game antara tim-timnya nggak jauh, banyak variabel nentuin kemenangan, nggak bisa lihat dari perjalanan di CS aja. Group stage siapa aja bisa menang tergantung hal kecil tiap match, betul. Suka deh gue penjelasannya Kalbio deh, mantap Kalbio. Tapi basically emang bener, maksudnya dari semua 16 tim ini guys, 16 tim itu sebenarnya udah jago semua. Kayak gue yakin skill mereka tuh kalau kita ngomongin aiming tuh udah setara semua menurut gue ya. Kadang bisa ngeri, kadang bisa kalah. Tapi mentalnya yang membedakan. Mental yang udah terbiasa itu main di depan keramaian di setengah-tengah stage itu mengkaruh banget loh. Lu mau sejago apapun tapi kalau lu tuh gak terbiasa dengan pressure on the stage, lu bisa jadi tolol gitu. Kita ngomong gampang kan, kayak cupu nih cupu. Tapi kalau kita yang main tentu kita juga bisa kayak mereka aja.
This is King for a 2K in round 10, and here's the setup. You know, he's about to get hit with Gecko ult, so he's stunned. He's got to get out of that pit. He needs help.
Oh, sweet, but a psycho, a little bit psycho. I like to scream. Na 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 na. Oh, sweet, but a psycho, a little bit psycho.
To not let G2 play their own game. Fighting for that space in B main control.
Udah pernah main di tengah-tengah keramaian gak? Nggak pernah gue. Gue gak yakin gue juga bisa nervous sih kalau gue main kayak mereka gitu. Kayaknya itu sulit banget bro.
Aware of the utility the G2 has, and they played it perfectly. So he gets a little bit more time by using the snake bite. Tex has that also extra damage to get the kills and get more time for him. So even though he's tanking the ultimate, he's going to come out on top. That it was a beautiful.
But there was something though from earlier on when Yinsu had
gak main arena broke out anjir, arena broke out. Broke beneran tadi gue.
You were definitely seeing that come into fruition here. You were seeing each other kind of tactically get into each other's head round after round, Mimi. It really was a beautiful game to watch.
Yeah, I think this Lev attack side was really good. They know that G2 is a team who likes playing a lot of those set
retakes. Warnet termasuk tengah-tengah keramaian gak? Enggak lah. Warnet mah gak ada yang peduli sama lu. Apalagi kalau lu sewanya VIP room. Perform kompetitif turnamen bro. Tuh tengah-tengah pressure gede. Lu kalah lu pulang, nonton cheering tim sebelah. Belum lagi dinginnya setempat. Itu pengaruh loh ke semua skill.
I've got Coach Josh RT here from G2 ahead of map 2. Now, there was a map taken away from you guys. I'm sure you would have liked to play, but you also had other options you could have gone to here. So first of all, why Abyss? And second of all, how much of a risk do you think it is, considering it's an unknown territory really for both teams?
Yang mau betting silakan ya guys ya. Betting udah nyala.
Take a risk against Leviathan. They're obviously a strong team, but we're very confident on Abyss.
And how much trust do you think you are going to have for your IGL in terms of making those adaptations on the fly?
I mean, we've been practicing all month, so I trust that. My player's waving at me. One of my ex-players. I trust my IGL to make the right reads. We went through all sorts of like protocols and all that, so like we're fairly confident.
Brilliant! I can't wait to see it. Best of luck.
One of my ex-player. Anjay, mantan.
Nothing less here. Honestly, from both sides of the field here, whether it's Idopado for Leviathan or for Josh RT, there's a lot of
Abyss ini mappingnya G2 dan G2 lumayan jago sih di Abyss sih. Waduh, Aspas kalau nggak tidur ya tidur. Aspas ini kayak gue loh guys. Kayak gue kok jadi pro player kayak Aspas deh. Ada waktu kosong dikit gue tidur ya. Gue bisa makan burger makin ngantuk lagi gimana ya? Kenyang ngantuk, lapar ngantuk. Leviathan.
To have a variety of looks on the attack side and some really strong global presence on the defense.
Yeah, and the retakes were beautiful on that side as well. I think that it gave them a lot of leverage, a lot of room.
Emang ngantuk aja anaknya. Iya nih.
Thinking about getting into this
ngantuk
matchup,
adalah hal terindah, bro.
Performance that Aspas is having today, probably setting the expectations of he's Aspas at the end of the day. I think that the operator
bukannya udah dingin nih, masih pakai kipas angin portable loh.
And we looked at G2
Aspas, guys.
Even when Aspas was on the operator, he
musim
wasn't
panas,
the force
Bang.
that he usually
Panas,
is. He wasn't that stopping ground for the team. He has to
Udah
be that
mau
when it comes
dingin
to
sih.
Abyss. We need to see.
Siapa tahu gue
if they
tidur
want to
kayak
close this
Aspas
2-0,
di
I think
Abyss
that would
skillnya
give
jago
them,
dah.
a lot of confidence for the rest of the tournament.
And we did see that from Aspas when Leviathan debuted this map. But for G2, honestly, my question comes down to the mental. They had that game in their control. A dominant first half, opportunities to close out an OT, and it all slipped away from them. We've seen that before in the finals against Leviathan, failing at the final hurdle. This team has been kind of a kryptonite for G2 this year, despite how good they've been at Global. So on this map that they look so strong on in Americas, they're going to have to give us another one of those big G2 rallies to stay in the upper bracket.
If there's one thing we know about this team, though, Kukuka, it's resiliency. G2, they live by that, and they can, with this composition, they could very well find themselves in a position to force a map 3.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And don't get me wrong, at the beginning of Icebox, they were very, very dominant, but they need to show that resiliency also in the server. Those mistakes cannot happen again. The compositions, though, are very, very different, and we will see it on the server. Again, to me, I'm looking at Leviathan, I'm looking at Aspas trying to get that operator as soon as possible. And on the other side, I'm looking at Icy to be a very good counterpart as well as Valiant.
Watch Mizuno's harbor walls on this defense. Lev have a lot of looks to fight down mid, deny their opponent's space on the map, and threaten a lot of flanks through that area.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out if this America's rematch goes the distance, because I know I want it, baby. Let's go ahead and send it back to your casters. You got Doug and Baby Bay yet again for the call.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, Abyss has every reason to be a banger. We just saw 16-14 bout on Icebox. Now we get to talk about this very unconventional Astra Viper Yoru comp that they run on Abyss. And I think for, Yintu is talking about it, Dre, on the interview with Josh, about how it's kind of a risk because it's a map that's unknown. It's a map that, neither team really have a ton of reps on, at least in officials. But honestly, I love that because that's what really pushes IGLs and that's what really pushes strap-ups.
Yeah, and it's also a map that's kind of like Icebox in terms of how far the angles are. And when you think of maps like Icebox, you tend to favor a team that has Aspas on it, especially if you can get the operator up and running. Now, keep in mind, he got shut out in that last game, just like Tex just gets shut down right here on this B push.
I mean, right off the bat.
That was all spam.
Yeah, they try to get a little aggressive and fight on the other side of the wall, but it just goes the way of the attack.
And I'm such a fan of Viper on this map. I'm surprised more teams don't run it. Oh.
Easy.
Yeah, calm.
You've been spotted.
He's going to jump spot, get a little bit more info, but he has to back up now. But yeah, the Viper wall, being able to go back and forth whenever you want. The map's so big. Having that up for rotations or even just putting doubt in the defensive mind, it can be so crucial for this attacking composition that has, Icy, who could be at 2 places at once, has Astra, who could put a star anywhere.
Oh, they spotted him.
Spotted him.
They should have spotted him, but only one was succeed. And that's enough to make him flip the map. So 45 seconds left. G2 decide they don't like what they've seen A. They're going back B.
And you could beat the rotation. They're already ahead of this. This Viper wall will come up. It'll give them a free B site. As long as King doesn't sneak all the way in the back of sight.
30 seconds left.
It should be free for G2.
Oh, he's going to try. Forget about sneaking in. They just want to take the fight.
But the wall didn't even go up. The timing on that, it just wasn't quite there.
Keep a close eye on the middle of the map. You've got two players who are going for a late flank, and Leaf, I mean, a bullet between his eyes, never stood a shot. Icy and Jonah P left into, what, a 2v4, a little bit messy there. Oh gosh, it's messy everywhere, isn't it? Mazzino has gotten 3 on the round. He's trying to tuck tail, he's trying to get away. Icy, no real idea where he is. What is it? What is this? What is this game of cat? What is this game of cat and mouse? Mazzino gets his 4th, the defuse will come through, and Lev will get the pistol.
Exactly. Too many angles to look at. It could be on top of you, behind you. Have no idea where Calm is in that moment. Just too much, but there, look, the smokes aren't even out yet. So a bit of a disconnect. Going back to the B site for G2 and Leviathan, if you're gonna make a mistake at a time like this, they're gonna take full advantage of it. Leviathan continue their reign on the defensive side of Abyss. We saw the stat, they have a 66% win rate on defense. And a pistol round like that, that's gonna put you ahead. Mazzino now has a Vandal and full armor because he got 4 into that round. He's 2 off of the Reckoning. You imagine he's gonna get it, farming some of these ecos. And then he'll have that ultimate for the bonus round. I mean, Leviathan are setting themselves up very well right now if they don't get ecoed.
He's got a full Vandal, full armor. I mean, they've really invested into this, you're right.
It's just so hard for the attacking side to work the map with classics.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have one Marshall out of Icy, and he might actually get faced here. Maybe Mazzino takes a jiggle, but the discipline of Leviathan, it's pretty good right now. Mazzino now peeks out. Boom.
My ult's ready.
Well,
headshot.
That pays off.
Uh-huh. If they can somehow yoink that as well, that's an upgrade.
And that was, I mean, that was the full armor rifle.
I mean, do you invest this Yoru ultimate to grab that? I guess not. Tech's already funneling the rifles back into spawn. Boss.
They just handed the rifle over to Leaf, or the Marshall over to Leaf. Icy might go here.
They found my wire.
TP's into the
30
site.
seconds left.
The Viper wall. Creating a disconnect for Tex. He's trying to look over it, but G2 are playing this very disciplined as well.
Look at how difficult it is to deal with this Astra Viper comp. I mean, he has the tiniest of windows that he can see through.
The thing is, Valen doesn't have any stars, so the post plan, it's kind of limited right now.
Oh, patience on the trigger. Those 2 bullets cost him his life. Not able to punish, but they did manage to get the spike down. The Paranoia's all the way out. Trent and Valen both weak. King trying to hunt him down. He will succeed. And Jonah's gonna have to pull off one of the most ridiculous plays we've ever seen, and he's 2 steps closer to doing it. Tex is so weak. He's gotten 3, but the defuse is gonna come through. Surely there's no time.
What?
He gets the kills, but Lev get the round.
Aman aja.
That is a Pyrrhic victory if I've ever seen one.
What is going on?
They had so many rifles.
What is going
They won
on?
the round, but at what cost?
I mean, they're lucky to get away with that. Those shots that Jonah P just hit. Out of this world. The Viper Orb that went up to make Tex low. I mean, even the kill on Calm there, settling the shots. My goodness, if Ospas is even on the ledge in that moment, they lose the round. Yeah, Calm, he said it right there. What the bleep? But yeah, the economy, it's in shambles right now for Leviathan, at least in this round. They're gonna have to go for a bit of a light buy.
Now they have the Uro they're gonna have to deal with too.
It is being used very early on in mid though. A lot of space and info gathered, but tough in this moment. Icy, he's left to his own devices. Yeah, he has some Astra smokes to cover him.
Yeah, but he's sticking it. I mean, he had a gate crash out. He's in a really nice spot here. Oh, there was just the tiniest of pixels, but I don't think he saw it.
He needs to get out of here quickly. The Stinger can be so deadly. It's a bit of a half flood from Leviathan, at least clearing close spawn.
They've left Trent by himself. Is this a tough spot to be in? But instead of committing to getting the plant down, he swings out, gets a kill onto Tex. Still spamming, still trying to fight. Still trying to establish control on the site. Meanwhile, a great response from Calm.
Yeah, and that's an upgrade for him as well. He does a deep dart. He's able to get a rifle, and now if he wants to, he can apply pressure on the flank.
But time is of the essence. He's got to go.
He's going for it.
Icy seems aware of the fact that there could be someone on the prowl, and he would be correct. Trent spotting an elbow. Again, this is all just buying time, but time really goes the way of G2 here.
Calm is all the way behind. He hears Icy running around. He's going to get a free kill, maybe.
But again, the spike has been going on for so long.
Kasih paham,
What, they contain him here? Or they just frag him through. They're just going to mow him over. That's so well played.
And disastrous for G2. It's all off of the back of Calm, though. The pressure alone that he just applied. Everyone has to turn around. That's the cue for everybody in CT at B to run out and flood the site.
Mantap Bang Kom, kunyah terus sampai gigi lu copot ngunyah perman karet.
Everyone turns around to deal with this. Look at that.
Take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty one more time.
Nobody looking at the players in B site, running forward. It's disastrous for G2. After what was a great eco round.
Lip guys, 2-0. Lepi menang, Lepi.
Light armor on 4 members.
Lipai, Sasageo, Sasageo. Sinso, Sasageo.
But Lev in full control here.
I mean, yeah, but exactly. Still, the way that you lost the last map, going into the way that you
Gue belum
lost
pernah main di map Abyss, tapi gue kayak udah familiar sama map.
So damning on the mental.
Yeah, especially in this last one. And now King is doing that.
Left King.
Trent was on his way down.
Kamu jatuh, Trent.
It feels like it's getting out of control very, very quickly for the side of G2. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a very early timeout from Josh.
Abis ini juga timeout. Gitu. Enggak deh.
I don't normally
ronde 5, ronde 6 baru timeout.
Situations like this, but GB did mention G2 are known for how they struggle with resilience, or how they fight through adversity with resilience, how they manage to navigate those things. And the truth of the matter is, under the brightest lights of the year, under the biggest stage of the year, that will be tested. And that's exactly what's happening to G2 here. Leviathan have come out of this with an excellent game plan. And yes, a couple of things have gone their way. But this has been gorgeous to watch. And King is leading from the front. I've lost track of how many kills he's got so far, but he's popping off. Yeah, just for that round.
And his paranoias have been on point as well.
Yeah.
So much value.
Cenayang anjir King.
We saw it on one of the retakes.
Yeah, what happened to Trent here? Oh, he's flash. He was on the way down.
Walah weh. Ternyata Trent jatuh terkena flash.
I mean, Icy gets the flash there to try to set himself up, but the timing just wasn't quite there.
Punten habis meeting. Halo Josh. Sore Asti ya.
So it will
langsung time out. Padahal kan lagi episode round anjir.
Yeah, they needed that badly. It's not the fact that you're down 4-0. Okay, whatever. You've been down 4-0 before. Sure. It's the way that you
Gimana
got
nih,
to this point.
Josh?
Yeah, I would agree.
Coach Josh maksudnya. Katanya tadi PD di
that gun round. That's I mean, after what you just did to the economy.
4-0 Josh.
You destroyed it. You could have put yourself in such a good spot. You had the spike planted. One solo warrior of Calm just decimates that for you. And then even in this eco round, it was so fast-paced. King just gets a spam kill for free. A hard read, flicks to Icy.
And then poor Trent.
Yeah.
That goes there.
Leviathan already up 4-0 on this map. Ultimates are coming into fruition. Aspas has an operator online.
Oh, try again.
Yeah, cheeky little cam spot. I like this one. Good for the retake. Good for setting up Aspas.
Kamera Oppo Thomas, di situ Mas.
To just swing off of.
That seems like that's what the setup is.
But it's aggression. All the way up B main and out. A bit of a push and pull now, but no space gathered from the side of G2.
Well, I think that's a whole approach on a play like that from the very beginning, is to just shove them back, jam them at the very beginning of the round. And now if they want to clear this, they have to wait out. They have to either wait out the harbor wall.
Use utility.
Or use utility, yeah. Or face check it, I guess. And then who knows what's waiting on the other side.
Yeah. And so far the rotations from Lev, it was push B main, take control of it, go back, fight mid, come back again. It's much like their Sunset approach. If you watch Leviathan on Sunset, one of their best maps, they take B main control a lot. Go all the way back, listen for the audio cues of teams re-clearing that space. And they kind of meet you step by step. That being said, this is a way, way bigger map.
Right here.
One buddy.
There's so much more to deal with, so much more to consider.
Yeah, that cam, that's a nasty
That's a crazy cam. Yep. Like it's such a deep angle.
Nanti malam live lagi Babyface, tentu saja kita bermain Abi nanti malam.
Take out Mazzino, so that is big. The cam is not seen.
Tex almost makes a meal of it. It's only able to find one. Bounce on the response, and now they can push away back towards A. With the spike in hand.
Oh, dia sabar dikit ya, dapat 2 tuh.
The architect for G2 pushes forward.
Bounce dead.
Dead.
And they weren't able to get the spike down. It's well out of reach. There's nobody who can scoop it up here. Can he get it down in time? It's gonna be
nice.
so close. 1 second left. Now a 2v2. The flash in his face off comes through for
Aspas.
He's left by himself. One man standing between him.
2v1, apakah bisa menang?
G2 and Leviathan's 5th round.
Ya guys, ntar malam Abi lagi guys.
Com's dart is not up. He's got 2 shocks. I can't tell how soon it will be. Meanwhile, Aspas with the op. Trained on main. You best believe that's where the swing is coming from, but it's a rare miss. He's forcing Com to deal with
Bang
it.
Aspas.
And he's bought time.
Bang Aspas nge-wave guys.
30 bullets now. Aspas on the tap. He's baiting him. He's tempting him into the swing. He's tempting him into the fight. And he holds the line. He calls the bluff. What a play from the kid.
Oh.
A 1v2. Yeah, he flashes his teammate of leave, trying to get him out.
Nice try, nice try.
But it doesn't matter. The power of Yoru. We just saw it in full effect. The TP all the way back into main. So many angles that Leviathan, Com, and Aspas have to clear. And maybe, just maybe. Oh, that's that nasty cam again. I gotta shout that out. That is nasty work right there.
That's filthy, yeah.
Valen, good on him for getting that trade. That easily could have been 2 kills. But Aspas with that operator, kind of have to approach the retake a little bit slower. If he has a rifle, maybe you can speed up
kalau itu gak nge-wave aja Aspas menang udah.
Right,
Jadi
so
pecah gini.
very well.
Acu.
So the Red Bull clutch gets G2 on the board. 3 ults to speak of. Leviathan still in the lead, still with plenty of money too.
Aggression again. This time all the way in aim, and Aspas is going to take a very deep line. And the reaction is to walk all the way up B. Red on this line, flash goes through.
Good night. Jonah P puts him to sleep, and now they've invested the pit too.
You still follow up utility as well. The Astra suck right there. Just to secure it. Jonah P, the run and gun.
Oh,
Mazzino using the Viper wall against G2.
It's just chaos.
Yeah, meeting his teammate, a little bit of a spray down amongst friends, but Valen, he gets taken out somehow.
Oh, Trent ada di luar anjir, pintar juga dia.
He's still in the pit, and you got 2 over the top. They're still looking for him. They're trying to find him, and they do.
Oh, Jonah ada mati.
Now the wall goes up.
Liv sama Trent di luar. Review itu tapi gue yakin Leviathan kalah ini.
Uncomfortably close, but he does have assault. Has to take a step back if he wants to invest it. Aspas has already got it to half. He had the nano to cover. What a gorgeous layering of utility.
Gak bisa itu, tuh kan. Main util doang anjir, pinter banget loh.
Even with such an advantage that G2 had into this round.
Gila.
Think of the entry, think of the Viper.
Nice util, bro.
Follow up utility. It's still so close. These post plants are kind of getting away from G2. It's something that they are very crisp on. Something that they win cleanly. That's a nice shot from Lee.
Did a couple of really big ones.
You ready for this?
Nate.
That's a crazy cliffhanger, man.
Yeah.
You hit me with it. You ready for
I was waiting. I was waiting.
I don't know. I was ready.
I guess the timeout. I guess that's what he was foreshadowing. So it'll be a chance for both coaches to talk to their teams.
Kasih
A chance for Leviathan
paham.
to maybe stop the bleeding.
Oh, set Aspas tidur lagi tuh, lihat tuh.
G2.
Aspas setiap time out tidur anjir. Kenapa dah?
That 1v2 clutch.
Dari ikut-ikutin gue lah, tidur itu adalah branding saya ya. Kacu.
Jonah P, who was somewhat quiet on the last map, he's starting to pop off, man. Big moments getting that Viper's pit down. Yeah, he got spammed, but...
I mean, the time that he bought was insane.
Yeah.
For a good, it felt like 30 seconds. I'm sure it was more like 6, but they invested everything into finding him. It was perfect.
Lagi nge-charge.
Sitting at 9 and 5.
Udah kayak robot deh.
Now I'm curious here.
Coach yang sendirian, coach mana? Mana ada yang sendirian Astia? Nggak lihat tau di. Nggak lihat gue. Ini semua berdua deh tadi gue lihat. Ada yang sendiri ya?
Might be a pickup star. Maybe just.
Aspas banyak wave OP-nya hari ini, iya nih. Aspas sedang tidak menyala-menyala banget. Tadi di map 1 juga Aspas nggak top frag. Ntar coba dilihat lagi Asia, tidak melihat aku. Nah, tuh kan. Mantap
G2,
King.
They gotta be very careful. Every time they put this Astra smoke up, King has just spammed it. It's a bit of a hard read into how G2 like to approach when that smoke goes up. I'd like to see
Satunya BRB toilet mungkin.
Try to punish King in that moment. Make him play a little bit more passive, second guess himself from holding it. Man, the cams that Tex has, I mean, he's been cooking.
Yeah, that's another crazy one.
It's the power of Cypher versus Killjoy.
Gila, itu kamera di mana lagi anjir? Kamera di ujung map, di luar map bahkan. Oh fuck.
That being said, it's not going to matter in this round because it's a full A commit.
They smoked out Heaven, but Com's ahead of it already. At least I thought he was going to fully take the space, but he doesn't commit to it. I guess waiting for his teammates on the other side. King does have a paranoia. This is danger. There's the paranoia.
Oh.
Your power-wise, you're kind of boom. For me, they're like the gate.
Kalau nggak tidur baca manhwa. Anjir, kalau nggak tidur baca manhwa, mantep emang dia. Buat dia turnamen udah kayak ranked match biasa aja guys.
And there it is, invested, the spam coming through. Now he's on his own. Oh, he positioned so beautifully, but Aspas knew exactly where he was. King will get the defuse, Lev will get to 5.
Oh, kalau misalnya pemainnya pengen pipis, bisa manggil technical timeout. Kalau kebelet berak banget gitu kan, bisa panggil pemain bisa technical timeout. Kalau kebelet banget, pernah kok waktu itu siapa ya? Kebelet pipis, technical timeout. Pipis dulu orangnya. Kedinginan.
It was pretty convincing, Trent. The fact that he got a second there, that was awesome. It just wasn't quite enough. So off the timeout, much like Icebox, Leviathan answer back swiftly. And the economy now broken and in shambles for G2.
Right here. Aspas has an outlaw full armor. And as you were just mentioning, the situation's not great in the G2 case.
Kalau pepisnya 5 kali gimana? Ya nggak boleh, maksimal sekali doang. Lu kalau udah, bro lu main 2 jam masa pipis 5 kali anjing, beser amat. Kacau.
And so between the fake all the way deep down mid and the fact that you have Astra Stars on both sides,
di Abyss ada pintu yang bisa dihancurin.
There's no real idea of what's happening across the map. The problem is they're guessing correctly. They're 2 facing here. They have found them, but how do they commit past this?
It's so tough. The choke is so small. They're gonna have to give. King, he gets out of dodge.
Com repositions too.
Yeah, wisely so. They could have gotten flooded by those classics, the Spectre that they heard.
Doing a decent job of getting a lot of this space and a lot of utility out from Lev.
Yeah, this is very well played from the anchors of the A site.
Oh.
Now they're all posted up just outside.
Timing is everything, bro. Oh.
If you want to, we're gonna walk in instead. Mazino gets taken out.
1 bullet left. Now reloading, buying just nice try. He did, but Com on the swing punishes him. I mean, what in the world do they do here? Valen is a classic. That's not going to connect there.
Nice try, nice try. 6-2. Ayo. Go, Leviathan, go, Leviathan, go.
Very, very high level right now. Com, he seems very aware of the possibilities and the situations, and also he's not hesitating on the timings that he needs to take. He hears that reload animation, like you said. He doesn't go right away. He waits a little bit, but then he goes for the wide swing. Leaf just has no chance in that moment, and even this right here, the poise to just do a little bit of jiggle, not overextend too much.
Dude, he's still lurking? What is that guy doing? Fucking bad. Does he not?
Trash talk gitu, look at the scoreboard. The 2 players that are hitting a flow state in this match, in this map of Abyss, 11-4, 10-4, both A anchors. They have A on lockdown. Who are you going to run into? You want to run into Aspas and Cypher Utility and a Harbor? Or these 2 kids popping off?
Remember, we mentioned too at the beginning of the series, it's a supporting staff that when they struggle, Lev does. But they're the ones that are putting up a ridiculous performance.
And when they do, it's just a wash.
Aspas has his op. There are 4 waiting on the other side. The smoke comes through, the peek comes out.
It's a leg shot.
Enough to buy some time. Tex with 10 HP, continuing to fight.
What a risky play from Tex. The confidence is brewing for Leviathan right now.
For good reason.
Getting away with murder.
G2 have been successful up until this point before. They've gotten into post-plant situations, but they lose the plot at this point. They've been here. They've got to find a way to find success here. Lockdown dealt with. Now they're going to have to deal with all of these deep walls. What's the second layer? Is there a second layer? It's off the tap. 2 kills already found.
And the cast, yeah.
And now they have the code. They can play around. Mazzino's going to get spammed as he tried to get aggressive. But it still hasn't, I mean, it hasn't gotten half yet. Trent still has a shot at this, but how do you deal with the targets? How do you deal with hotspots? How do you deal with comm?
Yeah. It's a close one, but not close enough. Leviathan convert another round, another retake win. And Trent in that moment, he tried pre-firing Aspas. He was 10 HP.
Dude, how do you swing like that with 10 HP as Tex?
He's a maniac. That's what happens when you play confidently and play aggressive. What a nice shock from Comm. Comm has been so good this map. Even the last map.
Boys, please, someone get in the cove. I'm running, bro. I'm just getting the cove.
Tuh bang, power of the power of nap. Apa tuh? Kenapa gua nggak lihat apa-apa lagi? Buset, 7-2. Pantai bang, 10-2-in bang. Patah-patah dari Devin apa dari? Kayaknya gua deh, gua ada patah-patah dikit tadi. Tuh, patah-patah.
From earlier is to counter this exact play.
Possibly.
It doesn't matter when you have Mazzino from the top ropes taking out Jonah P.
Weapon here.
A lot of audio cues being heard.
Weapon here.
Surely he doesn't go for it.
No, I think with the smoke that just went up too.
Oh, masih ada. Saya pikir Bapak sudah bobo.
I know we're still watching the B players, but if G2 do decide to go back and they don't make audio cues doing it, he could really get punished. Oh, but he hears that alarm bot being opened up.
They're going to get up a decent amount towards mid, but there's a trip keeping him back, and then King close by.
Yeah, this is very difficult for G2 to break through.
The dart's not going to tag anyone out from Comm, but as soon as the trip gets cleared, King realizes what's ahead of him.
Oh!
Paranoia.
Wow!
It doesn't connect. What?
Blinding yang sangat wow.
That's a ridiculous shot, but Mazzino's still gotten 3 on the round.
Uh-oh.
And for as much as G2 try dialing up
3, 2, 1, kosong.
different, as much as G2 try creating chaos, I mean, Lev are just a step ahead.
There's always an answer. Leviathan filling the gaps very well. The picks don't go their way. That Yoru clone and the swing behind it was too much for King. But the follow-up from Mazzino. That's off of a tag of a cam.
Another cam, by the way.
Yo.
Nice cam, bro. Nice cam.
Yeah, Tex is like 4 and 8.
Waduh.
He missed the jump.
Tex.
That's crazy.
I fell off the map. GG guys, good luck.
Ian Bosch, where are you going?
Like, as he might be,
I fell off the map.
He might be falling off the map.
GG guys, good luck.
Scenes, but the value he's been able to provide on this defensive side has been nothing short of impeccable.
Yeah, the power of the Cypher.
Diobok-obok guys, G2 guys.
It's not like
Di mapnya sendiri guys.
The cam, there's so many high spots you could put it at. You could use it for retake. You can use it for early info. Apparently, you could use it to now spam off of. I've never seen somebody actually use that consistently.
Banyak banget yang jatuh di map itu emang. Map Dajjal.
Scanning you, or like a Soba drone tagging you, where it's clear. It's a flash, and that's it. Mazzino's reaction time in that instant.
Main game berat aman, non live masa patah-patah. Karena gue nontonnya terlalu live kayaknya deh. Kalau nggak terlalu live aman kok nih.
And so Lever up 6 rounds. G2 are very much lost.
2 round lagi nih. Apakah 10-2 atau 8-4 dari Kadik?
They actually gain a lot of space, but they're doing it on eco rounds.
I mean,
if they had weapons,
look at the timeline. It's not that they're not getting space. It's not that they're not getting the spike down. It's they're losing the post play.
Menunggu Kodev jatuh di habis. Aduh. Jangan dah.
I believe it was 5
Ntar gue pensiun kalau jatuh di habis.
And I couldn't see the first 2.
Another new cam. Very aggressive this time. Buying time for the members of Leviathan to rotate if need be. Instead, they're going to react and take a main control.
There's an alarm bot that's keeping him back.
Going for drone. Okay. Aspas has been found.
But I think the impressive thing, though, is, yeah, they found Aspas, but they cleared out the alarm bot that was keeping Lev back. And so now there's a trap setup. They could fully fill in A main and crunch in B. If they try to rotate back in, they've got a Paranoia setup out from King. This is such a good setup, and it was all off of pushing and clearing that alarm bot out.
And the follow-up dart now solidifies the info that this will be a B hit. But we've seen how deadly the retakes of Leviathan have been in this half.
But the one difference is they've got the Cosmic Divide they can play around. This is a new wrinkle into the fold, and look at Leaf's position. He's going to hear so much and be able to calm everything that's happening on the other side. King has to be careful, waiting on the other side of the box, but they don't expect him. They don't know he's there. And again, King makes claim for the throne.
And you know what? Tom goes unchecked, unnoticed now. The contingency plan again.
It falls apart. They've gotten the spike down, but this time Leaf might be able to equalize. What a filthy 3K, but again, Calm has to do it on his own. He's spotted Icy, he's gonna try to flush him out, switch to the classic, and Icy cleans him up. G2 gets a 3.
93 deh guys.
Leaf with a monstrous flank. Absolutely destroying everybody. I love the bait of
sama-sama saling nge-flank gitu loh anjir. Kom sama King nge-flank. Ini juga nge-flank.
To get so close to that. I mean, so off of a proper lifeline, G2 get their 3rd round. Any victory counts here. Anything is valuable.
Cover going out.
It looks like it's just going to be an A approach. So many ultimates will be invested here.
Curse or no? Kayaknya enggak sih. Feeling gue Leviathan menang 2-0 guys.
There's a flank out from King. There's a lot on Leaf here. He's got to expect it. He's got to know that he's there, but he hears him knife out. Again, the trap. Can Icy hold the line? 35 HP now. He continues to get peppered. He continues to get tagged, but he continues to
3 HP tuh. 7 HP tuh Icy tuh.
Settling and slowing things down just a bit. It's just a tap and they don't know Jonah P's
Wah,
there.
Aspas.
But he's
Aspas di belakang.
Up, disposed of. Now numbers the way of Lev as they're trying to push their way forward to the 9th round of the half. The Hunter's Fury, and he has no idea where he is. Only one tag found. The second will go through, not connecting. Khan trying to at least get it to half. Balance not able to stun those shots.
2v1.
1v2. Got to deliver against Aspas on the other side. The time is in his favor.
Aduh, Aspas.
The Red Bull clutch for G2.
Aspas AWP-nya nge-wave mulu nih, kacau. Tidak menyala bangku.
What a back and forth battle. And much like Icebox, it's another.
Apakah comeback kayak Icebox lagi, guys?
The retakes were amazing. But the change, G2 playing more confidently. They're still in this thing.
Those last 2 rounds are a life.
안제 CEO guys, orang kaya guys.
서울 챔스를 좀 어떻게 탐방하실 예정인지 한번 묻도록 하겠습니다. I heard you just landed this morning. Yeah, so what's your plan on how to explore Seoul Champions this time?
So first of all, we come back, River Sweep, of course, and then tonight, Korean barbecue, of course.
Alright, sounds like a plan. 일단은 G2가 컴백을 할 거고 그 다음에 오늘 끝나고 승리를
bisa aja lu.
축하하려고 코리안 바베큐 이제 고기를 구워 먹을 예정이라고 하네요. G2가 올해 뭐 어센션, 아메리카스 그리고 챔피언스까지 엄청난 성적을 보여주고 있는데 얼마나 뿌듯하신지 한번 묻도록 하겠습니다. Ascension, Americas, and Champions. G2 has been killing it. How proud of you? How proud of the team are you?
It's amazing. The story of this roster is like you cannot read it. Like they come back from Ascension, they come back in VCT. We also come back with them. And for me, this is an amazing year. I'm very proud of them. Now it's about how far we're going to take it.
이번 챔피언스에도 당연히 컴백을 할 거고 뭐 어센션, 아메리카스에서도 항상 컴백했던 G2니까 아주 좋은 성적을 기대하고 싶다고 하네요.
Yuk kita temenin nonton Day6 sama si Mbak Korea.
Back to Abyss.
Sama Mbak Korea.
Tuh, hostnya mau nggak?
Thank you so much, Bella. Always good to hear from Silgar and really the leadership at G2 who's had the privilege of
Kacau.
watching this team.
Ditolak Mamba Koreanya sama Joko, guys.
That is incredible, but like you and I talked about before, Dre, stories feel really good right through all of it, but if there's not a good ending at the end of the book.
Aspas sedang fokus dengan manhwanya, Bang. Lagi klimaks.
Everybody's chasing that Cinderella story, and right now
I just wanna read manhwa, kata Aspas.
It's been absolutely insane.
So and now we're going to get to see what G2 do with this comp on defense. Given that they're down 4 rounds, given that they've got this funny Astra, Yoru, Viper, what does this look like on defense?
You have a lot of stall, you have a lot of delay, a lot of stuff for the retake, but the problem is going up against Leviathan's a comp on attack.
Kita lihat apakah 8-4 akan menjadi 13-4 dengan cepat. Waduh, Aspas low banget, belum apa-apa tuh.
Is really good on pistol round, so G2 doing their due diligence, setting themselves up for a beneficial retake. And we've seen how aggressive Leviathan are in the post plant.
That's now the second cascade invested towards window. And so it's effectively just shut them out of the round, or shut them out of the site.
Concealment.
Ooh!
Valen, be careful. Tex into the face, not able to connect. Leviathan again. The value that they're able to find here is ridiculous. G2 are not able to get any footing on the situation. A tap of the defuse, but that's all it is. As Joe P meets his demise.
Oh,
he's been dealt with.
Nice.
As has G2.
Nice, Aspas.
Another pistol the way of Lev.
So many different layers that G2 have to walk through. Yeah, you clear close, but all of a sudden proactivity into Nest. Once you have Nest, Mizzino could cut the site in half with the harbor wall, and it's just too hard. And you have to break through so many sets of utility.
And that's where I think we see a difference of the Harbor versus the Viper in situations like this. As Harbor, you can be so much more dynamic with what you want to do. Yeah, exactly. You realize there's a gap because you don't have a smoke of heaven. Because
ini mah memang defender-sided banget sih.
Ya
kita lihat aja nih makanya nih. Defender-sided apa enggak nih?
The first time around. And it really felt...
The fuck? The fuck? The fuck?
Hey,
yeah,
you don't give you don't get ultimate orbs.
Okay.
You don't give ultimate orbs.
Gila, nggak ada perlawanan anjing.
I've never had a second round go that
quick. Mau ngasih buat ulti kali dia.
Iya memang, cuma lucu aja anjir.
Very well.
The fuck?
Hey, I mean, it beats waiting for the spike to be planted. I mean, if you give Aspas or Mizzino more kills, all of a sudden on the bonus round, they have an ultimate.
I appreciate them hurrying this along.
Pertama kali gue ngeliat ada satu tim kompak bunuh diri.
All right. The Harbor utility across the middle of the map now with the dart waiting on the other side, instantly cleared.
And something I want to talk about is 2 operators on either end. Aspas, he has an operator. Icy has an operator.
Difference is, Icy's no armor to it.
I wonder how this head-to-head is going to fare. We've seen how deadly Aspas can be with an operator on the attacking side.
But we saw a couple of clips on the side of G2 as well. So we will see.
Okay.
The first shot rattled, and now they know there at least is one on the defensive side.
And now confidence for Aspas to take more angles, okay? Both teams aware now that there's an operator in play. The thing is, when you're on the defensive side and there's an attack op, it makes you feel like you can't really hold certain angles that you normally would against a rifle. And that's why all of this A space is conceded. It's going to be another
retake. Itu arahnya bener tapi ketutup sama smoke dan tembok sama lantai. Ya, Tex. Tex dapat ini, IC mati nih. Aduh. Waifu, guys.
So the 1-for-1 continues to go their way. The thing is, they've got, again, Leaf in a really good spot. But Aspas plucks him out of the window.
Oh, nice.
As Trent gets another 2v2.
Oh, nice, Aspas.
They cannot stand.
Wah, bonus round aja kalah lu.
Lev get to 11.
Okay.
Again,
2-0 lah Dayo.
Utility from the side of Leviathan.
Udah 11-4, guys.
Kira-kira. When Icy falls in that moment, that's your only flash. We're getting a replay of what happened in the previous round, but with Icy dying, you have no flashes on the board. How do you break through the Omen smoke? You have to body check it. Now you're running into an operator. There's a player on an off angle that is King.
Sepertinya
easy
GG
for
nih kali.
Leviathan in these moments. G2's composition is getting exposed right now. And the attack op is still in play. G2, they have to invest into this. Leviathan are at 11 rounds. And
there's nothing to cover. I mean, it's deja vu.
Much like the previous round.
Bakal dilarang dia sih kayak gitu sama Riot. Apa yang bundir itu? Enggak lah. Kenapa? Itu kan part of strategi.
2 Bulldogs, 3.
Justru rugi di G2 loh. Biasanya kan bisa thrifty.
They've got to find a way to convert this round. They have to find a way to win. Otherwise, it's going to be series point and they're going to be on a broken
Itu kan strategi guys, nggak mungkin dilarang. Rugi di G2 juga. Kan ada peluang bisa menang, jadinya enggak.
Calm, he gets spammed.
It's a dead calm, you're right, but they've gotten the spike down. Can Lev without a 3v5?
Wave crashing.
Again, G2 have to find a way to win here, or it's wraps.
Jonah P needs to speed this up. But
He's so
King,
far back.
Yeah, King's gonna check him here. Osbos, the forefront.
Oh, aduh.
Just barely. Not spotting anyone.
Aduh,
right.
kalau dia kanan dikit dapat tuh tadi tuh.
Slow burn. And it might pay off. There's nobody looking. He's gonna find his timing, isn't he? There he goes. Diffuse is coming through for Icy as well. G2 will get to 5. Can they keep the weapons though? That's the key. Any weapon loss hurts. What a snap. They keep 2 weapons into the next. One of them upgraded.
Yeah, nasty stuff. Nasty stuff, but keep in mind, that was a 5v3 in benefit of G2. Oh, he jump spotted Calm. Good heads up play, but can you rely on that? I don't think you can.
No, what is that running gun? That is crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm playing A again.
Well, we know where Leaf's headed.
I do like that even though it's 11-5, the spirits of G2 are still high. They know they're not out of this tournament yet.
Yeah, but what a boost of confidence it would be.
Yeah.
The reckoning towards B. And Jonah P's left by himself. Icy was there with him, but TP's away. He's got a lot to answer, all on his own. But he's finding enough cover in all of the utility, all of the smokes. I mean, yeah, Kramas crept forward, but does he realize he's not alone? Does he realize there's company? Yes, he does.
Oh, dia ngeliat.
Flushing him out of the sight. And now Trent's gonna try to do what Jonah P could not. This time he's got help though. Icy is joined the fray.
No one can peek out though from the side of G2. You're gonna get opt.
Happy birthday untuk Fadur 15 Agustus kemarin. Hari ini. Happy birthday Fadur.
They're just waiting for the utility to be in their favor. You see a dart. You see a harbor wall go up. Just now Osbos will creep up forward.
They're still really huddled up. They're all together. Misery loves company, and it's not going their way.
Aspas.
He's by himself
hey,
now.
Aspas.
Leviathan, again.
Mantap.
Just destroy G2. This has been such a stomp.
I said it. This map can be very similar to Icebox in the way of the sight lines and everything, and we're seeing the approach on the attacking side of Leviathan be similar to that. If you recall on A site when Leviathan would hit, they would wait for the utility to be in their favor and then go on their second wave, maybe the third wave even. And against the Viper, they have the advantage. They have way more rechargeables. Valen threw down so many sight smokes. Leviathan just bided their time, waited for them to go away.
Calm's on his own here. That gravity well just a little bit off the mark. Not enough to punish.
Osbos again, he's just gonna walk all the way up mid. It's like I'm watching a Scent attack.
They've smoked off the turret. And so you've got Leaf, who kind of has to peek a little bit. But decides he's not super worried about it. The drone out from Trent will clear.
But that's a drone you would much rather have for the retake. Needs to be careful.
29 HP now.
They're gonna hunt him down. I don't think they're gonna let him live.
I mean, they don't really have the guns.
Mati deh.
They've got to find a way to get more of an advantage. That will certainly help. No real way to upgrade the weapon, but they have a numbers advantage. And I feel like we haven't really been able to say that much this map at all.
Icing ulti itu dicari di clearing mid, balik ke B, gak ada siapa-siapa, mereka udah tahu pasti ke A, ada perang di A.
Trent's walled off of one. leaving Valen to attempt to hold the line by himself, the only one with vision, and he's flushed out of the sight.
Leviathan's clear game plan is just use utility second.
Oh, post plan.
He's got the op in hand. Pushing forward a little bit.
Oh, I see mati. Ya, GG dah udah dah. Oh, aspas. Dah GG. Dah GG dah. Bye bye, Lord Breaker.
He's gonna find his one with 2 bullets left and 2 targets to be dealt with. He cannot.
Let's go, Leviathan!
Obliterate G2 on Abyss and advance.
Oftentimes, when you think about teams that are very well prepared,
let's go!
You think of G2. But what happened here today, especially on this map of Abyss,
GG.
was nothing short than outstanding for Leviathan.
GGWP Leviathan.
Attack, even the defensive side.
Abis ini guys, tim Heretics lawan Fnatic.
Aggressive. Trusting their retake with their composition. The paranoias from King on point.
Yeah, I don't know what they've got cooking in the Lev camp, but it's working.
And calm. I mean, his performance on this map was spectacular. Sitting at the top, 20-8.
There's something about calm when
Sentinel,
the stage and the lights have a
EDG,
little shine of gold to them.
Leviathan, tinggal Fnatic gak sih guys?
And he showed up today.
The only remaining member of that roster that won last year.
Pika mancur-hancuran dah, Pika mancur. Hancur, Pika mancur.
This is a Lev team that's hitting their stride at just the right time. You know, you've been there.
It's okay.
Right? On these long years, on these long tournaments, a team catches fire, and who knows? Who knows what happens, right? It becomes an unstoppable situation, and for Lev, it really seems like they're hitting that stride.
Especially with the pieces that they have as well. For it to come into fruition at this moment.
You couldn't ask for much more. You really couldn't.
And for G2, although it's a tough pill to swallow, they're not done. They're not out of the tournament yet.
G2 banyak banget jatuh.
They'll have to run it back.
Tiga orang jatuh kalau nggak salah sepanjang game.
They're gonna have to show up. They're gonna have to win these OT games.
Yeah, I mean, that one getting away from you there and then losing the way you did. I mean, you set the tone at the very beginning. You lose map 1 the way you did, you lose those first couple of rounds, and all the air is left out of you.
You can have the strongest mental in the world, but at some point you're gonna break.
And so again, you've got Leviathan, who make their
Udah bisa betting belum?
really dispose
Belum.
of G2 in
Sorry,
very
ya.
dominant fashion on Abyss.
Yes, akhirnya bisa lanjut baca manual.
And they're able to advance. We've got the Verizon post-match interview on the stage behind me right now. With
Abis ini siapa yang main? Abis ini Fnatic lawan ini guys, tim Heretics.
Time for the post-match interviews, and I'm joined by Leviathan's Tex. Congratulations, Tex!
Thank you.
Thank you.
텍스 선수의 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 5번째 만남이지만 오늘 G2와의 경기 레비아탄이 가져갔습니다. 더 큰 무대 이번 챔스에서 승리 소감 먼저 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Capek ketemu di Arex out nih. Kan di Arex lawan Trace Esport dulu bro.
Feels good doing at an international, not gonna lie. It's cool to do it in America, but it feels better here.
국제대회에서 이겨가지고 더 특별하다고 하냐. 아메리카스에서 했던 승리도 너무 좋지만 챔피언스라서 좀 더 뜻깊다고 합니다. 그리고 서로가 잘 아는 상대인 만큼 되게 심리전이 많이 중요했을 것 같은데 이번 아이스박스 연장에서도 그렇고 좀 어떤 점을 많이 신경 써서 했는지 묻도록 하겠습니다. You know, you guys know each other so well, so I feel like it's the mind games that really mattered this time. So what was like the key to success today with like the icebox overtime and all?
We just had to change a couple things.
Okay, betting next match.
So it's really just like.
Gua mulai sekarang ya, 10 menit ya.
Even in the bathroom, we're like, you know, messing with each other, and like that sounds kind of weird, but yeah, no, honestly, it's just changing things and making it look the same.
이제 조금 이렇게 이곳저곳 수정을 많이 했고 뭐 미드에서 더 많이 플레이를 한다든지 아니면 배드룸에서 조금 더 이렇게 한다든지 계속 심리전으로 이런저런 좀 찔러보는 그런 택틱을 많이 썼다고 합니다. And you know, next up is Team Heretics and Fanatics. Who do you think is going to take the win after you? 이제 다음 경기 팀 헤리틱스랑 푸나틱의 경기인데 오늘 승리의 기운 어떤 팀이 받아가게 될지 보도록 하겠습니다.
That's a hard one. Both teams are good.
Yeah.
I think it might be Team Heretics, and it's going to be really close.
Oh, okay. 팀 헤레틱스지만 엄청난 접전일 거라고
Fnatic lah,
하네요.
bro.
레비아탄의 텍스 선수는
Fnatic yang menang ini, Fnatic. Let's go. Amerika 1 melawan EMEA 1. Seru banget, bro. Ayolah, Leviathan lawan Fnatic lah. Di atas udah seru nih, Sentinel lawan Diarex. Masa di bawahnya nggak seru? Maksudnya bukan di bawah, satu bracketnya lagi gitu. Come on, buddy. Hah. Buset, 100.500 Fnatic. Kelas. Woi, kalau betnya Fnatic semua nggak ada yang bet TH mah. Agak bisa, guys. Bisa sih kalau yang menang TH ya kalian hilang semua aja poinnya. Lembau. Yakin banget guys tim Fnatic yang menang. Aku pakai wajah tim Fnatic tapi aku nggak yakin Fnatic menang mundus loh. Ya perasaanku tak enak ya. Buset bahasa Rusia ini orang ya. Map 1 di mana? Mana gue tahu. Belum pick map. Tidur lagi dulu ah. Udah kalian dengerin ininya aja. Bobo lagi dulu.
Got it deliver against Osbus on the other side. The time is in his favor. The wide swing. Valen gets the 4. The Red Bull clutch for G2. As Trent gets another 2v2. They're both so weak though. They cannot stand. They cannot deliver a map worthy of the #1 seed. Leviathan obliterate G2 on Abyss.
Welcome back, one and all, to Champion Seoul in our second regional rematch of the day. It's, of course, going to be Team Heretics taking on Fnatic. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, back on the desk with Kukuka as well as Mimi. And where the hell do we get those wingman balloons?
The balloons are so cute.
I need to know. Someone needs to get it for me right now, because...
Poor wingman, he's been turned into so much merchandise, and I want it all.
Yeah, exactly. That's the worst part.
Gecko, by far the most merchandisable character in the entirety of the game.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, well, either that or you ate it, so...
I wouldn't. We're past that. That was a group stage thing,
That's a group stage gimmick.
And that was
all
also
right.
between us.
Oh, got it,
and
got it.
the
Yeah, no,
audience.
now Bea thinks you're weird. All right, so now, let's go ahead and dive into this one. A Stage 1 Finals rematch, and of course, it's going to be the Kings of EMEA versus Los Niñoses. They have already clashed before. This will be their fourth clash this time around. Bea, you're very familiar with both of these teams. Give us a preview.
I mean, of course, the stories are very, very different. If you think about the previous year, you think about Fnatic, and Benji, of course, had a lot of thoughts about the entirety of the team. We see in the street how he's saying about 2 years ago, he was supporting him. He was going to see Fnatic, cheering for them.
Yeah.
And now today, he's going to be playing against them here at Champs. It's definitely a crazy story. But again, this is a rematch not from the finals that we just had on stage 2. We're talking about stage 1. This is completely different. Fnatic was different. Heretics was different. But
That's
at
true.
the end of the year is what matters most.
And this has been a step up for both of these teams now. Fnatic finding their form to win in the Stage 2 finals and coming to this as EMEA's #1 seed. But Team Heretics as well, I think this event is all about replicating the form they found at Shanghai. With a substitute in the roster, they went on a miraculous run all the way to the finals. But now with Miniboo back in the team and at full strengths, the big thing they have to prove is whether that was a one-off, one-hit wonder run, or if they can go out here and be a consistent force against the top teams in the world.
I'm going to be completely honest. At the beginning of the year and talking to their coaches, they told me about how this is going to be a long-term thing, right? This is the entirety of how the scouting has been so good, how everything is just so well together, all the hard work to beat us to come to an answer point.
You're waiting for the other shoe to fall, but let's not forget that this is one of, despite them being relative rookies here, one of the most experienced global teams that we have in this competition. Look at
That's a long list.
That's a lot of nuts, people. And look at the amount of games that these boys have played on this stage, Mimi. And, you know, I tell you, that adversity forges you.
Yeah, 9 matches at Masters Shanghai, including playing G2 3 times to end up in that position. I mean, these guys have played more Valorant than pretty much anyone else on the international stage specifically.
It's ridiculous, the experience that they have at this point.
They played the max matches at Shanghai that they could because they were second in groups, then they did the lower bracket run. It is amazing what they did.
But crucially, Miniboo wasn't with them when they did all of that. And I think there are still questions of how good this guy really can be on the global stage. Because, well, he had some moments in the group stage. Overall, I felt like it was a weaker performance than he was showing in EMEA. And when he's in the roster, he's a very important player, especially when they're locking in these Neon comps. So many of their ideas are built around him. So they need to make sure he's comfortable on that stage for them to actually find success in playoffs.
So we need the Neon back, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, do not forget.
I don't think there's a need, but I do think that is probably his strongest agent.
Yeah. But, you know, to get the confidence back in him a little bit, I would say so. Do not forget that during groups, they played against FPX.
Yeah.
Best match of the tournament so far. It was the same in Shanghai. It went completely nuclear. I completely loved it. And then they did beat Genji. It is a great milestone. And I think that although another one of the parts that was very good regionally and is always showing up internationally is Rians.
Yeah, Rian's 100%. I mean, this kid has been unbelievable in this man. He's been stepping up in these crucial moments for the team. He's been performing in the server. I mean, this kid is truly finding his groove here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bea, but him, Yetije, and Alphaya were all on the same team in Tier 2 Turkey at the time.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, there's a lot of intertwining in many teams that, well, squads that didn't make it even to teams, but they all know each other. It is a very
That's insane. The amount of talent that has come out of the Tier 2 Turkish scene is ridiculous. Because remember, Alfio was the shock for everyone last year with how good he came out, or even the year before that in 2022 when he was making his debut at Copenhagen. I think that Riens is probably now taking that lead alongside Woot as these players who are coming up and just proving how good rookies can be. And critically,
played with Riens like everybody's been playing with everybody in Tier 2. It's
absolutely.
Crazy.
And while Woot, you know, took people by storm when he was playing on the Duelist at Masters Shanghai, now playing on the Initiator, Riens doing that as well. They still are giving incredible individual moments, but I think also showing a lot of depth as players to be able to play really proper Valorant, to have their utility on point, to play these new roles, these new ideas at an incredibly high level in a system that I think demands a lot of their Initiator players, and they've just knocked it out of the park.
And let's not forget that they're all rookies. You know, they got a lot of rookies on that team.
It's so difficult because I see Riens play, right? And I see him in a map like Sunset that it's so good for Heretics.
Yeah.
And my mind just goes, is this guy the best Sova in the world? Like, can I say that an 18-year-old that has been playing in Tier 1
he can make the case.
less than a year, can I say that?
He can make the case.
Right?
He can make the case. And I don't think a lot of people would argue about it. Of course, there might be some people who would disagree, but I honestly think it's a completely valid argument to make, though. Speaking of Riens, though, we actually had an opportunity to catch up with him courtesy of Riens and, of Yinsu, and we also have Fnatic's Hero standing by with him.
Fnatic have gone up against Heretics many times, but this is actually the first time that Riens and Hero will be playing against each other. Now, Hero, every single time we ask you, who do you want to go up against? Which team do you want to face? You have consistently said this guy right here. And Team Heretics, you finally get your wish. So how are you feeling about that? And are you excited to be able to actually play against Riens today?
I mean, I'm really excited, I'd say. Like, I've been wanting to go against this guy for a really long time now, so it feels good to be able to go against him.
And why have you been wanting to play Riens for all this time?
Don't know, just friends. I want to go against him, go beat him.
Okay, it's a wholesome reason. Now, Riens, you've gone up against Fnatic many times as well, but again, never with Hero on the roster. So how different do you think that's going to be? What kind of impact do you feel like Hero brings to that roster?
I think Hero's impact is like so huge, in my opinion, because it's like a fresh blood, you know, to a team, and he like increased their performance, the whole team, in my opinion. So I'm really happy to play against him. Like, we always wanted to play against each other, because whoever wins will call noob to the other one, you know. So I will beat him and then call him noob.
Okay, I can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
So clearly the stakes couldn't be higher. That's what I've taken away from this. Whoever wins is called a noob, and honestly, that's devastating.
I don't see, I cannot picture any of them with how wholesome and sweet they are to stand up and say noob to the other one. I cannot picture
I absolutely can. That's the most like wholesome fake insult possible.
Oh man, all right, well look, let's talk about Fnatic here, because this is another team that we have constantly praised. They've had such an incredible journey, especially the core of this lineup, all the way from back yonder in the back in the olden days, but they are still chasing this title, Mimi, that has eluded them for so long.
Heretics is the breakout team of this year, but Fnatic is the team that has always been there. Won trophies, the first team to go back-to-back, and the only team to go back-to-back at global events. But they have a kryptonite, and it is Champions. This squad in any form has never lifted a trophy at Champions, the
like
event that
kings.
matters most. And I think their biggest thing is here with a new player in the mix, with a rough year bombing out of Masters Shanghai, to prove not only that they can return to their former heights, but be better and go on a run here at Champs.
And it's not easy at all if you think about, as you're saying, the rest of the year, the journey that they've been put through, right? The adapting to all of these new teams, to the rookies, to how the game has changed, to go into Shanghai completely, even without winning a single map, then go back regionally, you know, build yourself up again. Now you make it here, you make it into the playoffs. You're again so close, but I feel like this Fnatic is so different from the one that we met at the beginning of the year. They're just past beyond just being good. I think that solving their issues has been very good.
But you know what, though, one player that actually personifies this quite well is Durka, because you know he's a player who has always been an impact individual for this lineup, but he has had a little bit of a tumultuous year, Kukuka.
Yes.
And now he has found that next level here at Champions, and I want to see that Durka of old just continuing to impress us every time he plays.
I'm gonna be honest, especially since stage 2, once we saw him like playing the ISO on Icebox, doing this Euro plays, like the new Durka that I'm seeing, he he's evolved so much. He is not just a player that will go and shoot. He's a part of Fnatic. He's not being like consistently set up. His individual plays have been on point. One of the reasons why even Fnatic made it to playoffs was Durkin on the rest of the team, especially on Bert.
We've never had a team who started off with such heights, who had won international tournaments before, and then fell off, wasn't making events, was struggling. Fnatic didn't go that low, just that bomb out at Shanghai. But if they could come back and prove that in a completely different meta, with these same core players, they could do it again, that is such a huge achievement. Yeah. And I think that Durka and Bosa are the personification of that. Durka's the guy who's changing up his roles, who's willing to be flexible, who I think in a lot of ways has led the charge for this new Fnatic that is actually leading the meta in their region and changing the way they play to adapt to the times and stay relevant.
Yeah, there's so many great players on Fnatic. You could pretty much spend an entire segment talking about each one of them. Good news is we're going to hear from Crinacle, one of the other best players that's competing in this tournament here. Heading into this playoff matchup, let's get his thoughts in this Omen player moment.
Hello, I'm Fnatic Chronicle. We played against Crew and we did 2-1. Even though we won, it wasn't that great. Obviously it means for us that we are not bad, first of all. And second thing, that we are ready to play, we are ready to improve. Even though like it might be the hardest tournament for us because of different factors, but we're here to win. We try to play our best. I felt like we did a decent amount of mistakes, which we need to fix now before the playoffs, and we will try our best to obviously do that.
Has gone down, and he's looking to follow it up. The pressure is outrageous for Crinacle! Standing tall! 13 seconds! Oh! That's 4 already!
I think it will be a good thing to also win the most important tournament, to feel that moment again. Not again like winning champs, but just winning an international trophy, of course. But yeah, champs is the main target for us, and obviously everyone wants to win it really hard. And as a team, I think obviously we are under some pressure because people think we're still one of the best teams, or we were the best team in the world in the previous year. And everyone expects us winning the tournament or just too good. And at the end, I believe that everything will happen. And we can just go to grand finals. But I wish I would not lose another grand finals with just 1 out of the way.
And of course, that is the goal here for Fnatic. Now, interesting thing, while that was going on, our colleagues over at the Korean analyst desk right behind us were actually showing their predictions. And I kind of want to show our predictions, talk about this for a minute, because Fnatic was all over the board. Every single one of our colleagues here was rooting on Fnatic, saying that Fnatic were going to win. But when you look at that on the other side here, you got a lot of people going for Heretic. So I'm curious what we're both seeing here, you know?
I will say Bea has 100% prediction correct rate.
So we just forget what happened with you two, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we all forget.
Yeah, we'll just
let's not talk about
curse
that.
images. We'll save that for later.
But I do think this is telling because Fnatic has always been the team who has dominated in EMEA. They were never really contested for the longest time, but this Team Heretic's roster is, I think, the first real challenger that has come up and consistently been able to take games off of them. And in this tournament, making it out as a #1 seed, their form has looked
I was
excellent.
just going to say real fast, my only real thing is what makes me believe in Heretics is it reminds me a little bit of EG last year. Young team, ambitious, don't care what happens. I mean, I don't know, am I crazy in thinking that?
Rookie player who comes out of nowhere.
Exactly.
I will give you that. I think that what we can say for sure is that this is the worst moment to face any of these two teams. I think that Heretics has grown a lot. I think that Fnatic has overcome a lot as well. And I think that the preparation, especially having those 2 extra days, knowing your opponent, knowing what you're capable of, and having probably 2 of the best staffs that you can have in the entire world is going to make this match a banger.
I think there are still some questions left about Fnatic. They've dropped some maps. They dropped one to Crew to start off. They did recover and play great for the rest of that series.
They did.
I think there are also still questions about their Abyss. They played it for the first time, played a comp that I think looked solid, but I think a lot of their ideas were pretty one-dimensional. That attack side really relying on the post plants to win out their rounds. So Fnatic, I think, still has a lot of depth to show to prove they can make a deep run compared to Heretics, who has proved they can do that this year.
I just feel like if there is a team that can show that depth, I mean, come on.
It is Fnatic we're talking about.
It is Fnatic.
Pound for pound, like the players that they have, the performance that Heroes having, at no point people have been able to feel like Hero was not part of this team from day one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the year of the rookie, and Hero is right there with the Team Power
But
Team
now it's the year of the rookie. Now it's the year of the rookie.
I've convinced
a lot
her.
of years.
She's on my side now.
Hey, you know what? It was going to happen eventually. But hey, not wrong. I mean, we've been seeing these rookies across the board perform, but now it's time to put up or shut up, because you have two teams that have ambitions to make it to a grand final. Fnatic, the uncrowned kings. On the other side, Los Niños looking to make another run like they did in Shanghai. Let's bring out our two teams, Fnatic and Heretics, to the stage.
Fnatic. Team Heretics.
Ngantuk.
Another intense regional matchup between two very game teams as we get ready for this matchup here between Heretics and Fnatic, who have clashed so many times in the past, but this time around it's different. This time around it's at the upper bracket of champions, and look at our series layout. You got Lotus, Abyss, and Haven. Very fascinating to
Lotus,
see the way
Abyss, Haven. Oke, Fnatic. Win percentage Fnatic 100. Mari kita lihat.
But they decide to leave that for the decider. Lotus is going to be the first map, and it is a map that Heretics has played a ton. They have changed the composition going into this tournament, and probably one of the reasons why Fnatic chooses to go here is because they created the composition that Heretics is running now. They understand it, their ins and their outs. Yes, it has been a little bit of a hit or miss. I feel like in this
Lananya apa itu?
Fnatic either gives the best version of themselves, remember what they did against Crew, or the worst. Everybody's all over the place, not following the calls. So I'm very excited to see which phase are we going to get.
In particular for Fnatic, their defensive sides on Lotus have been better
Avaya
than
ngecat
pretty much
rambut,
anyone
bro.
else on the global stage.
Di
I think their
Irang
protocols on
gitu.
that side of the map are excellent. Obviously, they're the team that made this comp, that have defined the meta on it for so long. But Team Heretics is one of those teams, like you're mentioning, that is caught up. I like the looks that they were showing with that neon, and I think even switching away from it, the new comp looks
Set
well
kuning buat
reversed
kuning,
as
Avair.
well.
I don't think it's only about it being well rehearsed. Is when you think about Fnatic in this composition, you probably have best in slot for most of it, right? But when you think about Heretics, you wonder, like, do I want to make some swaps here, like seeing Boo away from
Mirror Agent.
being so good, would be such a good
Siapakah
initiator.
yang diff?
Like some of the things are still wrong.
But look at this, no real
High diff,
changes
low
coming
diff.
in on either side here. I mean, at this
Fnatic
point,
udah nggak
you're Heretics,
100% toh.
you got to try and beat Fnatic at the game that
Oh, Fnatic ada kalah sekali.
And they are the kings of Lotus. This has been their map since the dawn of time. And if Team Heretics are going to flip the script today and prove that they're the #1 squad from EMEA, that they're the European team that can go on a run this event, beating Fnatic at their best will be the way to set that tone.
I am extremely nervous about this head-to-head that we're seeing against between the duelists. Derke is in an exceptional form, and we cannot say the same about Miniboo, but everything comes down to today.
Well, folks, this right here is EMEA's finest. So let's go ahead and get ready for map #1. We got just the commentators for the job. Here's Pansy and Steel for the call.
Yeah, thank you so much, analysts, for leading us perfectly into this absolute clash of giants. The old gods against the new meeting here in Seoul. A fantastic series to watch, Josh. But where do we put our faith? Historically, two apiece. They've met in high stakes, but none higher than this, really. But where do we put it? In this form, in this current state, who do you have in this one?
When I look
Oke,
at the
Hendro,
history
selamat
between these
beribadah.
two teams, it's been Fnatic taking them out in Split 1 playoffs in that high-pressure situation. But Team Heretics, when the pressure is not on them, they're looking good. Going into this event, they come
Kita
out
lihat, apakah King of Lotus akan masih bisa bertahan, adik-adik?
Fnatic dropping down at that lower seat here. So recent form makes me think Team Heretics.
I'm with you. Besting Genji was certainly the crowning moment, but Fnatic
Genji sih rata ya di sini ya.
A quick 2 kills. Put Heretic back to heal. Miniboo, Benji, and Wu. Now we'll start talking about the composition. I think the desk was kind of alluding to this Yep. Seeing that switch up from Heretics.
Buset, belum apa-apa, dua udah hilang.
But as it stands,
Alpha's positioning here.
See what he can get from this.
Mid-air, taken down.
That's big. Okay, Plant gonna come down. It ain't over yet. Durka. Hello, another one. Mini Boo's gone, leaving Woot and Benji with very few options.
That basically sealed the deal in favor of Fnatic for this pistol round here. It's going to be a very tall order. Benji on Killjoy, not on Cypher.
Found a target, though. He's reading the crossfires relatively well. Takes away another hold on. It's game back.
Oh!
Heretics ripping up the script.
Mantap,
I thought it
Heretics.
was done with that kill from Durka, but no. Benji creating magic from round one.
When we talk about these moments right now, Team Heretics, they are so well oiled together in a lot of these situations. This first kill was just crazy. But Fnatic not really playing off of each other too well there. It seemed like Benji's able to just sneak his way in. I'm highlighting the fact that he's on Killjoy, not on Cypher. Benji, when he's in these types of clutch situations, when he plays his best, he's on that Cypher.
Absolutely.
And it's a recent change for him to be on Killjoy on this map. He was, throughout the entire year, basically on Cypher, and he would be the person I look to defending that C site to put Durka down.
I mean, how many times, though, as well, in clutch situations for Benji, you never call it until he's dead. The guy was so good at getting them these rounds they shouldn't have had. Now, looking comfortable, looking like he wants to go farming. Does get overwhelmed by Crinacle, so now Rien's got to be a bit cautious. But as it stands, it did cost them a little bit more. Looking like Rien's is going to stem the bleeding here. And again, I've got to highlight, if you aren't watching Heretics all that much, if you missed it, Rien's is such a mechanical monster when he gets going as well. He's one of those, I don't want to say unsung players really, but obviously the attention goes to the duelist or even maybe Benji on the closing, but Rien's is so nasty with it.
You could probably say that about everyone in the server right now.
That is true.
Hold for the IGLs maybe, but even then they have their moments. But everyone else, the other 8 players especially, they all have their super high moments. Nothing, maybe
Map
necessarily
2-nya
super
apa?
flashy.
Abyss lagi.
But here as the round develops, Fnatic just moving around in that 2 versus 4. They have the Sheriffs looking to do some damage, maybe collect some more orbs here. The stall from Woot, the one-way smoke.
Waduh, bomnya di situ, guys.
Naughtiness happen. Alpha. New hair, new me. Thankfully, the eyebrows back in check. But it's probably a formality. Again, he'd have to cost them probably 2 players for it to be really, I guess, costly, as the Ghost is still there with Boot. I want to at least keep those Bulldogs in play.
He needs to die.
Yeah, and will they even give him that kindness? It was like, Woot is very willing. There we are, Heretics. A clean second round here, 4 standing, and even then, Benji was farming as well on that C side.
Decently important first round here for Fnatic to get that gun round going, to be able to get some momentum going into this game. Right now, pretty clean rounds coming out from Team Heretics, losing those first 2 on that pistol round, making it a little bit scary, winning in that 2 versus 4 retake. But that second round looked pretty clean from them, and they're already getting this Odin up, and that positioning over towards Tree is going to lock that down, and then it's going to funnel them into the Benji Rien's combo on C. Fnatic, what are you going to do different here? And it looks like they're going to take that B control, that early space, maybe deny some of that Killjoy setup.
Weh, Buddha Odin, mantap.
Was touching on, and I want to reiterate it here as well. Out of all the teams, Fnatic know, or technically should know, how to play against his composition, especially with that Odin spam, with all of that added on top. Benji, this is a bonus, so he's only on that Sheriff here.
EMEA 1 melawan EMEA 3 adik-adik. Menurut lo EDG bisa menang lawan Sentinel nggak besok? EDG lawan Sentinel bukan besok, lusa. Bisa aja. Kenapa tidak? Sama-sama jago kok.
So, first off with C, stop number 2 is towards B here. Will they commit though? The fake re-clear towards A happened. The smoke at Rubble, the Prowler out. Now 4 players coming in.
The double run through the door. Oh,
that is not the start.
That is a gut punch against Fnatic. He will be loving that. And that sets everything into motion. Look at this setup. Look at this setup. There's no easy way in. The second they get contact, it's going to be a blender. Boaster held up, so is Hero. They're not having the fights they want. Rien's just needs to stay alive. He's got support. Benji finds his value. TP, he's lost him in the smoke. But
3-0 ini. Kalah bonus round gini, Fnatic.
Oh man, Heretics looking like they got a real grip on this game. They are playing Fnatic like a fiddle. And they're going to have to walk away from this. They don't have the time, and they want to keep these weapons. Heretics didn't falter there, Josh.
Waduh.
Boo bailed them out a bit.
Ada apa nih dengan Fnatic adik-adik? Kacau.
All the space in the world. Fnatic
Izin pamit, oke Diamante, selamat pamit.
Working the map diligently, but Team Heretics, they didn't budge. Woot had that space. All of A lobby was by that Rebel jump spotting, was pretty safe there, and allowed Boo to hold this pixel crack with this high penetration Odin. He just sits there holding mouse one at that angle. Two people trying to walk across that revolving door, and then what happens? They're just funneled into that setup on C. The Viper and the Killjoy. Fnatic looking to change up the tempo here, try to take this A lobby control here off the start, but Team Heretics here with 3.
Yeah, who's one of them too? This could be painful. And you're looking at what they've got. It's Bucky's, it's Sheriff's, a couple of Vandals still remaining, of course, from that save in that last round. That being on Boaster and Hero here. There. But again, they test the waters and they peel away. They don't fancy what they're feeling out that side. So Benji, once again, called upon. The guy is ice cold though. Normally plays it perfectly. This time a lot of players here though, and they're creeping so close. He's seen enough. Just a pixel shown, but he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Trying to clear the question mark over towards A.
Fnatic.
Well, the Viper orb from Crinacle makes Benji a little bit more cautious and concerned. Waits for that rotation from Rienz to pick up the other angle.
Oh, the synergy is off the charts. They have the perfect tempo down here. Once again stalling out, they invest, or at least burn their utility this time. Now what does Fnatic do? They have a little bit of a blank slate to an extent, but they don't have a foot in the door. They're still struggling.
I'm looking at Durka right now, but he's got a Bucky and a Classic. There's not much he can do. He's trying to slip the net here a little bit. Gets caught out.
They're keeping track. They're trying to do is push and pull, but there's still a rotation. Woot's here. This is so well done. Just a little shoulder doesn't need to do too much. Yeah, I mean, he cops a load of damage. No Durka gonna take him down.
He gets away.
How has he done that? Stop it. That's a rifle in hand now. And Heroes found Mini Boo. This is meant to be the round. 10 seconds here. And Boo just spamming to try and save his life. Chronicle wants the kill. He's got it. Fnatic.
2v4 again.
You don't drop this one, though. They've got what they need. Surely Benji again, though, name up in lights. Chronicle's gone down, and it's a 2v3. No util here to be seen. It's all in the guns in hand, at least for Heretics. 3 posted up by Tree. The door swung just for the sake of drawing the attention. But they've got to tap that spike and leave Rienz to take the fight. Oh, Benji falls another. He's got 2 more targets to find and only a couple of seconds to do so. Fnatic finally get on the board.
Once that Odin passed hands there, it was all over. I was thinking, pistol round, deja vu, same 2 in the 2v4. No, surely not. And Fnatic's going to be able to pick up that first round. And off the back of just craziness, because they lose that first player. It's a 4-on-5. Durka is the one that's moving up, inching his way up towards A into that spawn area. He's got a Bucky. He gets a kill, he gets away.
He gets the weapon, which is...
That's... Oh, and the warm-ups.
Nice.
Gotta stay warm, gotta stay loose.
Okay, though, Mini Boo got caught there by the Seas, so... Oh my god, what is this? Just pandemonium on the screen. So far, to draw blood is Fnatic. They take down Mini Boo, and they at least take Rubble control. It's Alpha who's succeeded towards Benji. That's a big loss on C. That opens up so many new avenues.
That's gonna be a big fight that we're probably gonna see throughout the half as well. That Alpha versus Benji Killjoy. Both sides just having their isolated little mini game happening while the rest of the team plays the map out at A and mid. But right now, Team Heretics down 2 players, 3 versus 5, and now deciding how they want to play the rest of the round. Because you can't split up. If you split up, you lose. So they need to gamble stack something. Right now, they're picking A. A little bit of spot info towards B. Alarm bot is there, but it's not active. That Killjoy is out of the equation.
This is, if anything, encouraging them forward. Smoke in, Prowler there. Durka going to take the space. They got contact towards Blue Room. That's boom! Nice shot there towards Alpha. Big trade though. Again, numbers still sitting very heavily towards Fnatic.
And I can need to keep some space here.
Hold on, the trades, they're all favorable. It's on Woot in a 1v3, not easy, but that's the first step, but he took a lot of damage. Down to just 30, and the spam from the Odin would be devastating anyway. What are you meant to do in this? See if anyone's trying to close in, but
There were so many gaps. He's probably going to choose.
Besok lower bracket, guys.
Economy.
Liburnya masih minggu depan.
And a second round in a row coming out for the side of Team Fnatic. One of the things we probably should talk about is that Miniboo versus Durka off. Basically, we've seen Miniboo on Neon this entire time. They ran a different composition all throughout the year. Coming into this event, they switch it up. They have a couple of match reps on this composition here, but they're basically playing a mirror match, taking a page out of Fnatic's book. Before, it was more pacey. They had that breach to set up that Neon, sliding around. Benji on Cypher, his comfortable. Agent and Boo switching off the smokes as well. He's going to the fade. He's going to pick up that Odin on defense side. So a little bit of a switch up from Team Heretics. The first time these guys are going to play each other on Team Heretics' current composition.
No, it is quite interesting that you bring up the kind of Durka against Miniboo head-to-head to an extent, because this hasn't been a map where Miniboo's thrived, or at least as of late, whereas Durka, this is probably one of his strongholds to still find big impact. He gets to be the, I guess, system player that he thrives in. Currently leading the board for Fnatic, whereas Miniboo yet to get off the starting blocks. Good chance! Oh! You talk about the head-to-head, that's one Miniboo's going to soon forget, but it's Woot who's kept this at least controlled. He's the one who's tipped it back favorably towards Heretics. They've got some good control.
Wait, the Prowler doesn't see him.
Hold on, Alpha. He's been given a chance, and he takes it with both hands. Boo going to be punished and back down to a 3v3. Ults.
It'd be a big paranoia if he pushes.
Coming in. You're right. With the lockdown in play, they've got to respect it to an extent.
Watch them.
And it looks like Fnatic aren't happy with what they've got on B. They fancy turning this on its head. A fight towards the CT side.
They might end up playing themselves in this situation. The reclair from Team Heretics.
Yeah, Wood's here, Benji's here. They've got a feeling, and it might
Next
just be
libur
right.
pindah venue kah? Harusnya iya. Biasanya kalau ada grand final pasti pindah.
The entirety of the rest of the map. They don't need to go near Rien's. They are avoiding him like the plague.
And that'll be a third in a row as well.
30 seconds left.
Closing the gap. Team Heretics.
Got to be a timeout here. There's got to be for Heretics. They're starting to lose a grip on this game. Those first couple of rounds, you felt that they were matching Fnatic's steps, step by step. It was very well done by them, matching those rotations. But since we've got into the gun rounds here, it is turned on its head.
After that pistol round and then converting the second and third rounds, yeah, you're absolutely right. It hasn't been in the favor of Team Heretics. It's been Fnatic that's been winning out all of these kind of early duels, taking that map control. Team Heretics looked pretty good for a little bit, but it was off the back of a big momentum push from that pistol round. That 2 versus 4 got them in the door, but they needed something more than that. They can't rely on those heroics, and we've seen them do heroics. It gets them to be one of the most talked about teams in EMEA at the moment, but that is not something that's replicatable when your opponents are playing so well.
And when we're talking bigger picture, when we're talking the veto, I think both of us agreed that later, it's, I guess it's front stacked a little more towards Heretics, but if we get to Haven, that is where the conversation changes. If we're going off of what we know, right? If we're going off the recent results, that's kind of how it feels. But Fnatic seeming happy to walk into Lotus, left Abyss out there, fair play. And I don't know what to make of Abyss yet. It's still a ways off.
Apakah venue kosong? Gak ada apak di atas. Gak ada bro, apak udah turun. Rex.
Coaches out there, and same could be said for Heretics. Neil, Zenio, and Weber have done wonders off the back of these times.
Nice try dah buat apak.
Pieces played out. They've revitalized this team coming here into champs. So I'm hoping we see a good adjustment here, because they are starting to hit. Oh, Alpha, are we really?
Oh no.
It's contagious, man. It's contagious.
To his fellow countrymen.
Damn.
How dare he? Someone tell him to sit down.
No,
Heretics, get loud. Where are you guys? You guys are normally so loud. Benji, what are you doing? Sitting down there, hiding behind that monitor. But
look at him. Look at
Buset, Alphaer.
That's so good.
This is karma, though. This is going to be bad. You're right. If it goes to Haven, Fnatic has been the Haven masterminds. They've been destroying everything that's come in their wake. But if Team Heretics wants to have their best chance ever, it needs to be a swift win here. Close it out 2-0. That's going to be their best chances moving forwards here. So finding some way to rebound, to balance the ship. Neil Zenio.
Oh, maksudnya tempat venue-nya bakalan nggak banyak yang nonton. Enggak. Aman guys. Korea nggak sebegitunya kok. Kayaknya Asia semuanya pada respect aja deh. Nggak ada yang kayak, wah nggak ada tim gua, nggak ada apa, udahlah gua nggak mau nonton, kosong gitu. Kayak enggak deh. Ntar pasti makin ramai di Grand Final. Orang-orang pada mau nonton. Yang gue penasaran tuh Ascension Jakarta di mana, bro? Penasaran gue.
Fnatic happy with the space that they got towards A. They have it. Team Heretics hasn't fought back yet.
No, the Prowler not going to find anyone as well. No one's pushed up that far. It was only Boaster kind of lingering around. Beyond that, though, no subtlety here. Durka wants to make noise. They want to show that they're, across the map, putting question marks everywhere.
And you can see the way that they tap the orb, instead of just instantly picking it up, they still have no idea what Team Heretics' actual setup is. But without that breach neon in play, it's a little bit more safe to start moving your way around the map here.
It looks like the commitment's gonna happen. The lockdown is with Benji, but he's on his own, so you don't really want to be doing this as an individual effort. Fnatic, step by step, very cautiously, taking all of the space. And Heretic, something that we really praised them for was the retakes in the past. Viper's Pit on top, but it's Rien's to draw blood. Lockdown invested, trade comes out. It's gonna get messy on the site. Plug in, Mini Boo tries to get more than one. Doesn't get what he needs in time to back away from Fnatic. They might be out of time on this.
One's getting caught at B.
10 seconds left. They are definitely out of time, surely. Already the rotation. There's nowhere to go.
It's not possible.
It's done. That was so well timed from Heretics, keeping a beat on that clock perfectly. And that slow building pressure is always hard to handle, but credit where it's due. Benji holding the line well, waiting to invest that lockdown perfectly. You had a couple other players, Miniboo putting up numbers, showing presence, making it very hard for Fnatic to find any security on that site.
I do wonder what the call was in that timeout. Team Heretics did not show what their setup was, and Fnatic wasted so much time trying to take any sort of space whatsoever that by the time they went towards C and that lockdown came into play,
welcome to my world.
Durka was going to save his paint shells.
It's so simple, boys.
Ooh.
Oh, why did they cut it there? Why did they cut it there? How dare you, production? How dare you?
You know, I feel for him, though.
What is so simple? What is so simple, Josh?
He was probably, there's some sort of issue in that mid round. I don't know if it was a matter of the timing of it. What I was trying to look at was that Durka still had that paint shell. So as they execute and they use the paranoia and the
Mini
all these things,
menjadi asisten coach sekarang.
For sure, they had already planned for that lockdown to come into play at Waterfall, and they were going to combo that Viper's Molly with that paint shells as well.
Kalau kata lo nanti di Jakarta stage bakal bagus atau B aja? Nggak B aja, nggak bagus banget, kayak above average tapi ya udah gitu. Nothing special sih menurut gua. Soalnya ini masih Ascension guys, nggak mungkin kita all in gitu loh. Kecuali ini Pacific baru gue bisa jamin bagus. Soalnya menurut gue kalau di handle sama one up aja gitu kan, one up tuh bagus kok.
So we've got a couple of ults here. We almost got, actually Boo's almost got his as well. One off for him. Couple near enough by Durka. 3 off from his. Speaking of Mini Boo, big investment off the rip.
Terkena, Bung.
Hero instantaneously.
Now looking towards C, that Alpha Benji fight. There is that second player here as well. Rien's.
Oh, they're feeling the pace.
That pit. Knows exactly, how the pendulum swings from Fnatic.
Yeah, this is lovely. The tempo just being kept in check. So Fnatic having their options limited. It feels like everyone on the map is going in Heretics' side.
I bet they just go back into what happens in their late rounds, which is they go B, they drop double smokes, one towards Waterfall, one towards Heaven. But that crossfire from that blue room is going to get a little bit scary for these guys.
Spot on. Refresh on the one way over towards A. This could free up Miniboo to lean in a little bit closer towards blue door, but we've already got Benji stepping back towards C. Now the turret's going to give away the game here, but Boo going to play quite far forward. What are the expectations, or do they try and commit towards this B hit? They have drawn out at least the Nightfall. That's a big connection at the end then. Should I probably highlight 3 players, if not 4. So again, Fnatic still not finding a way in. Durka has to put, a freebie! Just catching him straight through the smoke, but it was traded. Boo got Crinacle back. Spike still with Boaster. Keep in mind when he tries to plant here, Boo just on the verge still.
Durka also one off of his showstopper. If he wins this 1-versus-1 duel against Woot over towards this blue room area, that's a showstopper to be invested.
Smoke back up towards Heaven, though, so the options get limited. Woot's already found Alpha, so down to just one. Booster can't do it alone.
Gila. Kasih paham Bang Heretic. Alfire berdiri-berdiri sih. Kacu.
Team Heretics is a team that we know and came to expect them to be so good at their retakes. It's their whole game plan on defense is winning those retake situations. So the fact that they're able to switch up the pace, get that aggressive showstopper on that A defense, get that lobby control, funnel all of Fnatic into that C site, pop off that Viper's Pit, that was beautifully laid out from Team Heretics. They knew exactly what was going on, and it was like a picture-perfect painting. They knew it, they wanted it, and they got it.
Seeing Elmer Putty looking frustrated there. Fortunately, the mini cam didn't hit. I'm sad, because normally mini gives the best reactions, but...
Op up for Alpha.
Yeah, that's a big switch up. I mean...
Attack Killjoy up.
But we're seeing Mini Boo here on this side. Oh, and a missed shot! So they've got the map now. They've at least got mound control. They would have to fight back with a lot of intent to try and clear
lihat
this.
skin LoL T1 belum?
Question mark with what you're coming up against if you're seeing
Kan gue udah nggak main LoL.
this side of the map.
With that blue door closed and the showstopper in play with the Nightfall, I'm assuming it's going to be a straight-up A hit right now. Full, just util dump everywhere.
Yeah, Woot and Boo, though, waiting patiently. One tucked towards the box on site. Woot trying to watch the cross. Rien's playing over towards stairs. The door's still
Bada bing,
shut.
bada boom.
Still being shuts him up. Rien's
Derke tidak bisa menyala nih.
Fnatic are in trouble here.
Apakah?
Heretics have the perfect answer to all of those
Apakah?
issues. Rien's still holding, still
Nama
confident
game
enough.
ini Among Us.
Tries to give himself some safety to work.
Oh,
dealt with.
hancurinnya kayak gitu ya, ngancurin turret ya.
So composed in these scenarios. They still have mound control. They still have good information on B. They don't need to overextend here. They can hold the line. They're still on for this one. Rien set up with an isolated fight on Crinacle. There's no trades available.
Wah, ada apa nih dengan Fnatic guys? Diobok-obok di Lotus.
There's no way forward. See the frustration already. This might be a save at this point.
Most definitely will be a save. Fnatic missing their timings again. Once they saw this play, the pressure, Mini Boo running up C mound there, they instantly wanted to go towards A, but they let the time just slip and slip and slip. 5 seconds go by, 10 seconds go by, they still haven't executed.
Oh, this is lovely from Heretics, really strong form. And I wonder if this was a bit of a, I don't want to say a French timeout to an extent, where you just kind of take a tack pause, but you're just sat in spawn waiting those extra 20 seconds, having a little bit of a chat. Boaster might have had a conversation in that they did lose out one, so the reinvest might be a little bit shaky, but still, this has been a very impressive display from Heretics. This is kind of showing their caliber here that
Map defender sih, nggak salah.
Created this to an extent for themselves, showed a lot.
Tapi biasanya Fnatic kebantai loh kalau di Lotus loh, mau jadi attacker, mau jadi defender loh.
Heretics have had the answers.
Right now, I'm looking towards that op to be able to find an opening pick, and they're going to start it towards that head-to-head. They got the op up on the defense as well. And that's just the bait setup. It's Benji's jumping away to set up Mini Boo with this op line and disarm Alpha a little bit there on this fight.
He can stay here for quite some time. He has no incentive to move. He can just free up Benji to rotate. Yeah, it's a little bit of pressure on him, but it's fine. He's going to hold that line, and once again, he holds half of the map. And then you add in Boo, who's holding down that B line. Again, step by step, Benji can just keep getting close towards A. Nightfall going to come in. Rien's and Woot there. That's not ideal. I think the paranoia might have been from his teammate, potentially, not certain, as Boaster still has his, so that could have been an issue there. A little bit of a mistake. Let's see if it costs them. Already Fnatic do get the site that they want. Woot trying to get at least out of the initial danger to survive for another second, but Fnatic want the plant. And they're about to get that down, so at least time's on their side. 3 players already towards tree, trying to make a quick rotation here as Heretics sweep back the site. And the first real fight's going to be coming in a second. Now,
Waduh.
big trade and a big fight.
Mini Boo mulai menyala nih adik-adik.
And now down to 3v2 as Durka and Crinacle are forced away from this. How do they try and defend this plant? The diffuse already starting, the spam not on, and Mini Boo reigning supreme. Durka, surely he can't save the day again, he can't.
Wow.
It's over, it's done for. You get a couple of kills, but it's a formality. Heretics
telat granatnya Derek. Derek.
versus 5 retake, and potentially a blunder from Fnatic. Everyone escaping, evacuating from that tree room area. There's no crossfires to be had, and everyone's coming through the main point. Miniboo sitting there,
Jago ya orang-orangnya, gila.
one by one. It was a
Liatin orang-orang ini jago sekali loh.
Difference. It's that Viper Wall timing that Fnatic's trying to hit. As soon as that Viper Wall goes up, they know, okay, they're counting mentally in their head. They're on a timing going to pop that Nightfall and try to go in.
Back into this one, fast start here.
Odin and Op.
Yep. Was that a TP? Wait, Post is here already. They know about him though. How can he get out of here? He takes so
kena
much
Boster.
damage, and no one's close to gap, but he's still
Wah,
going.
Boster dapat satu, nice banget.
He can. Trying to make impact happen. Dirk now going to try and slip.
Aduh, Derek. Aduh.
Perfect unison again. Even in all this chaos, they keep that composure.
2v3, bro.
By this, but it does give them maybe a moment to go for a plant.
Aduh.
Oh, they're trying to toy with him. Get
Yeah.
at least maybe an even affair. It's Chronicle to step further forward. They know Rienz is probably here. They know there's a player still stuck to this.
Chronicle, if he was on Sova, this would be in his ballpark, but right now,
I'm with you.
sweating a little bit. Alpha's got his side.
Let's see that crossfire
nice.
from Chronicle. He needs another though. He's the only one to
Oh,
get
nice.
away. There it is. Lovely.
Wow, 1v1. Alfire, rambut kuning.
Still breathes.
Astaga, Alfire.
Oh, Benji, Cypher or not, the man's here.
Bad omens.
Wah,
for
gimana
Alpha
nih, bro?
standing up
8-3
earlier,
nih, bro.
Staring at them in the face. That Killjoy diff coming in, and another big clutching factor from
I want to
Benji.
see if Benji gets up. I was waiting for it. That would have been so good.
Soon.
Gimana nih adik-adik?
Do the same thing.
It's true. It's true.
Last round nih, last round.
Fnatic, I sense that something's going on in their camp. You see the tempo shift where it almost feels like they're tilt calling these super fast plays towards A, trying to catch some sort of timing, some sort of read that they think they have. But right now, they don't have a read. They're not catching these timings, and it's another round slipping in the favor of Team Heretics.
This is huge. This is confidence. This is what the doctor ordered for Heretics. I mean, you got to say that Gen G performance put them on the map going, yeah, they are back. They are out of that slump. They look solid. But it's not like they let off the brakes or off the gas at all. They are back into this one.
Inverted setup here as well for Team Heretics. Usually they're setting up that Viper Killjoy setup towards C. Now it's on A. They're really passive, and it's trying to funnel them into the Miniboo Woot combo towards C Mound with that deep control. Recycling that one-way smoke. Fnatic, they are spread 1-3-1 right now, so just trying to soften up the defense, try to figure out where that Killjoy turret is. Usually there's an alarm button or a turret towards B here. That turret's still up at heaven. Fnatic, again, 40 seconds done off the clock.
Yang kalah pulang enggak, yang kalah turun ke lower bracket. Ini masih upper bracket match kok.
Leaving Alpha at middle makes me think that it's going to be some sort of fake towards A, pivot towards B through that blue door.
You can see the conversation between Durka and Boaster mostly there, getting ready to execute this, but not execution. Who just holds down Mouse One and puts him in their graves. 2 quick kills, you still got
Udah disiapin pakai Odin anjir. Gila.
The odds on this, and Miniboo doesn't even
9-3 dah.
It's never going to find its target, but a 2v4. The heavy hitters though, Durka and Alpha. You got to dig deep for this. Showstopper there, Durka, big chance, and actually goes down for it. He'll trade that. That's now just one man. The Wonder Kid left alive.
Alfire, lu berdiri-berdiri lu tadi lu.
But isolated from each other. One main, one blue door.
Lu sih berdiri-berdiri.
Further towards heaven. The time going to start running here. Alpha giving himself his best chance he can. There's one target to hit, and the second they shoot,
3 orang dah lu.
it's perfect from Rienz.
Alah, dah guys.
Heretics are out.
Mau makan malam dulu guys.
Today, 9-3.
Makan malam dulu ya.
What a huge
Silakan menonton
especially on Fnatic's map choice. This is everything they would have wanted coming out today. Abyss, a totally unknown, and if they stick their claim here on this map, it could be over in 2. I'm thoroughly impressed by what we're seeing from Heretics now. Beyond that, though, it's all now on Fnatic to try and turn this one around on its head. But apparently it's a family affair for Heretics. They don't just come out on their own, they bring the family with them. So Bella will be standing by with the Boo family.
Hello, for today's halftime interview, I'm joined by 2 special guests, Big Bro Boo and Mama Boo. Labas. Labas. All right, you guys flew all the way from Lithuania to Korea to show support for the boys. So how's this trip been like? 이번 이제 챔스를 위해서 리투아니아에서 서울까지 먼 길 날아오셨는데 이번 챔스 잘 즐기고 계신가요?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
How are you enjoying your stay here?
Yes, we enjoying. We very happy that we win first their games. I think we will go in playoffs 2-0 and 2-0 in top 4.
오케이. 이번 경기 팀 헤리틱스의 성적에 아주 만족하고 있고요. 오늘 이 프나틱의 경기도 2대0으로 승리를 하고 아마 탑4까지 2대0으로 쭉쭉 승승장구할 것 같다고 합니다. 이제 오늘 출발이 아주 좋은데 좀 형제나 뭐 아들들에게 한마디 응원의 메시지도 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. You know they're off to a great start. So what do you want to say to the boys, your brothers?
Keep going and win 2-0.
계속해서 이 기세로 2대0으로 오늘 정리하라고 하네요. 이제 빅브로브와 마마부 하프타임 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. And let's go back to Lotus. Thank you guys.
A man of few words, but to the point there, Josh. Win the game and let's get out.
Couldn't have been said it better.
Yeah, honestly, maybe that's what Webber's having a chat about now. Maybe Neil's just, guys,
It's just
and let's
2-0.
That's all you got to do.
I mean, they've talked about the Haven lurking around that map 3. They know exactly what the job is here.
That's true. But with 3 rounds, we spoke about this in some of our previous games, those one-sided first halves. We asked for perfection. It's not going to be easy.
Team Heretics, that round 1 pistol, getting that clutch, getting those extra rounds in that buffer zone here. Team Fnatic has a really tall order, a mountain to climb all the way back. 3-9, the gap is 6 rounds. And if they can't pick up this pistol round, that gap is gonna look insurmountable. If this would be that second map.
Toxins going up.
Heretics. Slow and steady here as a start. You're looking at the Sheriff with Benji. A couple of Ghosts. On the other side, just Ghost coming out for Fnatic and a couple of Classics. So no overinvestment. Now we've got to see what, well, how well Alpha fares are doing this. There he is, already going to be forced off. Takes a touch of damage, but that's fine. Info found. It looks like the response from Fnatic is to take over B control. Push out a little bit deeper. Did they just miss the timing? Or was it seen? It definitely was seen. And the swings there. Heretics with the perfect made plan. They know everything that Fnatic wanted to do. So Boaster, Alpha, and Crinacle now under the gun.
The big difference between Fnatic and Heretics is that Fnatic like to do those re-clears. Heretics happy to do those retakes. And right now, Team Heretics is looking very confident. 40 seconds remain. They have to make their final push right here. Fnatic is just Crinacle on that A site to defend against 5 until he can get... Boaster is the closest rotation.
30 seconds left.
But a long run to travel. That Viper wall isn't going to do much.
Yeah, you're looking at what can be done here. Crinacle would have to go huge. No chance of it.
The splash damage. 2 versus 4. We've seen this.
I don't think we're going to be seeing it again, though.
Not this map.
Not this time. Alpha.
He's going to end up going for something right now. It's a matter of what he gets out of it. Some ultimate orbs. Some cash in the reserve, so potentially we can see some sort of outlaw purchase or martial purchase, something to make something happen.
Look at them waiting. Oh man, Alpha. Oh, the
He's just
one
gonna go down with a
top.
spike. You can't push me now.
Woot. Trying to be
going for the knife.
The man of the hour. Oh my god, he's doing it. Oh!
Stand up now.
Yeah, shows him to his seat this time. Very demure, some might say. 10-3, first round in the second half. Heretics, I mean, they've just put them in the grave real quick.
That's why you don't stand up on round 5.
Yeah.
You gotta understand that it comes back in the end. Karma is undefeated.
One enemy remaining.
That's rough. That's rough. Oh man, 10-3. You can see the grins on Heretics' faces. I mean, this was the big test, right? Like, you feel like Abyss is the unknown, but Lotus was always be a really hard map. But the fact that Heretics have got to 10 so early on, they proved their value and that lovely adjustment after the timeout in the first half. And they've kept Fnatic completely humbled. It's wonderful to watch. And again, we talked about the honeymoon potentially with Fnatic, with Hero. Is there real depth to this? And maybe this is where it eventually runs short. Maybe this is where it turns around. Similar conversations about Heretics, potentially with their burnout, tired, exhausted at the end. But they came out and they look refreshed here.
Looks like we're about to see that reclear from Fnatic. The crossfire, though, not going to get anything done. Looks like another round in the bag for Team Heretics. The shorty, oh, he gets one.
I don't think you're going to get much more. You're surrounded. Jerry N's just going to make it. Make it so. And if Alpha's the last one alive, oh my god. These shots, Heretics are hitting some nasty shots. And Fnatic can be feeling this. This isn't a nice game to be in right now, Josh. You are feeling that you are being absolutely pushed about by Heretics.
We talk about that hero inclusion and Fnatic and how good they have looked. We look at Heretics. Where have they faltered? They faltered in that second stage where they looked like they were maybe slumping. And we're saying this like, oh, they were slumping. They were still winning. Of course they were just dropping a map.
Yeah,
you know,
it's wild,
that's a
right?
slump for them. Yeah. But the other place that they actually falter is when it gets down to these really high intensity moments. We saw multiple second place finishes for these guys, and that was the major hurdle. The deeper they go into the tournament. This, early in the tournament, maybe not feeling that same sort of pressure.
Oh, the paint shell. Don't think that's quite in place to punish, but Boaster going to try and slip the net and slip ahead. Take himself into a fight, but Miniboo's having none of it. Heretics aren't missing. The only time it's gone their way, it feels like, was then. Crinacle finding re-ends was the first time they've been able to strike back.
Oh.
Oh!
Okay.
What? Show me it from his POV. I need it.
I was just going to point out the fact that he couldn't even shoot a Prowler, and then he gets one tap like that.
Oh.
4 versus 3. 11-3 is the scoreline, and Team Heretics is making Fnatic sweat again. Every round on the defense, they've been down numbers, and they've re-aggressed, and they've been punished. Team Heretics looking to extend that. Boo over towards C, has a Prowler and a Hunt, probably trying to get a little bit of information, maybe a little bit of pressure to find out exactly what's going on. If he's able to locate at least one player here, at worst, 3 versus 2 on A. And here comes the re-clear from Hero.
Oh, it's done. It's done. Put a fork in it. This one is done. It's cooked. Alpha, you're just hoping you're not going to get knifed.
Not again.
Not again.
Not again.
Would they? I mean,
only if he shoots 20 rounds of this Vandal. Otherwise,
if the opportunity presents, you can't take Alpha lightly. To be fair, and they probably won't. I mean, they're sitting in pretty standard post-plant positions. We're gonna a little bit labored on that, and I think Alpha did hear the steps up towards heaven. It's clean from Miniboo. We questioned his form, and I don't think we have any more questions here now. Looking very sharp here, Miniboo.
I've been known to like going for a little bit of a knife. So 12-3 though, Team Heretics. Yeah, that's gross.
It's so sick. Oh man.
Just dancing up there.
What are you meant to do?
It's that when we got that soundbite of Boaster talking round 5 or round 6, when something didn't go their way. From that point on, it has felt like they've just been tilting, missing the tempos, missing their shots. They need to mentally reset. This map might be over. We might be looking at the last round of this map, so some sort of reset needs to come. But Heretics, they get their little abyss for that map too, and Rien's just posted up with Miniboo.
It's just a frag movie in their favor the whole way through. 12-3, this has been a blowout of a game. There's not too many ways to say it. Started off close, sure. It got exciting. And since that point, since that timeout, Heretics has been infallible. They have been on the money. And this is a team that people are expecting to do a deep run here. Yeah, they've had their upsets. Yeah, they've seen the sadder side of the competition. But today they're landing everything. We're going to find Boaster. It just feels like they are out of Fnatic's league here. And Heretics continue forward, just step by step, looking to get map 1 in the books. Does Alpha stop it? I don't think so. As Crinacle, the last one alive in a 1v3. 8 kills to his name so far, and it does not matter a second. 13-3. A reminder, don't stand up against heretics. Don't think you're there. These boys mean business today, Josh.
Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
almost flawless start there from Team Heretics. I'm now joined by their head coach, Neozinho. Now, after that map, you guys are 3-1 against Fnatic on Lotus alone this year. It always feels like you have their number, you know what they're doing. Why is that? And how did you pull off such a dominant start on that
Siapa yang menang, bro?
Yeah, I think for us, like, Lotus has always been one of our
Siapa yang menang ini?
maps. Like, it was our best map.
Udah kelar?
Same sort of.
Walah, dibantai anjing. Fnatic. Walah, yang menang tim Heretic, guys.
I think for us, like, Lotus has always been one of our
Congrats.
maps. Like, it was our best map last year. It was probably our best map before Sunset came into the map pool. So we're always really confident on it. And yeah, like, they haven't changed too much. So, you know, we know kind of how they're going to play and how they're going to react. And we also played pretty well too. Like, we had some crazy shots that helps. So, yeah.
Alfaya ada pistol bang, pistol run 4v1.
Yeah, he was insane. Benji was insane.
Jadi berdiri sih beliau.
So it helps when you do that. You know, when you're hitting headshots like that, it's really difficult for them.
So guys, betting lagi guys.
Heretics make a statement. Kind of like, well, knifing someone like Alfier who he probably shouldn't have stood up there, buddy.
Yeah, stand up against these guys and get sat down in this game. What a stomp from Team Heretics to start. This is the map that has defined Fnatic for so long. They've been the kings of EMEA on this very map, and they just got rolled.
In fact, it was their hardest loss on Lotus ever.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a 13-3. But do you guys remember when we were in China and Heretics had a comp that it wasn't really working on Bind, so they were like, let's just take G2's comp. And then they went on to play G2 and we were like, oh my god, G2's gonna smash them. Like, they know exactly how to use this composition. Yeah, well, Heretics definitely gave them a lesson on how to interpret this map, how to play with the retakes, and how to choose and be very careful of the battles that you pick.
And these defensive sides for Heretics was absolutely lovely. The retakes in particular, I think, were really well put together, and we saw some head scratchers from Fnatic. This one where they're trying to execute into C after waiting really late into this round, then they get stalled by a kill shot, run out of time, end up losing this round. Fnatic really looked out of sorts. A lot of moments where players weren't swinging together, where players were straight up whiffing shots, and you contrast that against a Team Heretics who look like they are playing at their peak right now.
And I'm going to just say this. I mean, look, Fnatic, I understand why they got rattled here, because you come into this Lotus and you're like, okay, guys, this is it. This is our map. This is our jam, and it doesn't work out for you. Yeah.
Look at that stat. Out of 8 post-spawns Fnatic had, Team Heretics won the retake on 5 of them.
Yeah. That's the thing, but when you think and you look at this composition, it's very default heavy. You can take your time. You have a lot of utility. And for example, when we swapped the sides, even though we didn't get to see a lot of the Fnatic's defense, we saw a lot of productivity coming from them. Why? Yeah. Why really? Like, is the score getting to your head? And at some point, we even saw the camera on Boaster, and he was saying, guys, listen to me. Is that simple? Before we even started, I told you this is going to be either brilliant or people are really not mashing together, and we saw this regionally, and was repeated just so.
And it also didn't help as well that the fish was going hard today. You know what I'm saying?
The fish fried them.
Look, man, Benji Fishy, since the pistol, my man was absolutely cranking 90s on these fools.
It smells fishy about this guy, I'm telling you.
I mean, the deadliest catch. Okay, Alex, you're too much. All right, look, the reality is folks, I don't think anyone would have anticipated Heretics pretty much socking Fnatic in the face the way that they did in this first map. And now this kind of really sets the tone for this entire series, man.
But I think some people could have predicted Benji playing this well. He has been lights out on the international stage. Remember, just a few years ago at Istanbul, he was an influencer showing up to the gold carpet, a fan rooting for Boaster.
My man's an influencer.
And now he's out here, I mean, I guess influencing the play Fnatic play.
Oh, boo.
That's the player on Team Heretics.
No, but honestly, man, this has just, what a showing that we were treated to from Heretics. But now we get ready for Abyss. We'll see, of course, how this plays out. This is going to be Heretics' pick. And, you know, Kakuka, you got to see this Fnatic team wake up, because this is it. Put up or shut up.
I think that there is a lot that they have to learn about their loss against TRX. Even though they got both pistols and you see them starting off the half pretty decently, they weren't able to close things out. It has to do with the composition and, of course, not having the reps. Yes, Heretics has already played this map a couple in the tournaments, once regionally. It hasn't been a super dominant map, but honestly, do not forget, you're going up against Fnatic. So many of the maps, you're going to need a surprise.
Gua nonton sampai ini aja guys ya.
They have that data on you regionally.
Gua nontonnya sampai 2 map aja ya.
Yeah, I do wonder though.
Kalau somehow Fnatic menang, gua nggak nonton game ketiga. Mau main gua.
You can beat Fnatic on this map, and then on the other side, you know, Gen G also showed how you can beat Heretics on this map. So there is, at the very least, something to work with here.
But things to take into account, Buzz was a pain in the ass completely.
That's very true.
And Foxy9 was onto something when he was playing from the KO. That is something that Heretics is not going to have.
Ini Abi, ya, ini Abi.
Yeah.
They will have a Durka, and you're going to be turning to him to maybe turn up.
Fnatic main di Abyss kalah lah gitu.
Map 1 for Fnatic. Here on a map where once you let your opponent get into a post plant, it's really challenging to win out those retakes, especially with the solo Astra comp. Fnatic's flood retakes and their site anchors need to be perfectly with the rest of the team. It's got to be a complete turnaround.
Now it's when the experience has to come to fruition. You have to be very, very focused for your defense, because otherwise, Heretics is just going to roll you from the attack.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is going to be a challenge here, and we're going to get the game set up once again, and we'll jump into the action. But yeah, there is certainly on the line here, because think about it like this. You're Fnatic. You're coming into this tournament. You're basically like the, you know, you're the hype. You're the #1. Everyone's like, oh, Fnatic this, Fnatic that. But then in comes Heretics, this team that at the global stage has found success so many times, runners up as well. You know you're going up against a formidable force here, but it is now time to jump into the action. Let's see if Fnatic can force that third map, or do Heretics close it out here and send it back over to Pansy and Steel.
Yeah, with pleasure, GB. This one is gonna be a banger, but we walk into the unknown. We've seen more from Heretics here. Yes, that is absolutely true. Played it 3 times, won it twice, a recent loss to Gen G, but that's respectable. They still managed to put it off against, was it Foot and FPX. Fnatic, on the other hand, it ain't been pretty so far.
And if it's going to be any continuation from that last map of Lotus, they need to be able to rebound mentally from whatever the situation was.
Abi full team nggak tahu.
13-3.
Doko sih udah pasti sih. Norman nggak tahu, Metal nggak tahu, Evan nggak tahu.
The reason why it's even more scary is, yeah, Team Heretics has a few more match reps on this map, but this map plays a lot like how Sunset does, which is Team Heretics' best map. Those post-plant spam battles, the retakes on that defense side, that is the bread and butter.
8.000 banget nih Arteris nih.
Crinacle on that sheriff.
2-0 nih TH nih. Mantap juga loh. Gokil. 8.000 bejir. Maco.
Has Rien's heard something? Rien seems very aware that something's going on, maybe hearing an audio cue.
Hey!
But he didn't expect it to be so close.
Whoa!
Let's go!
What the fuck?
What a start! If they'd rebounded after the first map, they're back in the bin. Beautiful work from Rien's, and Fnatic under the heel straight away. Oh man, Heretics, that was such a start for them. They couldn't ask for a better beginning.
Damn, Rien's, damn.
Oh boy.
Relax, relax, Rien, relax.
It's gonna be one of those games, one of those days.
Fnatic turun kah adik-adik? Fnatic ketemu G2 kah adik-adik?
Fnatic can make a go of it with 2, but it ain't gonna be working like that. Rien's nearly with the ace there.
Rien sampai ace anjir.
Wrap it up, but my god, what a start for Rien's.
Into that site on B, 10 seconds into the round. Nobody's on B site defending that. Nobody's pushed through
Takut.
A. So what is Fnatic realistically doing? They have that read. Once he's in that site, sees nothing, Miniboo, he's like, yo, they're probably pushing mid. Watch out behind you. Rien's 3 and a 4.
The first 2 were so sharp.
Ngeri, bos.
Yeah, like crisp, clean lock, yep.
It's vintage. Even the crowd getting going for that one. Let's see what we have now, though. Fnatic going again for a bit of a walk. Miniboo, sadly, the only one with a ghost here. That's a little unfortunate. With a bit of a better weapon, you could imagine he could have done some more there. Just trying to get out of danger, and he's done so. A little bit of chip damage, but that's
welcome back, welcome back.
Oh, just a spam shot through the wall. And he's smiling, he's grinning.
No!
Okay,
they're off. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine. And just to clarify, because we saw this a little bit earlier in one of the earlier games, and obviously someone's having a whinge on Twitter about it, but you're denying... Look, I'll take the heat. But again, you're denying our orbs, you're trying to keep the economy as preserved as possible and move forward without giving any advantage towards Heretics.
The only reason why you wouldn't want to go for a play like that is because you're not damaging your opponent's economy. So if the attackers don't have to use abilities to get into a site to close out the round, if they don't have to rebuy shields, then that means that they get a little bit of a buffer. But right now, valuing that ultimate economy instead, and that laugh is because he got that spam kill.
That is wild. Okay, so straight back in. Quick round. Made a go of it, they tried it, but just didn't get any of the reward they wanted at the start. And we're going to see a very quick hit here. And it's out in the open. Durka good for one, but you can see Wingman off to do his job.
God, he's Hunter's Fury.
Oh dear, he ends straight away. Good tag on Boaster and his hero.
Kena lagi tuh.
So they've actually kept the numbers pretty good here.
Ini tim Heretics ngebaca TH. Tim Heretics ngebaca Fnatic ngeri juga loh, bro.
Hero on 11, Boaster on 5. Boo still holding the line. You're looking at the util as well. Incredible. Set this into motion quite comfortably. Make Boo feel very pressured, which he's going to do now. The cross is made, and they don't get a kill on it. That should be a freebie, but Rienz finds Crinacle. Hold on. And Ring a Rosie we go. Dancing around on the side. Boo's making them work.
Incredibly confusing.
So much damage. This is possible. It's doable. And Rienz left in the 1v2. He has to deal with the player on the block. Oh, it's stunning from Rienz. The final boss of this match.
3-0, bos.
Giving Heretics 3. Keeping Fnatic down.
Kelar nih mah guys, kata gua guys.
No one standing up just yet. Waiting maybe a few more rounds. Bide their time a little bit. Meta still a little bit undefined on this map.
Rienz ini loh. Mengerikan sekali loh Rienz ini loh adik-adik.
Going into the round, that fast attack
Kacu ji.
Getting that Hunter's Fury off on that round 3 because he got that 4K on pistol round. Enables him, sets him up, and guess what?
Gelo.
He's almost back to it.
Such a good player. So talented. And now, well, for Fnatic, they're down on Sheriffs. They've had almost nothing really going their way. Aggression being displayed. Minibu's got the read here.
Buset.
May stay on the map a little longer this time.
Buset. Fnatic dibully.
Has these guys read with this re-aggression constantly from Fnatic. The timing.
Hero. They're closing there. This could be shooting fish in a barrel potentially, but if the Sheriffs don't land, then it doesn't really matter. And it's Bessie, and Rienz is here. Doesn't let this go too far away. Durka trying to find a little bit of security for himself. And they now know where the last 2 players from Fnatic reside. So a quick pivot. Already going to get the plant down. What are you meant to do? Heroes at least recovered a rifle. That's pretty imperative. Maybe some further damage could be done here.
Divide and conquer. That is the name of the game right now for Fnatic. If they want that 2 versus 4.
Yeah, but look at this. You get a fair fight on one, Woot's going to then fill the gap. There's no easy way forward. Durka with a good shot towards Minibu. They know there was an additional player here in the form of Woot. But he's just going to slip back, sit into the post plant. Yeah, they're going to toy with you. You don't get to disrupt this deeper post plant easily. He's got nothing really to be able to pressure it.
Fnatic jarang banget sih kenapa Fnatic gak ban map ini ya. Waduh, derke.
Well,
not looking clean.
That ain't it, Chief.
A little bit of a painting.
Oh, ini mah 2-0 adik-adik.
You know, on the forensics team.
Fnatic ada apa nih Fnatic nih? Hacu nih Fnatic nih.
I thought I saw a double up then coming out from Fnatic. Bloody hell, it's okay. We do have one coming into effect, but let's kind of pause for thought here, because this is a big round now. Fnatic kind of need to break the trend, because this has been very one-sided.
When we were last watching one of the Fnatic games up here, it was a very slow start. I believe it was against Crew. They had that slow start. Alpha wasn't being able to get involved in the game. He's starting on Breach on the first map, and we're talking about, just wait. He's going to be on ISO. He's going to get back in the game. Fnatic. You guys got to get your head in the game.
Yeah, they seem out of it right now, and they are being punished step by step. Minibu's on the hunt. He wants it. He's hungry for more. And he's found a step. A quick little pickup on Hero, almost like it meant nothing to him. Minibu controlling so much space, and the pace change into this operator works wonderfully for them.
That trip.
Wah, tapi ini Minibu lagi menyala sekali loh adik-adik. Minibu lagi aktif banget anjir.
Deleted yet. Okay.
There we go, finally. I mean, it's such an arduous task to get back to the site, though. And they still have to clear close.
Poster dibikin gak berdaya, bro.
On the site itself. One disconnected, that being Blue, that's fine. And they can clear through the first couple. But the backline is still difficult. And the big man himself, Rienz, is still here. He's stunned up, though. Dealt with. Fnatic finally Getting back
Si
in.
Sabu doang.
Be the problem, be the nuisance. Already looking to try and get half, and they can't block it this time.
Wah.
All the way, and the time is not on
Wah,
their
no
side.
time, anjir.
Boo has done so
And that's the
well,
end.
and
Wah.
that's stunning, and they can't recover it.
Gila, no time anjir.
From Heretics, they are looking in
Wah.
form today.
Trying
Gila.
the body block on that
No
after gravity wall
time
to
anjir,
make
gak bisa
sure that
di-body
the
block.
spike diffuser's not pulled all the way off, but just missed that opportunity.
Sayang banget gak ke body block.
When he thought, oh, it was
Gelo,
clean round for Team
gelo.
Heretics. In comes the retake here. And I thought that the timing between that dart coming in at the same time as the flash was a little bit disjointed, but boy, was I wrong there. Doesn't matter though in the end. 1 versus 3. All he needs to do is get that gravity wall off on that spike. No diffuser, no time. Guess what? I don't even have to shoot back at you guys. I already win. But to add insult to injury, takes out Boaster trying to save that op into that next round.
Wah, Fnatic diobok-obok, guys.
Valuable resource that
Fnatic masih belajarin map ini sih. Gak bisa apa-apa, bro. Poster Chronicle Derke gak bisa apa-apa ini.
They look quiet, they barely look present. Boaster yet to really start getting any impact going here. That operator taken away within a second. And they look outclassed. I think we
Kalau kayak gini, gue bisa memprediksi siapa yang masuk Grand Final.
You know, who is leading the way for EMEA?
Berdasarkan performance-nya ya. Gue merasa yang masuk Grand Final adalah EDG lawan tim Heretics. Feeling gue ya, Grand Finalnya ya. EDG lawan tim Heretics. Percaya nggak lu? Sentinel, trust me bro. Sentinel akan flop. Sentinel akan flop, yakin banget gua. Gua nggak tahu kesambet setan apa mereka bisa menang kemarin 2-0.
All the way. They can taste it.
Ya pokoknya gua nontonnya sampai 2 map kedua aja, map ketiga gua nggak tonton kalau ada.
Does Boo get isolated? He doesn't have the ability to evacuate as quickly as Mini Boo can. But he's playing with his life well. He is being hunted. You can see the map closing in. They know it's going to be this A piece. They've got mid control for Fnatic this time around. Maybe off the back of the timeout, that's the conversation. Double down, keep going.
Tim Indo, apakah bisa masuk VCT? Oh bisa lah. Kalau lo tanya bisa mah bisa, tapi apakah mampu?
Probably a plant here.
Itu yang kita nggak tahu bro. Kalau bisa mah diperbolehkan boleh, tapi kita mampu nggak buat lolos? Masalahnya waktu itu kita lolos 1 tim doang, boom, itu pun dibantai-bantai anjir. Wah ini bahaya banget Mini Boo posisinya nih. Tuh kan dari belakang. Waduh, bengong tuh. Bengong tuh.
Yeah, god damn, what the hell just happened? Fair enough. Just kill them all, I guess. Why didn't they try that before?
You know, that's not a bad idea.
Flawless.
Someone on that Fnatic coaching staff needs to be, you know, getting paid for that.
Telur sudah pecah adik-adik. Telur sudah pecah.
What's one more into the mix?
Akhirnya sudah tidak 0 lagi adik-adik ya.
Like I said though, Fnatic kind of undefined. The map is relatively new. Still teams trying to figure out how they want to play it, mixing up Cypher versus Killjoy, the types of controllers you have versus Astra. Fnatic, very aggressive through B multiple times. Sure, some of them on eco, but here on a gun round, another time here, we're seeing a second round potentially where they're aggressing down the middle. Benji trying to control that space, uses his cages and camera just to get that information, see if he can slip the net a little bit. Heretics, their entire game plan on that attack side is let Benji just do whatever he wants, put some pressure, see if he can get anywhere, but group is 4, sometimes even 5, and just do a hit together. Waiting for Fnatic to push through.
Camera.
Ooh, Benji.
He's seen Durka though, but the flash didn't. Oh no, Durka ate it.
Derke nge-flash diri sendiri, keren lo Derke. Respect.
That's gonna take the wind out of the sails.
Kacau nih Derke nih.
Obviously, if you're Heritage,
kacau banget Derke.
You're feeling silly. That's gutting.
Boo is all the way in B site right now, so this is the audible, this is the callback in Alpha. Do you realize where Boo is? Are you gonna run out right into his crosshair?
Yeah, but it's Alpha. The man reads it well. A good read on the game, but 1 was not going to be enough in this. 2 would have been maybe enough to tilt the scales, but it's hindered progress. Heretics now slowing down a touch. 35 seconds
1
though.
HP.
Oh, bloody hell, the shots. Yeah, the ult coming out from Woot there, clearing the space.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be recalled, actually chasing down towards stairs, but the plant's in now. No denial on that.
Big shock damage.
That's nice. Okay, couple of players now weakened up. It's Bosa to take the first couple of brave steps forward. Nice fight. Needs more. 2 more, potentially. Gets another. He's made it doable. Crinacle in a 1v1 up against Mini Boo. And Mini Boo just toying with him. Playing with him. These aren't games anymore. Damn. Still in control.
Off the back of a flawless. They lose that next round, but they made it costly, expensive.
Bosternya belum pecah telur. Hah, Boster masih 0 kill.
Team Heretics.
Gua ngeliatin KDA Boster anjir. Kacau juga nih Boster ini nih.
Here at the start of the round, Durka getting himself with that flash. Benji winning that fight, gets that hat off, gets the information. Boo's already slipped the gap. He's in B site, calls the team over. Fnatic running out of just places that they can start pushing. Where's next? A? At some point, we need to see a site hold coming in for the side of Fnatic and playing that retake. That's how they won the previous round, right?
Yeah.
The only round posted up was a full 5-man retake, getting all the kills within a span of 5 seconds.
Boster kayak bentar lagi pensiun deh, guys.
Benji's drawing so much attention in the middle as well. This time it's Crinacle to try and respond. Last time I think it was Boaster.
Ini Bu OP soalnya keluarganya datang. Family buff. Guys, tapi beneran guys, Bu sama Mini Bu tuh adek kakak. Bu itu kakaknya, Mini Bu itu adeknya. I mean, gua nggak bermaksud body shaming ya. Tapi Mini Bu sama Bu tuh beda banget badannya loh. Bahkan mukanya nggak mirip-mirip amat loh. Alphair ngapain anjing?
And the Heretics are running through them. Rings around them. It looks easy.
Alphair ngapain dah?
Bye-bye, Boo! The positioning, so patient.
Oh, no, you, just the weapon.
Yeah, there we go. Bye-bye. Nice to see.
Ayah ibunya aja namanya Bu. Ya, nggak mungkin dong nama aslinya Bu anjir. Itu nama panggung nggak sih?
Because this is not good enough. At this point, you're in champs. There are no easy games, there are no easy opponents. That's the simplicity of it all. But they are floundering here, Josh. They have not got a grip on this game by any means.
Ini Alphair nggak jelas dari tadi nih.
Poster last game, caught saying, boys, it's so simple, just listen.
Good.
They have not looked the same. Not in the previous matches. Well, we saw them not playing their best against Crew in that group stage coming into this match. They weren't playing their best, but
Rian lagi menyala bangku banget nih.
That stage way better than they are here. Right now, it's just like they're non-existent. They need to find some sort of footing. Back to Sheriffs again. Here, Team Heretics.
In the building.
Don't know what that means, but
Rienz is in the building.
He's in the house.
And they look so good doing it. I can't stress enough how strong Heretics look here. But the issue is that Fnatic look absent. There hasn't been a fight back.
Here comes the aggression. The only thing they haven't tried yet. And they get the first one.
But does the Vandal fall off the map there? I think it may. I'm not sure. Let's see if they can recover that. Yeah, it ain't around.
Sad.
That's unlucky. But quite well thought through if he actually considered that. Rienz, though, danger man. And so clean. Leading the board.
Oh.
Fnatic already slipping deeper towards the site. Respecting Heretics to give them at least the foot in the door.
Cek nama si mereka aja, nama keluarganya sama. I see,
Only just now
mantap.
getting planted. Minibu trying to create some space.
Plants there. Almost daring Fnatic to try and take a fight. Minibu starts getting curious, get aggressive, and gets punished. Hero finally making some impact happen. 2 players down. This could be the resurgence, at least in this round. But it is Rienz. But 5 from here.
Rienz, oh mati Rienz.
Dirk has got it. That's 2 for Fnatic
Nice. Good. Pecah telur lagi. Pecahkan saja telur ibuku.
Wherever Team Heretics does choose to go, getting that first pick off is so vital and important for these guys. The second thing is dealing with Benji in a way that doesn't completely disrupt their entire setup here. Right now, Team Heretics has such a good read of what's going on. They're waiting for Fnatic to push through, but here, fighting back is Fnatic. Guess what? Another retake. Sure, they pushed up and they got that first kill on Boo. That helps out a lot, but an op is going to be something that's crucial for them to rely on, a crutch. 2-7, still recoverable if you're Team Fnatic, and great retake ultimates as well. So they're leaving Alpha on an island a little bit.
trying to isolate the player. They know there's normally one around here. It is Boo again. Trying to close the net. Maybe trying to check for even Benji, but he's with the pack this time.
Oh ya kan dia nggak wallhack ya, dia nggak bisa lihat kalau si Bu lagi bertapa.
Anyone trying to filter back through that might be catching Boo, but Boo's keeping him busy.
Where does Alpha go?
And they're so distracted by this one player, but he's just going to play hard to get.
It's all on this lockdown though. He needs to get in a good position to be able to utilize this, force them completely out.
It still sits somewhat towards a main, but a clear. A good one as well. Miniboo going down and Fnatic take a couple of steps towards the site. Cross in place. Benji not going to see them drop down. And on the spike they go, looking to achieve at least half. They're going to get that, but then now there needs to be a fight back here. But he's still there, he's still defusing. Gets half, Benji! I told you this guy can clutch. Oh, he's still doing it! Almost all himself.
Wah, gila Benji sama Riens. Nyala banget aimingnya, coy. Wah, kacau. Gila Riens sama Benji. Mantap.
You know, coming into this, we were talking about how Team Heretics, if they want to close it out, it's probably going to have to be a pick up a win on Lotus, win that 2-0, not let it get to that Haven. Did I think it was going to be this one-sided, starting with that 13-3 on Lotus? No, did not wake up today thinking that. I thought 3 maps easy on the horizon.
Miniboo berdiri, guys.
Does that classify as standing up?
Miniboo?
Was he giving it, or was he just standing up, giving a high five to his teammate?
Let's see how the round goes. Then we can determine.
True, okay.
For now, it is an ult towards B, divide over towards A, and Heretics gonna go for a pretty standard approach. It's Durka who's still trying to stand and fight. He's just facing down Wingman. Might want to deny that, mate. He does. Fnatic actually getting a couple of bodies in their favor here. Oh, Riens. But it is chaotic. But finally a calm in the storm for a second or two. 2 players, Benji and Boo.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
That was a little dangerous, But the numbers finally.
He's gonna go right to the smoke as soon as this pops.
All the timing. Just missed that window of opportunity, but Benji's still alive. I told you, if he stands, there's always a chance. 2 players on towards CT, do they expect him so nearby?
Oh, lompat-lompat dajal anjir.
Trade if necessary. And Boo dealt with Fnatic.
Wah, tapi 8-3 lagi, guys. 9-3 lagi nih.
4th round definitely possible. Op is up on the hands.
Kalau ini TH menang 9-3 sama kayak tadi lagi nih.
Good retake defense towards A. And lucky that the timing of everything in the post round after that defuse goes in lines up before you fall off that map. Little bit of life. Not too stressed out right now on the face cams here for Team Fnatic.
And they did lose the round after standing up, so...
That is true. So maybe he was given it.
Maybe.
Keep seated.
Oh, Durka. You're a brave boy. Oh, good. Around that corner, there aren't 2 players. He may expect the 1, but maybe not the 2nd. And he might lose the angle here. He has. Does he get to keep his life? Fortunately, a quick smoke and the Owl drone can at least deny a quick springboard back, but look at middle. Look at the pace that Heretics are taking the space from this. Durka better be ready, and he is! Everywhere on the map, hard to miss, but a good trade for Benji. Crinacle tries to control towards Heaven. He's gonna do a fair job at it. Finally seeing a bit of a fight between these guys. Wingman, though, waddling off to do his job.
There's no stopping little bro here in Riens. Keeping the space towards Secret Room. But Alpha, peeling off, was looking towards it. Sensed something. But won a group as 3 in this retake to make it the best chance they have. Riens also backing off. He's got that Hunter's Fury. He wants to play that. Also, Gravity Well on the hands of Boo.
So many tools at their disposal to run through. Tap on the spike. There it is. Going to draw this out. Does it connect? I think it might. Well, at least for a tag there. Durka going to get himself out of danger. And now it's time for the defuse. They need at least half here. But Hero dragged away. Again, running through the util just perfectly. There's nothing more to be done here. The time is going to be dwindling. Hero trying to make a damn good go of it, but time is not on his side. And the pop and swing to seal it. They have limited chances, held at 3.
9-3.
Team Heretics doing a great job.
Yeah.
Side defense. You get to show Fnatic how you play this map.
9 rounds to their name. This has been a masterclass. Don't miss the second half.
Astra di habis bagus. Nah itu dua-duanya pakai Astra. Player Fnatic yang berdiri siapa? Alfire Rika. Kacau Alfire. Ada. Kacu. Kayaknya game cepat nih guys. Kayaknya nggak ada map ketiga juga dah. Kayaknya GG nih mah kata gue nih.
Big half score here, 9-3. And to add to that, map 1, only 3 rounds gained by Fnatic. The new generation is here, and it looks like Heretics want this clean. They want this done. They don't want to give Fnatic many chances, and by the signs of that first half, they didn't.
Fnatic, been here before. Said it last map as well on Lotus. Gotta get that pistol round or that gap is gonna get bigger and bigger. Team Heretics in full control. Get to go onto that defense side of the map. They got Benji back on Cypher duty. Ooh. Just take a deep breath. Yeah. Coaches are going off, talking about what needs to be done. Lock in. We're on the cusp, the verge of going on to that next round in the playoffs here. Stay composed, stay mentally involved with the game, let Fnatic mess up. They've been doing so much overextension throughout the entire first half, that first map as well. Team Heretics, all they have to do is stay the course.
Can they do it? Can they show that discipline, that depth?
Pass through
so
middle.
Much of an advantage here, and you're right, quick approach through mid, right up the guts. And a very deep position from Woot as well. Where the hell does that go?
Mosh set up for the B plant spot.
What is this? What is that ratty little lineup? Oh, okay, that's... I mean, it forces Rienz into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. It actually pushed him a little bit further in towards Alpha, but Fnatic got the plant anyway. I mean, a nice idea conceptually. Practically didn't quite get what they wanted out of it.
You ever forget food on the grill? That was overcooked. Maybe so was that Chuck. Sorry.
That was awful. That was awful. Oh, that wasn't though. Durka, where have you been? Nice to see you finally waking up. Yeah, well, put back to bed. Mini Boo now. 1v3? Probably not. Probably not. Fnatic, okay. It's the first round. It's a start. But it's a very long road. Very, very long.
Long road, icy road.
Yep.
With no guardrails to prevent you from falling off a cliff as well. So, Team Heretics still in a very comfortable lead. Pistol round, not the worst case. They weren't even looking super strong on their defense pistol round in that first map of Lotus, ending up winning in that 2 versus 4. So right now, let Fnatic pick up another round here, make it expensive for them, and really lock it down for that first gun round.
Okay, the only investment is Minibu with the Sheriff. Of course, on the other side, we have the 2 Vandals, so that's Durka and Alpha, so they need to keep hold of those. They can lose 2 players, I'd say, with Boaster and Hero just on those Ghosts. And Crinacle probably want to play his life as well, keeping that Bulldog in play.
And Boo, over at A, was able to destroy that Sova Dart that Crinacle sent that direction, just to keep that pressure. The question marks about whether or not Team Heretics is in some sort of stack or aggressive push or not, but here comes the push from Fnatic. It's going to be into the 4-man stack from Team Heretics.
Yeah, they are in the right place, and that's the danger man, Minibu. And he's dealt with. Quick pick up from Durka. Okay, carving out a little bit of security. Would like to be able to get a plant here, but they're still very nearby. Got to be careful. Both are the ones to try and take at least the strain in this to play across on the angle. Nicely done, Fnatic.
Comeback adik-adik Fnatic adik-adik.
Solid. Boo not really left with many options here.
Spike planted.
Not many options for Boo here. Trying to
going
min-max
off?
the amount of damage or finds the best place that he wants to go for a little bit of sightseeing.
Right there. It looks like he's taking this time to mostly talk to the team as well.
Yep,
Having a
that
chat.
French timeout that you talked about.
Yeah,
Just
literally 3 other people in the world know what I mean when I say French timeout, you know.
well,
Certainly
I
not.
am one of them,
Yeah,
so
there you go,
I know what you're talking about.
Over here,
Just
and there it is.
using that extra time in the round just to talk about what's going on, just squeezing out those extra 20, 30 seconds to be able to make a plan about what you want to do, reset the focus of whatever you want to have, and then let the round expire. Then you get to go in. You don't have to burn a timeout. Pretty sure Team Heretic still has both their timeouts if they need to burn them.
One enemy remaining.
They have them. And some shots that Fnatic's hitting again. We haven't seen that from them in the first half. That's kind of where they went silent. It wasn't necessarily about like tactically, but it was in terms of their gameplay. They weren't hitting the shots. And if they're able to start finding that form again, maybe they have a chance against Team Heretics in this map. It's a little bit of a comeback. And double bounce Shockies, trying to locate any Cypher trips. Dart. Just to get some information on an aggressive push here, but Boo escaping with his life. And that's a lot of gunshots from Fnatic. That's
Kita lihat di bonus round ini.
in that position. Team Heretics not
Apakah akan comeback?
Mini Boo in a very aggressive position here with his Vandal. Just getting this off angle deep on that B main line. But here comes mid, Fnatic, developing the map, and we saw them do this sort of style on Lotus, and the thing that kind of worked against them was that they spent so much time trying to work the map that they ended up running themselves out of time. Once they went for that site hit, they didn't have enough time and resources to be able to break through, get that spike planted.
Cutting through.
And I worry for them that it's going to happen again. Alpha trying to work his way up middle, Durka as well on his ultimate.
But I worry that Miniboo's going to be ahead of this utility as well.
Durka ulti.
Does he play it potentially even further forward? There's still going to be Crinacle there with the out drone. Shock Dart might have been enough to indicate they know his position, but still, he's rewarded. That forward position is perfect. And yeah, he's going to be revealed. They know where he is, but Fnatic can't close the gap. So now they have to go into the blender. There's 3 players posted on this site, and Miniboo still being one of them. Oh, Miniboo reigns supreme. Bringing them down into size. 2 now left, Hero and Durka. The 2 top-end players for Fnatic, at least in this map, and Durka needs to keep his boy safe.
Mati.
Oh, that was so close. But the plant is in. Time now.
Big.
That was massive from Rienz. Now it's all on Hero, a 1v3. Dizzy dealt with.
Ah, udah 5-10 ini.
Does he try and position himself here?
Hero udah pasti
to
mati.
isolate fights.
Did Woot see him at the last second there?
Maybe. It's hard to tell, but he's going to reposition anyway. Wall about to drop. And he's missing them by seconds.
Timing.
This is a real chance. It's not clean, but it might.
Oh!
And now the 1v1. Switching it out.
Holy.
Boo trying to just go around, ring a Rosie, but Hero playing it so much better. Playing to the time.
Oh, nice one, Hero. Nice one. Damn, that's nice.
We look at
Damn, Hero. Gue meremehkan Hero, bro.
True.
We forgot about Hero.
Gile, Hero.
Once I saw that the time was getting low, Woot was repositioning, and I'm like,
Gue meremehkan Hero, mohon maaf,
I've
guys.
seen this before. Not on this map, but I've seen this guy in these moments, and he does it so frequently. You can never count him out. Once the time starts ticking low, he is so good with playing his positioning, dancing around the boxes and whatever obstacles that are in his way.
It's a lifeline. And Miniboo, though, you saw the damage he was able to inflict, but Durka.
Nice, Durka. Nice Alpha Air. Apakah ini comeback adik-adik?
This was with Sheriffs, but it was supplemented by the ult from Miniboo, so there was a little bit more of an investment behind it.
Waduh.
Benji,
Waduh.
shots.
Buset, Benji.
2 big shots back to back, making this
1v3.
I don't want to say possible, but at least in the realms of reality. Boo would have to.
Senjata tuh banyak tuh.
I feel like if he maybe found Crinacle, sure, does get an upgrade.
Look, there's a number of players in the server right now where I would give it to them. I don't know if Boo would be one of them.
No, I wouldn't say, you know, as you said, if it was, you know, Benji out there or even Rienz in this map specifically, he's been very strong. But Boo, gonna give it a damn good go. But again, you look at the util as well. Chronicle still got his, Hero's got his, Alpha can litter the site. It's a very hard position to be in. And
kelihatan apa kagak tuh?
Seen on that, not certain. He's actually been given a little bit of a window to work in.
Oh, nice one.
Too much util in that post plant.
Comeback adik-adik.
Okay, Fnatic, you've caught my attention. Let's see if it's worth keeping it. That's
Comeback
7-9.
adik-adik.
The gap closes. We're seeing that lockdown on the side of
Real
the attackers.
comeback,
So we get to see
adik-adik.
the first timeout burn from Team Heretics.
Yeah.
One more in the chamber if they need it. Just round by round, Fnatic is crawling back.
Remember map 1? It was when we had those couple of 3 big rounds from Fnatic. They looked good, like they had maybe a bit of a read on Heretics.
Yep.
Damn, he looks like a villain.
Damn.
Uh-oh. Are you serious? Are you serious?
You saw what happens when Heretics stood up.
Are
you saw what
serious,
happened.
Alpha?
You lost like 40 rounds in a row.
Just stretching his legs, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Tall guy. He's got a...
Yeah, don't want the, blood in the
exactly.
Berdiri lagi loh Alfire.
We've seen Fnatic, they do the exercises frequently. We're not seeing any movement out here.
Oh my god, please.
Aduh, Alfire berdiri lagi, Jing.
I feel like it's map 1.
Alfajer, duduk. Kenapa sih harus berdiri?
Oh my god. Because they've closed the gap to a respectable score.
Berdiri mulu lu Blazking anjir, Blazking cok. Kacau Blazking ini loh. Blazking, aduh.
It doesn't feel safe though, Josh. When I'm watching how Fnatic are playing, it's still very much knife's edge. I feel like Heretics haven't quite found their footing in this half yet.
Yep.
But we have a new look coming out here. That operator is in.
Kacau ini bro, si Blazking versi Fnatic ini bro.
Operator, as you highlight, is one of them. We haven't seen that yet from the side of Team Heretics. We've seen aggressive angles from Miniboo, but no operator. We've seen this same start from Fnatic. Get that Sova dart off on towards A main, try to figure out what's going on that side. Maybe utilize middle before ending towards B. That's been the game plan. Chronicle with the shocks, looking for any Benji trips here. But ahead of the dart.
Okay.
Does it scan? Boaster, smokes, down. It's all on Hero's wall now. That's the only
Damn, Miniboo, damn.
The next op sight lines right now. Op stays towards A. Fnatic pivoting towards B. Alpha trying to find that space, that middle, that little bit of a gap to get in the back lines here. But without that wall, without the smokes, it's going to be tough to get in here.
It's big info. Rotation in from Rienz as well. He's on the way, but there's still 2 players on the side. Benji going to struggle here to find safety, but Boo reminds him of map 1. Puts it back in their place and sits Alpha down. I can't believe you've cursed it like this, Chronicle. Nah, not going to even get away with the silver linings. It's 10 rounds and it's double digits found.
Why is he going?
Bang Devin lapar, makan, Mifra makan.
Alpha.
Kan? Ini gara-gara Alfire berdiri-berdiri, guys.
What's the double-edged sword of
Kacau nih Alfire ini nih berdiri-berdiri jelas nih. Kacau.
Exactly what's going on, diagnose the setup, try to get a good mid-round call here. But because they do the same sort of timings on their openings, they know, okay, Chronicle's going to do the start. It's going to take this much time to get here. It's going to scan only this. If you in this moment slip the gap, get behind this tall box, it's not going to scan you. They're not going to expect you. Pick off Boaster, funnel them into B, and it's all over for them.
This one. It's not a particularly deep lockdown, but it does make it a little bit more uncomfortable, I guess, for Benji, who's going to take the trip around towards Heaven. They can still have Boo on the site, though, and this isn't an easy access point. They're just, I mean, trying to go in somewhat dry here. Not forcing them too far away. Benji gets to play his life as well, but the spike still.
Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh my god! No,
Hero!
No! The curse is so strong.
Hero jatuh, guys.
Alpha stood so Hero could fall. Oh no!
Well.
God. Do I have to look?
Get a timeout. Do you have one? Cool one.
You know, there's a short list of players that I would think would fall off the map accidentally. Hero's not on that list.
He's not. It's crazy, the power of that curse. Oh.
Spike down B.
Well.
Show me. Through the smoke, clips the corner, reminiscent of Boaster in that 1v3 on Haven.
Like father, like son. How cute.
Headbutts a brick wall.
Yeah, but the problem is, this has happened at a very inopportune time if you're a Fnatic fan out there. They've hit the wall, literally and figuratively. You're looking at this point, 7-11, and Heretics picked up map 1. This was, you know, the makings of a comeback. It wasn't there yet, but there were signs.
So ulti, Yoru ulti, combo.
You've got to secure it.
Late.
And it looks like Heretic's going to respect this enough. I'm waiting to see if Boo does rescind from the site. Eventually will fall. It's a lot of an investment here. Crinacle trying to clear the site, make sure no one's lingering around, and no one is. Should be safe to plant, but the spike is pretty far away here, so Fnatic are going to have to hold this down for quite some time.
Crinacle had the spike there, so as he's Hunter's Fury, he can't plant it. Now here comes the counter Hunter's Fury. No push in with it, just to stall the plant. Durka still has his ultimate, but Boo, he's got his Cosmic Divide. Fnatic have to play ahead of this, they have to.
What's the plan?
They're backing out.
They're trying to evacuate.
Wait.
Durka, what do you do with this one?
This is like foot PRX, I can see
the
it.
divides everywhere. This is madness. The map drawn in a whole new way. And this could be posted with 1, but as Heretics cleaning house, this could be 12. Maybe not, though. Woot, the last one alive in a 1v3. Tries to go for 1, and he can't find it. There's life in them yet. Fnatic holding on for another.
11-8.
You could see, though, the fear in Fnatic's eyes. The reason why they use that Hunter's Fury on that position there is because the Boo Benji combo over towards that site. You have the high-low, one on the rafters, one on the floor. There's so much just power in that position. They're just getting these 2K entries. Boo, headshot, just...
I didn't even see that at the time.
Yeah, Crinacle, I mean, when we get to see him on Sova, he gets a little bit in there, huh?
Yeah.
Got that mental block on Viper a little bit.
Feels like
but still, these slow plays from Fnatic, they're working a little bit right now, but I fear that they're too committed to doing these super slow, set, execute plays. It's very telegraphed, and Team Heretics is getting ahead of it a lot of these cases. The ultimate's changing the tide of things, making it a little bit chaotic with that Astra Wall coming up. Crinacle getting through, slipping a timing, catching a couple players in the back. Right now, Fnatic, 30 seconds ticked off the clock. Don't really have any space at the moment. They start their inching up towards middle, trying to steal the space. Just a trip here and a drone to reclear. Gonna catch at least Durka, if not more.
Oh, that should have seen potentially 3. There should be a rotation in play here.
Benji and Boo.
They got to batten down the hatches. This is going to be a site hit and a half. Benji's going to be kind of back-to-back with Boo here, who's playing forward. Audacious play from Boo, and the timing, it wasn't right. A valiant attempt, but it just falls to pieces. But Benji can only do so much. The wrap on this site was very well choreographed. A little dangerous, sure, but still. Looking for the plant. They're going to get that. The backline addressed. Mini Boo's gone down. Fnatic finding their rhythm now, finding a little bit of form. These last 2 players, you're looking for a save potentially.
Definitely looking for a save here. Gap closes. It'll be a 2-round difference here. Team Heretics still so close.
Do we see a timeout from Heretics maybe?
I
feel like they've hit a brick wall.
They do have a second one. They called their first one just a few rounds ago, round 17. Wouldn't be horrible. Maybe they play one more round before they decide to burn it. Whenever either the IGL or the coach feels like there's some necessary input needed. So if you're in an IGL and you're in that flow state, you might be thinking, okay, like I have a pretty good idea of what's going on, blah, 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 let's do this. Coach might have something else, a third perspective that might see something that the coach doesn't see, that the players don't see, that's not being communicated properly throughout the entire team. Hey, like, this is happening. You see this. You got to call this. This is how you guys can make a solution for it.
Yeah.
So that would be where the coaches would come in and call that timeout here.
Doesn't seem like it so far. And you're right, though. Crinacle is starting to warm up as well. It was something we were kind of discussing. When you see him on that Sova, it does feel like a different player to an extent. Finding some big impact here, but Heretics feels like they have enough. A little bit of a buffer still in play.
Nanti main Abi kah? Iya, Baginda Ratu nanti main Abi.
A glass cannon, though. This is knife's edge stuff, and traditionally
9-11.
pressuring A main early. This time it does
Apakah akan menjadi 9-13 atau 13-11?
For what's been pretty much ailing
The
them
fuck
this
is
entire
that?
time, that Fnatic have been taking that mid pressure, and they've been dealing with it well. They've been pushing up. We saw that split over towards the B side last round, and a very different beginning from Fnatic now.
That Viper's Orb on attack side at middle is applying a lot of pressure. Team Heretics overplaying it, want to make sure that they can deal with this, nip it in the bud. Not relying just on this Cypher tripwire, but a spam maybe from Woot on a timing to catch them. Otherwise, Miniboo, as soon as that smoke clears, he's got an angle. But right now, Fnatic doesn't even look like they want to move up middle. They're just using it to cross between A and B here.
They might have seen a pixel of Boaster then, I'm not sure. I want to see how they responded. It looks like they're bringing the operator over, so maybe they did just see him crossing through.
Have that Cosmic Divide to work with. That would take Miniboo out of the equation. Here come the shots to break the trips.
Kemana
The
tuh?
dart to get the info.
Here we go. How does Heretics play this? Onside, offside. Divide goes in. Benji wants to play forward. He's feeling brave enough to try it, and this is outrageous from Benji.
Wow.
He just turned away. There was a second he could have worked with, but Dirk is doing the damage on the site. Hero on the follow-up, and once again, they control this B site. And with the operator being picked up and walked away with, I think this is going to be another save already. Heretics being outdone on this side, being held on 11 now.
We have to be seeing the timeout coming into this next round. This is the moment where the coaches have to chime in and say something. Hey, right now, what is Fnatic actually doing? Well, we're seeing them go slow. They wait for that initial opening. They use that dart and the shocks to clear out whatever close trips there are. Util dump. Cannot.
Operator gone.
No whiff, everybody.
This though. He has a star. He can pop a smoke. Not scan there, but they know he's got to be close. He's going to be trying to retrieve this or protect it.
Wow.
He's going to go down as well. So definitely a timeout.
10-11.
I don't even know if they can put a
Timeout dari tim Heretics dimulai sekarang.
I wasn't paying attention exactly to the ultimate orb status. Yeah, he's a few off. They do have enough economy to purchase an op, but yes, here comes the timeout. You need to talk about what's actually happening here, because right now, what's Heretics
Here comes the timeout.
They're playing the same way, but Fnatic is showing the same start. And a few rounds ago, I was talking about how
Abi
Fnatic's
itu
doing the same
arena
stuff.
breakout
It's a little bit
infinite.
telegraphed because they're relying heavily on their set plays, and it wasn't working when
Timeout lah, udah pasti itu mah.
high-low setup towards the right side of that B site, on the cliff side of the map, basically.
Yeah.
But it hasn't worked in a few rounds now. They've been split up, spread apart. One of the rounds was Fnatic using middle and coming in from the sidelines as well. But everything has been Benji kind of out of position, trying to deal with a lot of things happening. Same thing with Boo. One round, he jumps across that cliff trying to get ahead of the split. And this is what Fnatic's winning with right now. It's telegraphed, but it's working because it's dealing with every single position perfectly. And right now, Heretics is playing kind of like a standard, like the same setup that they are. They need to either figure out if they want to fully commit in and get in the faces of Fnatic, or if they want to chill back, say, okay, we know what's going to come in, and we're going to sit back, we're going to let you do it, and we're going to go and do our bread and butter. We play our retake because that's what we're known for. We've got a Thrash to lean on a little bit here, but looks like it's going to be a very low investment. They're budgeting a little bit to maybe get that op up in that next round. So right here, this is going to be something where maybe the plan doesn't come into effect this round, maybe it's for the next round, but still some weapons to work with here. Durka back on a Euro ulti as well. Probably going to pop that and get that information before Fnatic decide to end.
A chance for Pandemonium though. They can take risks, they can try and get in their faces.
Standing ahead.
Now one Vandal with Riens, the Bulldog with Boot, Guardian with Woo. Fnatic, once again, similar start, similar approach. You look and see if they kind of meet Riens anywhere. And maybe, if they do decide to pressure middle further, that Vandal would be in the right place. Whether or not it finds its value, yet to be seen.
If Benji can somehow stay alive when his teammates go for the retake and he gets a dead body that he can throw his hat on, that success rate that he has when he's in those types of situations is ridiculously high. So far, a lot of these rounds, he's been dead first on that initial attack towards B site.
Okay, Durka clearing a path.
Here.
How far do they follow it?
Oh, not again. That's twice.
I mean, the pressure is certainly there. Boo's now feeling a little bit panicked here. There was pressure coming through towards A. Fnatic need to make up for this one. Already down a man. Hero going to be feeling pretty rough about that. But still, plant is there. Time for the chaos to begin. A big ult on Woot if they feel like they've got the opportunity to use it. Could clear through this site. But do they dare? There it is, gonna start going through. Durka deals with it instantly, tries to reset the aim quickly. So many targets, so little time. The Dizzy gets dealt with. Crinacle, the one to save him from Miniboo. Next up was Boaster, falls. Crinacle though, so much impact. Digging deep here, there's only so much they can do as Durka, the last one alive. Can he try and save the day here after the mistake made earlier? It wasn't even his fault. It was all on Hero, but Durka becomes one himself. The Red Bull clutch after a fumble and a mistake from the young guy on their side. They bring this back. We're tied up. It's 11-11.
Have you ever played football? Sorry, soccer?
Right.
For the North American fans, there are none because we're watching EMEA right now. You've been goalie. You let that ball slip right between your feet. That's what happened to Hero here.
Oh, bless him. And again, this does play in. He is a young player. He is the stand-in. I mean, last time these two teams faced, Leo was in the roster. It's been that long, but we go back in. Durka stands tall. He'll make up for those mistakes. He'll hold this team safe, but this was what the timeout would have been for. Heretics need to be in here with a game plan. They've been held on 11. They wanted this one done. They absolutely decimated the map 1, but map 2, Fnatic right at the door now.
Middle control. Again for Fnatic here. Trying to put some pressure. Disarm that Team Heretics defense. Make them stress. But a change-up. We're seeing Boo towards A this time.
Bro.
He's holding
Just
that
end the game already lah.
Normally, he's been over towards B with Benji, but Mini Boo coming back on this line, taking this aggressive
Hero
angle,
jatuh lagi
getting
ya.
inside
Hero
in front of
kocak,
Fnatic
Hero
before they're
kocak.
able to get their execute off because he has the potential to get away. Slow approach. Crinacle still has his Hunter's Fury, and that dart is off cooldown now, so we're going to see the next stage of
Itu
this default coming into
trapnya
play
unik
for 40
sekali
seconds,
loh.
though. Wherever they go next, they have to commit, but the double controller in middle, waiting, biding their time. The main hit's going to come, and they're going to try to get in the back lines here. No! Oh my god, sorry.
I thought he fell off. I thought he fell off. Don't, I mean, we've been seeing it already, but here comes the hit, and it's going to be so well
Kirain jatuh.
crafted. Down to a T. Crinacle removes wound. Crinacle with a follow-up as well. He's coming alive for Fnatic. No, and Rien's, wait, are they still on the map? They're all so close. This is such a precarious position. For 15 seconds, they don't have a plant. And Miniboo is still here. He could haunt their nightmares at this point, but no! He gets cleared out. Durka finding form when it matters. And now Rien's, he was a heavy hitter first half, but now he's in his grave, leaving just Boo alive in a 1v4. And it looks like Fnatic might have somehow resurrected themselves here after what looked like an absolute disaster. But there's still a chance. But Boo now spotted. His options limited. And now they're none. It's 12 to Fnatic. Heretics still held on 11.
We saw a
Dari
similar
ke
sort
top
of
frag,
start
bro.
from
Killnya
Fnatic
paling banyak
against
dia.
Peru, where they were really
Waduh.
slow in that first map.
Yes.
You would think, going into the second map, have they fully reset? Where are they going to go with it? It wasn't looking pretty. They got there in the end, coming clean on that third map. Is the same thing happening here? Is Heretics going to crumble right now under the heat? The pressure right now. Alpha potentially jinxing it by standing up again.
One more round.
One more round.
Aduh.
Team Heretics. You want to do this in 3 maps? You want to bring it to OT and do it in 2.
12-12 atau 13-11 adik-adik.
And it's a scramble at the start, but no one fully drawing blood. Just a show of force and they back away.
Dia berdiri, Jir. Emang nih satu rambut kuning minion, berdiri mulu kerjaannya nih. Menang dulu baru berdiri dah.
Methodical, diligent. Find out what's going on. Pivot. Team Heretics pushed out.
Tapi nonton EMEA battle tuh kayak boring ya. Pada pelan-pelan banget battle-nya 20-30 detik terakhir aja. Kayak waktu 1,5 menit battle-nya 30 detik terakhir gitu. 1 menit itu AFK anjir. Kacau dah kalau EMEA main dah. EMEA tuh mainnya lambat banget. NE masih mending dah. Asia sama Cina paling cepet tuh. Waduh. Waduh. Waduh, absen guys. 12-12 dah. Ah, udah. Dah. 12-12 dah. Dah, 12-12 dah.
Can he clutch up though?
He didn't get the spike.
20 seconds. There's 3 players here.
A plant and a kill if he's able to isolate one.
But he won't have the time. They won't give him that time. Heretics closing in, step by step. It's Alpha, you respect it. He rewards this sort of behavior, but surely they've done enough. They've secured at least OT now. We're going the distance here. And Alpha needs to sit the hell down.
Stop getting up when you win a round. Rien's locking it down with 3 after seemingly an accidental kill on Benji, just like a drive-by. Didn't look like Dirk even
Absen
tried to stop
adik-adik.
there in that moment, but
Oh, that was
Rian's
good.
locking it down and then following up
Mantap
with this.
absen.
I mean, he was so on point first half. Great to see him kind of kick back up there because he was kept quiet a little bit. They were finding it hard to find that value instantly. He's the one who does it. 24 kills in this game. Big moment for him.
Tolong ikat dia ke kursi.
Well, the series
Tolong.
has suddenly warmed up to be a little one-sided.
Ikat kaki Alfire ke kursi biar dia nggak bisa
But
berdiri.
now it's for all the marbles, right? We know map 3.
Yeah, all these rounds are being picked up on the attack side right now. Just absolutely crazy to see how strong this is right now. Typically, you would look at Team Heretics to be a very defense-sided team. That's where they get most of their rounds. Their attack sides, these grouped up 4 or 5-man hits. We get to see them starting out here again. Durka, aggressive position.
The other side of the is sharp as well. Big fight here potentially. Don't press the corner. Showing a little bit of presence. Just a touch. How long does he stay here? Oh! Yeah, he's sharp today! That's the Durka you need on a stage like this. People have questioned his
Ngeri
form.
banget. Bakal live Abi iya ya abis ini.
But when
Abis
it
map
matters
ini.
most,
Abis game ini dah.
Rien's gone and Mini Boo gone. The big heavy hitters from Heretics handled.
Benji shot at the drone. It didn't scan him. It didn't spot him, but he gave up his position. Right now, Fnatic realize they have this huge advantage. They have the numbers 5 versus 3. They're getting completely off of that A side. They know that if they want to win this round, they don't even have to defend the site. They just need to make sure that they go in, get those even trades out. Doesn't matter who's alive at the end of the round. It goes into the flipping sides. The re-clear on middle. Once they realize that this is clear, they know Jig is up.
30 seconds left.
For Benji, we've said it, if he stands, there's a chance, but this is really, really tricky.
Plant position is everything. How are they going to play this? They don't have the numbers to play that post-plant fight. They need to get in the faces a little bit here. 3 stars side of Boo here.
Oh, that's a pixel! And that's a body! Beautiful from Boo. Can these 3 hold it together, though?
Wait, get that smoke up before Benji gets shot on the back.
Help him out. Fortunately, no one's there just yet, and he's going to play forward. 4 players through from CT. Benji going to be found first, but it's Wu to save him. And maybe Heretics holding on here. Ult's now online. Benji, he goes further forward. This guy playing just by the seams of his pants. But I told you, when Benji stands, there's always a chance. And now down to the 3v2. Chronicle and Hero trying to work it back in together. The crossfire, so strong.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
That's number 3 this game.
Time. I don't know if Hero's got time for this one. I think he knows it. He'd need it now. He doesn't have the time. And Heretics in the final hours pick up the first in OT.
Switching sides.
Woof, these guys hated the map this much. Why do they keep jumping off it? Trying to get away from it.
God, but what credit to those Heretics players down like that after having, you know, a big opening from Fnatic. Durka just kills 2 of you. Cool. Well, are we screwed? No, apparently not. The depth that they go to hold on to this, Josh, is so impressive. And a Heretics timeout now.
One thing I'm looking at right now in this map is that actually was well played by both teams there, right? That 3 versus 5, Fnatic got those first 2 kills. Play the round properly. They know that they're going to win the round if they stick together and not try to spread apart and try to defend both the sites. But what ends up happening is, as they're trying to walk back and clear all the close positions, Boo catches the top of a head, gives them a haircut, ADS, Vandal, 1 tap, boom. Okay, 3 versus 4, still doable. But the way that Team Heretics understood their situation was that they knew if they go back and play that spam battle, it's not going to really be favorable for them. So they get in the faces. Benji ahead of that spawn, and they have Rian's just around the
Time out.
Woot, Rian's one of them.
Bang, temen lu terkenal yang nonton 2,3K. Mantap Danton.
Anti-flash setup comes in. They get to peek from 2 different angles.
Mantap.
Save Benji. Completely shut that zone down. So really good play by Team Heretics to understand how they were playing in that disadvantaged situation to climb back into it. Fnatic, somehow, they went from having that map point, trying to take it to a 3rd map. Now, they need to win this round here just to take it to another OT. Timeout for Team Heretics. They're in the lead right now. They want to close it out right here.
Pressure now starting to build.
Quicker opening for Team Fnatic. We haven't seen this sort of opening yet. On Lotus, they were kicking up the pace a lot in that attack side, but it was all off the back of these kind of tilt little bit angry, missed opportunities here. They had a really strong attack side all the way through middle, uncontested. Crinacle solo outside that A site with the spike. It's going to be very difficult for him to be able to get into the action.
Straight up middle, this time a new route, a new avenue of approach.
2-0.
A crunch, we haven't seen this before. It's on Benji and Rienz.
Oh,
The dangerous
Rienz,
duo
bro.
of Rienz has been
Waduh,
nasty.
waduh,
As
udah
is
guys.
Benji, and now
It's
Crinacle
over.
and Alpha to face
It's
the
over, it's
music.
over.
After all of that,
Bye-bye,
the
Fnatic.
comeback, the turnaround. This might be all she wrote.
Standing ahead.
Can these two clutch up, or is this just one step too far?
Bye-bye, Fnatic. Aduh.
The stranglehold gets even closer. Look at the flank too.
Udah dah, 2-5 bisa apa, bro?
Pressure. They have to turn around and fight Boo, but Boo is just going to stay alive here. Make them waste their time, split their attention.
Thorn in the side. Boo steps closer. Couldn't be dealt with cleanly.
Waduh.
Crinacle now in danger. He's in an extended fight. Not what they
Waduh.
needed. Alpha has to deal with 4 on the side.
Waduh.
Wait, hold on.
Udah.
Maybe not. But it's
Dah,
all right.
dah, 1 HP. Udah.
Pops the ult, trying to do what he can. He's going to get him down, but they're going to close the gap. He can't do anymore. And Heretics never believed in the old gods, taking themselves further forward with 14-12.
Ah.
7 of these guys on the stage right now, looking like the new gods. Such
Okay.
heroic plays from so
GG,
many of them,
guys.
and despite Durga having like an incredible
GG.
hack there, Crinacle also looking online for some of these moments.
yeah.
We could see how the pressure was mounting on both these teams, how they looked like they were in control but started to slip up, standing up, getting that curse.
Alright.
Other teams started
Terima kasih semuanya yang sudah
string around to
menonton.
split together.
Kita akan langsung live streaming main Abi abis ini, jadi stay tune jangan kemana-mana. Terima kasih udah nonton watch party kali ini. 2-0.
It's a tough position. Now walk into, and a tough game it looks like. Close,
Ya sudah lah,
shouldering
kita
all this
live streaming
pressure
lagi
there.
besok.
Not looking
Besok
happy.
kita akan nobar lagi guys ya. So until next time, have a good night. Have a good night aja itu mah. Outro gue nanti. Dah, sampai jumpa di streaming setelah ini. Jangan lupa like, share, subscribe, DJ membership. See you in the next live stream. I love your definition. Cheers guys and
Were just
bye bye. Peace out.
started.
Bam.
Lotus was outrageously good, Josh. Map 2, grit, determination. They had it all.
That first half of that map, too, made me think it was going to be another blowout. Fnatic climbing back round by round showed a little bit of the, issues that Team Heretics might have to solve on that defense side of Abyss if they want to continue playing this throughout this tournament. But right now, just the ability to come back, get back into overtime and close it out. Good adjustments, good timeouts from the coaches to make these proper adjustments to get the setups changed up. Very important there.
You can't help but smile seeing Benji in those sort of moods. But Rienz, again, this roster, when you look at them, I mean, Heretics,